Riley Green plated the Tigers' fourth run with his 36th home run of the year in the fourth. The Tigers and Guardians now have identical 86 and 73 records, but Cleveland remains on top of the Central because they have the tiebreaker over Detroit. The Tigers are one game up on the Astros for the final wildcard spot, and they have the tiebreaker with Houston, so essentially one win in Boston clinches the Tigers the playoffs. Cleveland plays Texas at home this weekend. Tigers needing a couple losses there to be back in the division contention. Red Wings now 2-0 in the preseason after a 5-2 win over the Sabres at Little Caesars Arena last night. Dylan Larkin, Mo Seider, and Andrew Kopp all found the back of the net. Wings also have their first road preseason game tonight. It's against the Penguins in Pittsburgh. The Ryder Cup begins just after 7 o'clock this morning. The first pairings teeing off at 7:10. Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas for the Americans. John Rahm and Tyrell Hatton for Europe. The afternoon matches at Bethpage Black tee off just after 12:30, and Jason Myers hitting a 52-yard field goal as time expired, delivering the Seahawks a 23-20 win over the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football. Seattle now 3-1 on the young season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Congratulations, you made it to Friday. It's a football Friday. Good morning. 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. We'll have picks. We'll be talking Lions, Browns. But that sound you hear is the collective exhale. The air leaving the lungs.
That it's Friday?
That the Tigers finally won a baseball game.
Tigers won. Tigers did win. Yes. Interesting.
Now what?
Right, exactly. Yeah. Now they move on to Boston, who is scratching and clawing to get into the postseason as well. So when they started off, I was going to text you guys as well. After the back-to-back home runs to start it off, I was thinking, I'm like, well, all right, this game's over. We got it. We'll turn it off after the first inning.
Yeah, sure.
Except for the fact that we have just lived through so many opportunities, whether it was the Torque home run, the Green home run, and you're like, okay, we finally got a lead. And then I oddly, though, and even yesterday when you found out, was it, 9:30, 9:45 that Troy Melton was starting?
Yeah, last 10 minutes of the show.
I was kind of oddly comforted. I mean, he's had some good outings. He's very young, so you kind of never really know, but I thought, you know what? Okay, I think this is going to be all right tonight.
I liked that they were pitching him. And then I looked up his numbers, and he had given up a run, I think, in 4 of his previous 5 relief appearances. And I was like, but that doesn't jive with how I'm feeling. Like, I think he's a good pitcher with some upside. And I kind of had this weird, calm feeling. And I wasn't going to rush out to proclamate anything. Well, and certainly last night didn't clinch anything, but that was so necessary for this team.
It was, and you knew... I mean, you kind of figured he was going to go about as far as he did, right? 3 2/3, like maybe 4, and the long shot was 5. But even AJ before the game said, he's not a pitcher that he's built up. Like 100 pitches is not going to be what we're shooting for, or what he'll even get close to. So, I mean, he ended up with 49 pitches, so right at about halfway, and they pulled him.
So the Tigers are now tied for the division, but they don't have the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So they're still effectively a half game behind Cleveland. And I think what people need to shift to now is, look, they could still win the division, but the focal point is get in and set up Tarek Skubal for game 1. The priority is get in, followed by make sure Skubal can pitch game 1.
So the magic number is now 2.
2, which means it could happen as quickly as today. If Detroit wins and Houston loses, the Tigers are in the playoffs. In some way, shape, or form, division or wild card. They're not going to get.
How quickly? What happens in 24 hours?
I know. Amazing. What we kept saying, just win a game, and all of a sudden the math starts to come back to you. But John, it's one of those situations where if they are in the playoffs, but the division is still up in the air, I don't want to use Skubal and then not have him for a 3-game series in the playoffs. So you may have to concede the division to line up Skubal for game 1 of the playoffs. And I'm okay with it. Again, you need to make sure you're in first. If you're not, then he's pitching this weekend.
So you're conceding the division at that point.
Yeah.
If that scenario plays itself out, you're conceding the division. You're also conceding home game.
Right. And look, there are people in the
You're going to
business
play
side.
that 3-game series no matter what.
Correct. And there's people on the business side that I'm sure want those home gates, but you want to win playoff games, and your best chances with Skubal on the mound.
Yeah.
So the most likely opponent would be Cleveland. At
Yes.
Cleveland, and based on, I think, how Skubal performed in Cleveland last year in the playoffs, you got to trust that. That's why I agree with Jim that you would concede home field advantage to have him for game 1 because of what he did in game 2. And I would say even game 5. Look, he gave the Tigers a chance to win game 5, and they couldn't score runs for him. And then he hit a batter, and boom, one pitch, Lane Thomas. You got to trust what we call arguably the best baseball pitcher right now
In the American League.
Yeah, you've got to trust him in the playoffs and not worry about getting home games. I mean, how much does home field really matter in baseball?
Well, I don't confuse what I just said with I'm arguing the point. I'm just making sure our listeners have all the facts.
I know what you're doing. Yeah.
We have clarity this morning. I mean, heck, Greg over here, he was talking about if they could clinch tonight, and he's acting like he's spraying champagne. They could have 2 champagne celebrations.
Right.
Tonight for
and
a
then,
wild
and
card.
then the division still.
And then the division like on Sunday.
Again,
So
Cleveland would need to.
is it now okay for them to celebrate?
Yeah, I just didn't want them to do it if they lost 12 in a row. I thought that would have been tone deaf.
just wondering if we're okay with celebrating
They
it now.
cannot celebrate if they get swept and the Astros get swept.
What if it? Well, they're. Oh yeah. Well,
Because then they back in.
Yeah, but they just won a game.
No, they cannot celebrate.
I know. Sorry, I should have emphasized, but they just won a game.
By the way, they have hit my prediction, 86 wins.
all right.
What'd you guys say?
Oh, I was at 80.
I'm in first place in the picks now, too.
So they've outperformed.
Hit that
Everybody
button.
look
Hit
at Tom.
that button again.
Yeah. Please don't
I'm
hurt
doing
your.
it, I'm doing it.
Yeah. Mhm. Someone get him a sling so that if that shoulder hurts anymore, pat yourself on the back there.
I want to clarify. You're tied for first in the picks.
Yes.
No.
I'm in first.
Yeah.
Just like a Tiger.
And maybe people will stop
Who wins the
asking.
tiebreaker? What's our tiebreaker?
Yeah, the head-to-head.
Yeah. So I should celebrate as well. I'm not in last.
Maybe people will stop asking me to have Heather on Cash the Ticket. She's finally not dominating the picks. It's a welcome sight.
I'm not far behind.
No one's far behind.
I know
I
we're all
know.
very close,
All
but
bunched
I'm
up.
right there. Just wait,
This week,
Just wait.
6:35.
letting you feel what it feels like for a minute, and then I'll take it away.
Just yeah. So you're
what
calling
women
him
always
Charlie
do.
Brown, and you're Lucy.
I don't know. I
Just
don't
take
watch
that-
Charlie Brown.
Oh, that's right. You hate the
I do.
peanuts.
I don't know that reference, but
You have
Wah,
you ever
wah,
seen the
wah,
pull the ball
wah.
out?
no.
Okay, so like on a field goal, the holder's holding for
Yeah.
the kicker.
Lucy
Lucy's
holds the
holding,
ball.
and then she yanks it away right at the last second.
And Charlie
then
misses the
yes.
ball and falls on his back.
That's exactly it. Yep,
Just waiting for a listener to Photoshop our faces into that.
that's
now.
it.
Anyway, open lines
Yeah. Well,
248.
after the revelation that there was another dream last night, I'm not surprised.
Sort of.
Yes, it happened.
Yeah, there was.
Uh-huh. Jim
Very
Costa
different. A very different dream.
sliding into the dreams again.
There was no making out. There was none
Well, it
of
was
that.
actually his wife. He wasn't really in the dream
Oh, well,
at all.
that makes more sense. Now I
Bite
got to
your tongue.
include you in those conversations.
It's a weird Friday here, people.
Anyone got an upside down pineapple ready?
As I was saying, open lines to talk Tigers baseball. Not
Yeah, let's take a swing at those picks.
we'll be doing that. John, let me ask you this about last night's game as I stress changing the subject.
Yes.
Will Vest in the ninth.
Will Vest in the ninth. How about Brant Herter in the third or the fourth? Tommy Canely.
But Vest is the one that blew it last Saturday, right?
Okay.
Vest is the guy who struggled of late. Certainly needed him to close that door because could you imagine all for nothing again? Like there was a little bit of an energy to him going out there for the ninth inning and taking care of business.
There's no question. But as soon as you saw Brant Herter start warming up, and we knew, as I mentioned already, right? Troy Melton was not going to go deep into the ball game. Right. So it was going to be, in essence, a bullpen day. And whether it was Herter, Canely, Holton, Finnegan, Vest, like every time someone came in, you could go back in the last, you don't even have to go back that far. Go back in the last just simple 2 weeks. And each guy, you could say, okay, you lost that one. You lost that one. Whoa, you lost that one.
Everybody's got some blood on their hands.
Yeah. And so that you're kind of holding your breath the whole time. And it's certainly when Will Vest came in, it kind of, the most recent, perpetrator.
How does it set up this weekend? So Mize, have they confirmed is Mize pitching tonight?
Mize is today.
Tonight,
yeah.
I'm assuming. Yeah. Saturday, we don't know. And Skubal only Sunday, I'm assuming, if they need it to make the playoffs.
Right.
Because there's a scenario where the Tigers have not clinched and it's Sunday and they need to win
to get in.
And Skubal, at that point, you have to burn him because the alternative is you don't play baseball after that.
Right.
But last night's win opens up the door for them to clinch early, save Skubal. I know, throw away the home games, and look, as fans, we'd all like to be there, but you want to win the series, and Skubal gives you the best chance, even if it's on the road in Cleveland.
Yeah.
So who pitches Saturday?
I don't know. Shrug emoji.
Bullpen day again, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be. It's not going to be.
It's not going to be Skubal. It's not going to be Mize. It's not going to be Flaherty.
It's
not going to be Melton.
It's not going to be Morton.
I think it's going to be Kiter Montero.
Interesting.
Could be.
That's probably who they're going to roll with, especially if they win tonight.
Yes. Easier to do if you've won/clinched. All right, we'll open up the lines. Tiger fans can jump in, and then a lot of football talk today. Picks at 6:35. Lions playing the Browns. It's 97-1.
Hey, summer's holding on for one more weekend, but it's been a steamy summer, and maybe you just need to be ready for that first blast of winter cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and, more importantly, running safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price, so give them a call today because spots will fill up quickly. They've only got so much time. Don't forget, Mastercraft also does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now, or you can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
You drive on these roads, you know what can happen. You get injured in a car accident, you need someone who looks out for you, someone who cares about you. That's Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents only. Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. But it's also that extra effort, that attention to detail from someone who cares about you. If you, a friend, or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. It's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. That's a way to start the game. And then Wenceel Perez not shortly after. Couple early home runs for the Tigers and a win. Whew, snap that losing skid. Start to make some sense of what's going on here. Have you bought back in some ticket text? 248-539-9797. I can't celebrate until they take at least 2 of 3 against Boston. Need to beat a playoff team to deserve to be in a playoff series. I know Cleveland's a playoff team, but there's nothing we can do about them. Ha ha ha.
Okay, so need to beat a playoff team.
I think it means like maybe win a series.
Well, they've beaten the Yankees. They've beaten other playoff teams. So simply because this is the time of year.
I think the point is to snap out of this funk. You want to see them play well against a playoff team right now.
I agree. That would make everybody feel better.
And in terms of like, are you bought back in? To what degree? Like, they're likely making the playoffs.
Odds are in their favor, yes.
But it doesn't make you feel good that they're going on a deep run just because they won last night's ball game. Jimmy hit the nail on the head. The quote business side. Skubal is starting Sunday to win the division and get them 3 home games because that's the most important thing to this ownership. That would be a mistake.
Yeah. If they have a wild card locked up, they're in the postseason, they can't get a bye. And they throw Skubal on Sunday, that's organizational malfeasance.
Right.
Because then that may be the last time he pitches for the Tigers ever.
It's possible, yeah.
Because if he can't pitch until game 3 and they lose the first 2 games,
see ya.
And then the offseason happens and
there's a real conversation there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I know there's going to be the argument of, well, it's good for the city to get home playoff games. It'd be good and I know the organization would make money on the playoff gates.
Well, it's really good for the city to get to the ALDS.
Correct.
So
because then you have a chance for more.
Yeah.
If your season ends.
Well, because it changes everything. Even if you win one of those games and you get to a Skubal start on game 3, now all of a sudden he's pushed back into that next series.
Correct.
It just keeps pushing him back.
Text says, if you're admitting our only chance to win is with Skubal, then why does it matter? I get what you're trying to say, but if we're trying to throw away the division because we don't want another person pitching, it says a lot about the state of our team, Mike in Brighton.
This is not unique to what the Tigers are doing. There's almost every other ball club, if they were in a situation where do we pitch our ace or do we save our ace so that we could pitch them on game 1? It changes the outlook and planning for AJ, Chris Fetter, for the organization throughout the entire playoffs. Now, I get it, all right? They may not be playing for the entire playoffs. They're most likely not playing for the entire playoffs, but you have to make those plans.
It's an interesting dilemma because one of the things about managing in baseball is you don't play for tomorrow. You play for today unless there's absolutely nothing at stake today.
But there is tomorrow, either way.
But there would be something at stake. Look, the division does matter to a degree with the home games. I agree with you, Jim. I'm being devil's advocate a little bit here. But the saying has always been in baseball, you don't ever manage for tomorrow if there's nothing on the line. Unless there's nothing on the line today.
I think the key, though, here is like that's often said on like with Tuesday and then Wednesday and then Thursday in a 162 regular season. There's a different weight to 162 and the first playoff game. Which one do you want to prioritize? If you're in either way, if you can't get a bye either way, what game is more important? A playoff game is the more important game.
Exactly. I agree with you, actually. And so, look, I mean, everything's on the line right now. We were talking in the break, and I was telling you how they could technically host the Red Sox as division champions. They can host the Astros.
A lot still on the table.
Cleveland's not in yet.
Well, Texter says, could you imagine if they get knocked out for all this run that they've been on and how hot Cleveland's been? Like they could still miss the playoffs.
I mean, look, who they're facing, Texas. Texas got eliminated, but teams like to play spoiler this time of year. They've got a 2-time World Series champion, or 2 different teams. I think he's a 4-time World Series champion, Bruce Bochy, with the Giants and the Rangers. And that team pitches good, and Cleveland's weakness is hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, a sweep is on the table. Do I think that'll happen? Probably not. But it's on the table because...
So if we really break this down, the teams that have already clinched a playoff spot are the Yankees, Blue Jays, and Mariners, right? One of the Tigers and Guardians have to make the playoffs. So then it's the loser of that scenario who doesn't win the division. Boston and Houston, 2 of those 3 will make it.
Exactly. And Seattle's played so well that they can get the 1 seed now, which is crazy. They bought.
Yeah.
He said it. Not me. All right, we'll get to the picks. By the way, there was one ticket text. It was 2 words. Gov sucks. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a water main break on Thursday in Novi led to several nearby schools to be closed. I know your son got to experience that, as well as a boil water advisory for several southeast cities. Novi city officials basically said that they noticed a loss of water pressure right around 7:20 a.m. Then the problem was quickly traced to this break in a 42-inch line, this transmission line that is part of the Great Lakes Water Authority network. So, like I said, the break not only prompted schools to close, but also numerous businesses and buildings as well. But I do know
they got it
school
fixed.
is back in session today.
The conversation was last night was they'll never be able to find it quickly enough for school.
Right, how are they going to get it all fixed?
Got the email this morning. Back in school, bud.
No jack off school.
Nope.
Nope.
He just has to bring his own water.
Yes, because they're not able to individually boil water for the students.
No, that would take a long time. Amy Andrews has returned to work on Fox 2 this week after an extended absence for health issues. She is now letting her viewers know that she is very grateful for all of their support. She did make a nice post on Instagram thanking all of her followers for the encouraging messages, emails, comments, cards, letters, and the food, flowers, and visits. So she was back on air on Monday, anchoring Fox 2 News mornings. And her posting, which came like 2 days after that, also asked viewers to kind of bear with her as she gets used to being in the studio, in the lights of the studio, and all her on-air duties. Because she did say that she's been experiencing symptoms like extreme dizziness, balance issues, brain fog, blurred vision as well. Yeah, never really, I don't think has said exactly what's been going on. She's been pretty open, though, about her health battles and her mental health battles as well. So good to see her back and feeling better for sure. You guys, there's an aggressive squirrel wanted in California. It has now attacked several people and sent them to the hospital. There's flyers up saying, "This is not a joke. This is an attacking squirrel. Be on the lookout. Keep your head on a swivel." According to one of the victims, she said on her morning walk, just doing her thing, when all of a sudden the squirrel came out of nowhere, clamped on her leg, couldn't get it off. She had to go to the hospital. The other victim
basically the dog that does that.
Basically said the exact same thing, that she was out in the same area. This critter leapt at her. She thought it was going to attack her face. She had to block it, and it attacked her arm instead. She also had to go to the hospital after the thing
just wouldn't
unattached. She was just covered in blood. So experts do say, though, that squirrel attacks are very rare, but it seems like they both describe the squirrel in the same way, like the coloring of the squirrel. So they think it was the same squirrel. But very rare.
Weird.
It's hard to imagine Leonardo DiCaprio with a different name, but it did almost happen. So he was on the New Heights podcast with Travis and Jason Kelce. And he kind of went to explain that at the start of his career, he was advised to use a stage name because his real name, I guess they say, sounded too ethnic, right? The Italian DiCaprio, and that his agent said, no one's going to hire you because of your name. So his agent suggested something different. Suggested he go by Lenny Williams.
Lenny!
He actually went and had headshots done.
As Lenny Williams.
As Lenny Williams. I mean, as himself, but with the name. Right. And apparently it was his dad that saw those and was like, no way are you disgracing this family name, and ripped them all up.
Oh, wow. Well done, Dad.
Good call.
Yeah.
Because Lenny just doesn't have the same.
That's boring.
I mean, he could have been successful as Lenny.
Course.
But I don't think it would have.
That's not a memorable name.
Lenny, it's just, you're right. It's just
very average. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so the other day there was a list of the friendliest cities in America. San Diego, Raleigh were the two most friendly cities, apparently. And now there's a follow-up to the least friendly cities in America. And I hate to say it, but Detroit is on this list. The least friendliest city is Wichita, Kansas, followed by New Orleans, Louisiana.
Wichita. The lineman?
San Bernardino, and then Detroit.
We're bottom 5.
Now, I don't have all the information on where this study came from because it first said that the friendliest cities were chosen by their own residents.
Oh, of course they were. Yeah.
But if the least friendliest was chosen by our own residents, would you say that Detroit is not a very friendly city?
No.
As a Detroiter?
No, I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't either. I've been to other cities that I would probably say are less friendly.
Like what popped into my head is like, okay, maybe the Detroit versus everybody, it doesn't feel as welcoming from an outsider, but like,
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Heather with the news. Picks coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of men across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving you up to 30% off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Dr. B, he's awesome. He is this true pioneer, one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. What once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. And he believes in it so much. Not only has he had the procedure himself, he recently performed it on his own son as well. So forget those outdated methods. There's no stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars, just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving as well, and he guarantees them all. The sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. So book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com and mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive discount for the month of September only.
It's the picks brought to you by Shaner Roofing. Tom tied for first place with yours truly. Heather Park only a game back. John 2 games back. And Greg pulling up the rear.
We're going to start SEC prime time. Alabama goes between the hedges, taking on Georgia. The Bulldogs are favored by 2.5. Jim.
I was impressed with Georgia when they played at Tennessee, but I was not impressed with their defense. And that's where Bama's playmakers, Ryan Williams, Jeremy Bernard, Jam Miller back at running back, come in. Roll damn Tide.
I am not impressed with Georgia's defense, although I am impressed continually with Kirby Smart. Ty Simpson, I'm not a believer that he is the answer, that he can even get the ball to those playmakers. So I'm going to go with Georgia, and it's kind of just because it's at home. I think they got the advantage at home.
I'm going with Alabama. Not only is it the first state when listed alphabetically of all the states, Forrest Gump is also from Alabama.
And he
I don't know.
played for Alabama.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, there you have it.
That's Run,
Even
Forrest,
better.
run.
Run, Forrest, run. Exactly.
And it's our national championship pick.
Yeah.
Georgia
True.
has one win in this series since 2006. I love America, and I love the Tide. Give me Bama.
Ooh.
I think Georgia's defense is completely different at home here. I think they win the game. It's only 2.5. I will take Georgia here, and I guess I'll quickly forget Florida State and what they did to Alabama, by the way. Does Alabama have a defense?
Right.
I like the over too, but we're not picking that.
LSU travels to the Grove. They're taking on Ole Miss. The Rebels are favored by 1.5. John.
I don't trust LSU's offense at all. I don't care what Brian Kelly says, how much he wants to defend him. Nussmeier, I thought was going to be a Heisman favorite. He has looked anything but. And so I'm going to take the home team, Ole Miss, and the fact that I think that their defense is going to be enough to beat LSU.
I am also taking Ole Miss. I like the cursive font, but really what it comes down to is that back in the day...
It always shocks me, the reasons that you... Alabama, because they're alphabetically first, and you like the cursive font.
I do like the cursive font, but it really comes down to Tony the Land Shark. Back in the day in college, on Thursdays, we always would find our way to the Land Shark. Great times. Going with Ole Miss.
Ole Miss and that script font taking out LSU's black lettering. Look, I thought I was going to take the unsexy pick here, but I'm going with the Rebs at home.
All right, I might be on an island here, but I'm going with LSU. I just, again, there'll be a theme to the next pick we make. Trust this guy to win a big game? Lane Kiffin?
Okay, so Brian Kelly's done it once. Now you trust him?
I trust him more. I think he's a better coach. I mean, we're splitting hairs here. I'm going to go with LSU. They win by a field goal.
Tom, you will not be on an island here. I will join you with LSU. A lot has been made this week about Whit Weeks dating Lane Kiffin's daughter.
Oh.
Whit Weeks going to smash not only his daughter, but his quarterback, too.
Oh,
Give me
no!
the Tigers.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Jim's taking LSU because they beat mighty Clemson. We go. Jim, what is it? Big Ten Saturday night.
Big Ten Saturday night.
Oregon is taking on Penn State in Happy Valley. Penn State's favored by 3.5 at home. Heather.
I'm going to go with Penn State.
Oh, you don't like the Ducks?
Oh, no, I like Ducks, but Keegan-Michael Key is an alumni of Penn State,
Yeah, that's
also a
because he also
Detroiter.
coaches it.
So, yes.
He is James Franklin.
I spent 31 years as the basketball coach at Oregon in Campus Dynasty. Ducks.
I said there was a theme to the next game. The coaches. Dan Lanning is superior to James Franklin. Mm-hmm. And not only is Oregon going to cover, but there's going to be some night fever. They're going to win by double digits. Oregon and Dante Moore becomes the Heisman frontrunner.
Dante's Inferno. Burn,
That's
baby,
right.
burn. Yeah, here's the thing. Drew Aller might be 6'5", but he comes up small in every big game. Look at Michigan, OSU, the playoffs, and yes, Oregon. Plus, I'll go to my grave betting against James Franklin in a big game. Quack, quack.
Yeah, I'm with Tom. I just Dan Lanning to me is one of the top 2 or 3 college coaches. James Franklin, especially in a big game, no. James Franklin will have his pom-poms out. He'll be a great cheerleader, but I'm going to go with Dan Lanning and the Ducks.
I want to say one thing about Oregon. They, right now, and I know they haven't played anybody, but they have that look of they left something on the table last year. The way they're playing, and they're just annihilating teams. It's kind of like, it reminds me of the Lions during the regular season last year before they had the injuries.
Yeah, a lot of scores to settle.
Yep.
Going to the NFL, I'm going to just move on. Going to the NFL, Eagles, 3.5 favorites as they go to Tampa to take on the Bucs. Both teams coming off close wins involving a blocked field goal returned for a touchdown last week. I will take the Bucs here.
Yeah, I love the points at home here. Look, Philly's had some trouble playing down in Tampa recently. They played some of their worst football the last 3-4 years as they've been a good team under Sirianni. Mike Evans, I think a lot of people are going to overreact to that injury and him not playing. But when I've got the extra half here, I've got to go Tampa.
Eagles are the new Chiefs. They win, but they win ugly. So there's a premium to getting 3.5 points here. Baker, touchdown maker. I like the Bucs.
Eagles have beaten the Falcons on the road, the Texans on the road, and the Jets at home. All of them with last-second heroics. I don't think you're going to have those last-second heroics against the Eagles, so I'm going to take the Eagles in this one.
I'm going to take the Bucs.
Let's go to Ravens-Chiefs, the game that knocked off Central versus Eastern on the pick today because Gov intimidated Jim into getting that game off the schedule.
Well, you guys want your local games. I could have done CMU, EMU, but no.
Ravens favored by 2.5 points on the road at Gaha Field. Gov.
This is a tough pick. I think this is the toughest game on the board this week. And I'm going to go with the Chiefs at home, getting points. Patrick Mahomes. I didn't do it last time when the Eagles went there. I'm going to do it this time. And late news yesterday, Xavier Worthy's probably playing. And I just think the Ravens' defense stinks right now. And until I see it improve, Kansas City will be able to score with them.
Ravens on a short week, short-handed. No Matabukwe, they've already ruled him out. Scary stuff with the neck injury on their D-line. Mahomes is a home dog. Worthy back. The Ravens like to give games away, and the Chiefs like to pull victory out of the jaws of defeat. Give me Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm going to take Kansas City as well. I think their backs are against the wall. This is do or die, and I just don't think that they can end up 1-3, especially with that division. They know how important it is, and so the Ravens. But I think it's Andy Reid coming up with a great game plan, so give me the Chiefs.
I'll take the Ravens.
Why are the Ravens favored?
Well,
giving points to me. I'm sorry. You want to go ahead?
No, go. You go.
Nothing more to add.
I do, but it's nothing important. Just
Is there a cute player on the Ravens?
No. Well, maybe.
Why are the Ravens giving points to Mahomes when they have Matabukwe out, Worthy's coming back, and it's Patrick Mahomes at home? Is it because Vegas wants you to take the Chiefs? I say no. Caw-caw! Ravens. Sunday Night Football, the Packers travel to Dallas, taking on the Cowboys. Packers favored by 6.5. Costa.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's me. All right. Well, what I want to do here is pick the Cowboys and the points. I don't think they win the game, but I like Dak more than Love, and 6.5 is a big number.
It is a big number, but I thought Dak last week was going to be able to do something in that game. They came up small, and I think Micah Parsons is absolutely going to go off in this game. So give me the Packers. I know it's on the road. It's going to be it's going to be a lot of fun for a game that's a little bit lesser.
Prop bet, what would you set the over-under at sacks?
2.5. 2.5 for Micah Parsons.
I'm going to go with the Packers. No reason.
Okay.
Packers pissed, Cowboys bad. Packers.
Yeah, this is the one where I almost what Greg did last pick. Vegas is inviting you to take the Cowboys here because of the points at home. I'm going to take the points. I'm not very confident in this at all. This is a big George Pickens game, by the way, if that was a huge deal for them or not.
No CD Lamb.
No CD Lamb. This is just a lot of points where I can see like a 20-16 type game.
See, I think they're begging you to take the Packers, leaving it just shy of a touchdown. Find out.
All right, we go to Ford Field. The Lions coming off that big Monday Night Football win over the Ravens. They're favored by 9.5 as they host the Cleveland Browns. John.
This line is really tough because you're basically saying that they're going to win by 10, but it's at home. And I know that Jim Schwartz probably wants to come in here and put the smackdown on this Lions offense.
And get carried off by his team?
By his team, yeah. No, yeah, let's cut him down at the knees. I think the Lions, they have a great rhythm going on offense right now. I don't think there's any points explosion, but the Browns offense, they may throw 4 picks in this game. And they don't even have the pick six gods on their sides anymore. So let's go with the Lions.
So every time I've picked against the Lions have won.
So you're going to pick against them?
No, because I think if I pick them, they're still going to win this time. I'm going with the Lions.
9.5. That's a lot of points after a big win, a short week, and against a good defense. I'm going to take the Browns.
Yeah, it's a lot of points on a short week against a good defense, 9.5. And some people think the Browns have the best defense in the NFL.
Oh, I do.
But can they score? I mean, all we're looking at is 20-10 here. I will take the Lions cautiously.
Short week's been said. Emotional high, winning that game in Baltimore that way. Browns have some life. The Lions will win, but there will be no disco. Give me Cleveland.
Okay.
Those are the picks. It's 97-1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan, the pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. Whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Yeah, that'll help. Tigers win a game. Collective exhale. Magic number to make the playoffs is 2. They are tied for the division lead, do not have the tiebreaker. 3 games to go, all in Beantown. Open the show, or you bought back in, and I don't think anybody is quite bought all the way back in. The other consideration is what to do with Tarek Skubal. You pitch him if you need to make the playoffs, but if you clinch before, you concede the division and you set him up to pitch game 1 on the road in the playoffs. And you can still win without him, but that's the focal point has to be getting ready for the playoffs at that point.
Yeah. I mean, you want to do your best when you get in there.
All right, John. Lions, Browns. Mm-hmm. One of the big storylines for the Lions this season was, what are you going to look like without Ben Johnson? And a good test against a good Browns defense this week. But, John, can we already cash the receipt? Ben Johnson will not be missed.
Yeah. Does anybody miss him yet? No, I don't. Week 1 happened. There's no denying that. But when Ben Johnson was offensive coordinator for the first time, toys aside, different things that he could do with the offense, it took him till, the 8th game before he started really getting things going. It was, they were 1-6. We were curious, would it take that long for John Morton? Were they going to be 2-4, 2-5? And right now they're sitting at 2-1 with 2 dominant performances, one of them against Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen. So no, Ben Johnson's not missed at all.
And you don't want to wait to see how they look against the Browns.
And we can even go back to what Ben Johnson said. Ben Johnson didn't say he would be missed. In fact, he said the opposite. You won't miss me. This is a Ferrari. It's just keep it on the tracks. Mm-hmm. And that's all John Morton has had to do.
So it's turnkey. In some ways, they're better.
Well, yeah.
John, you had those stats like back-to-back games with 90 points and 900 yards, and it hasn't happened since the 50s.
Right. 2-game span since the 50s.
Yeah. Now, they had the highest yards per play since the 60s when they faced the Bears. Mm-hmm. Better than any game where Ben Johnson was the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I know it's 3 games in, and I know they have yet to play Cleveland, which is a very tough defense. But I agree with you. I think this is Dan Campbell's offense. You were the first to say it. I think you were right that this is not going to be a situation where the creativity left the building. Like, John, one of the cool plays they ran on Monday night was that 4th and 1 where St. Brown was in the backfield and
the option.
It looked like an option, and he pitches it for the touchdown. That same play, people have found it in the Saints playbook from when Dan Campbell was there. Yeah. And then other people dug even further back and found that Dan Campbell's Dallas Cowboys ran that play when he was a player for them. So this is one of those things that they've had. Yeah. Like, Dan Campbell has this wealth of knowledge. He's played and coached long enough. He's been around a lot of good coaches, Parcells and Sean Payton, that he has creativity in his playbook. That Ben Johnson didn't take all the secret recipes out the door with him. They still have all of the bedrock fundamentals. They ran a ton of duo and they ran the ball, but they still have all the fun, creative stuff too. Ben Johnson wasn't the mad scientist. Dan Campbell's the mad scientist. And he doesn't come across that way because he's the meathead, but he's also got a bunch of good stuff in this playbook.
It's also a little bit not fair in saying that we don't miss Ben Johnson because Ben Johnson helped build this offense. Yes, it's Dan Campbell's offense. Ben Johnson was one that helped develop, along with Mark Brunell, Jared Goff. Because Jared Goff is a much better quarterback. Now, when we talked to Dan Campbell, he brought it up. We didn't even ask him. We were talking about the offensive line and other things, and then he brought up the high-level decision-making and the calls that are made that a coach can't – the microphone cuts off. Coach can't make any more adjustments. It is up to your quarterback to look at that defense, look at what's called with the personnel groups on the field, the formation, all that stuff, and say, you know what? This is no good. Let's check into something else. And Jared Goff has been able to operate this offense. And I know he's limited. Saying he's limited physically in terms of his mobility is the understatement of the century. But he is really good at processing defenses. He's really accurate. Like those 3rd down conversions in that 98-yard drive to Sam Laporta were high-level throws and decisions. His ability to not say, I've got to go deep to J-Mo every single time. I've got to find a way to take the top off of this defense.
Yep.
He is very patient, very methodical, and very cerebral. And so whatever he lacks in mobility, he makes up in processing speed.
Yeah, and if you want to give Ben Johnson credit for helping him grow and evolve as a quarterback,
Sure.
I think that's fair. But Jared Goff did grow and evolve as a quarterback and no longer needs Ben Johnson. They're not going to miss Ben Johnson. I think we can cash that receipt after only 3 weeks.
So players still need coaches.
Yeah.
And who's his coach? Mark Brunell.
Yes.
He's still there. And John Morton was here a couple of years ago, so he's not coming in blind.
Mm-hmm.
So the stat getting thrown around after week one was the record for Jared Goff when he didn't have Ben Johnson or Sean McVay calling his plays.
Yeah.
Nobody's texted that in the last couple of weeks. I maybe a slight caution in this, just that, okay, the best defense they played against, they did not look good this year, and now they're playing another really good defense this year or this weekend. Are we getting a little premature and ahead of ourselves on John Morton has completely already replaced Ben Johnson?
Okay, well,
I don't think
back.
we are. I mean, look, John Morton has inherited the DNA of what Dan Campbell wants, which is running the football. I mean, he said yesterday, he goes, the Browns haven't seen anything like we've got yet in the running game. And Jim Schwartz countered and said, well, I'm not so sure about that. Green Bay ran pretty well early in the game, yada, yada, all that. But to me, this goes back to year one with Campbell. They ran these plays after Anthony Lynn got removed from play calling. Like, there were elements of the same offense. It was just the players were Tom Kennedy and Jamal Williams. The players, the talent is better around it now. That's why it works.
Right.
I'd buy that. Sure.
And I'll go back to, it's always best to use what Dan Campbell says. And I asked him about the offensive line and how much it's grown, Tate Ratledge and Mahogany. Like, what did he say? He said, yeah, those guys have gotten better, but he also said there's a way to protect him in play calling. What did I say throughout the entire offseason? When you're going to have those two young guards, you can protect them with how you call the plays, how you structure the offense, and that's both John Morton and Dan Campbell. So in game one, they learned some tough lessons. They learned some tough lessons as players. They learned some tough lessons as play callers. What positions can we put them in to be successful? Now that they've got that, they'll put a little bit more on their plate every single week, but they're still going to protect young guards and be able to protect their quarterback at the same time.
So is it irrelevant that Ben Johnson left?
As of now, yeah. It's irrelevant. And I'll go back to Ben Johnson said he would be irrelevant. This offense would continue to operate at an extremely high level. And if he was referencing the fact that Dan Campbell's still here, or it's just the players that they have available, it's the level at which Jared Goff is operating the offense, Ben Johnson knew all of that. And it's okay.
248-539-9797. When Ben Johnson left, this show said they'll be fine with Dan Campbell's offense. Mm-hmm. Can we cash that receipt 3 weeks in? Or do you want to see how they look against the Browns? Do you want to see how they look in some other games? Or do you just trust what Dan Campbell continues to do, which is run the show, run the offense, and we've seen it. 248-539-9797. We'll get phone calls. We'll get ticket texts. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers end their 8-game losing streak and boost their playoff position with a 4-2 win over the Guardians in Cleveland last night. Jahmai Jones and Wencio Perez both hit first-inning home runs. Javi Baez then made it 3-0 in the second with an RBI single. Then Riley Green plated the Tigers' fourth run in the fourth. Dan Dickerson on the call there right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Home run number 36 on the year for Green. Tigers, Guardians now both 86 and 73, but Cleveland is still in first place in the Central because they have the tiebreaker over the Tigers. Tigers are one game up on the Astros for the final wildcard spot in the American League, and they've got the tiebreaker with Houston, though, so essentially one win in Boston this weekend clinches the Tigers a playoff spot. The Red Wings 2-0 in the preseason now after a 5-2 win over the Sabres at Little Caesars Arena last night. Dylan Dylan Larkin, Mo Sider, and Andrew Kopp all finding the back of the net. The Ryder Cup starts in just about 10 minutes. The first pairings that will tee off, Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas for the Americans, John Rahm and Tyrell Hatton for Europe. The afternoon matches at Bethpage Black, they start just after 12:30 this afternoon. The injury report from Lions practice yesterday, Taylor Decker, Daniel Thomas, and Seone Vaki were out. Al-Quadin Muhammad, Derek Barnes, and Zach Cunningham all limited. Lions 9.5-point favorites over the Browns Sunday at Ford Field. Jason Myers, a 52-yard field goal as the clock expired, delivering the Seahawks a 23-20 win over the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football last night. Seattle now 3-1 on the young season. And the semifinals of the WNBA playoffs are tonight. Fever Aces and Mercury Lynx, both those series tied at 1 game apiece. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Lions general manager Brad Holmes has been known to cash a receipt from time to time. We want to know if we can do the same as a show. See, when Ben Johnson left, there's a lot of hysteria from other day parts. Not here. This is Dan Campbell's offense. John, you were the first to say it. I think you can say it louder today than even then. This is Dan Campbell's offense. Can we all admit they're not going to miss Ben Johnson? 248-539-9797. I saw that one of the creative plays they ran this week for a touchdown on the 4th and 1 is the same play that was run by the Saints years ago, same play run by the Parcells Cowboys when Dan Campbell was there. It is influenced and shaped by Dan Campbell. Ben Johnson was an aid, an assistant, helpful, but the offense didn't leave when Ben Johnson left. Personnel's here, play design is here, attitude is here. The culture remains. They will not miss Ben Johnson.
And I don't want to underestimate the job that John Morton is doing either. It's not like he is a ghost, and he's the one that's calling the plays. It's going through Dan Campbell. It's going through the collaborative effort that they go through all week long to put together a game plan. And I also want to make sure that, because I know everything likes to be taken out of context, I'm not sitting here saying that against what I do believe is the best defense in the NFL right now in the Cleveland Browns, that they're going to put up 35 points. I don't even know if they get to 24.
Yeah, but it could be more of a slugfest.
Very much a slugfest. And so I'm not sitting here saying that they put up another, 450 yards of offense.
No, but I think when the dust settles, last year they were the number one offense in football. They're going to be right there again this year.
Yeah. Jim
1,
Schwartz
2, or 3
is a really good defensive coordinator. You can say whatever you want about him as a head coach. He's a really good defensive coordinator, and he's got studs on defense.
I speculate in picks like a 20-10 type game. That's why I took the Lions to cover, and that's what I'm expecting. But it's on the table that the Lions put up 35, and the Ravens put up points on this Browns defense. If the Lions do that, where's this offense going to be? Like, how's it going to be talked about? They've scored 90 points the last 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. I know we speculated in the preseason the potential was there for greatest show on turf type production. Is that what starts getting chatted about?
Well, you've seen the numbers. Like, their 1-2 punch in the backfield is as productive as any in the history of the NFL. When you talk about St. Brown, throwing him in the mix with those two in terms of like trios and touchdowns in the same game, no one's had more. Like, you start talking about them historically, yes. And the only question was offensive line. And we've seen tremendous growth from that group in a short amount of time. And a ticket texter says we need to make sure we spotlight Hank Fraley in all of this, which, fair point. It was big to keep him in the offseason. But, yeah, I mean, that's what it sets up. And we're not saying every week's going to be a 50-burger or every week they're going to drop 35 points. Like, even with Ben Johnson a year ago, early in the season, they won a game 20-13 against Arizona. Like, there will be weeks where you don't score 35 points. But more often than not, this offense is going to hum, and it's going to be fine, even though Ben Johnson left.
And when we talk about this week, and the fact that we've seen against the Bears, against Baltimore, in Baltimore, unbelievable offensive output. This is not only the best defense, I think, in the NFL, but the reason they're the best defense is I think it's the best front seven and the best defensive line that this team will face all season long. It's a monster challenge. So what does it come down to? first of all, they have the advantage of playing at home. And now they have the advantage of, we know even more now going into the game 4, what our guys are good at and what they're not good at. And I think this offensive system that is put in place by Dan Campbell, executed by John Morton and the rest of the coaches, will be able to protect some of the players at times, also expect them to step up and make some plays at times. But they have a wide array of options to throw the ball to hand the ball off to, and creative ways to do it in every single in every single opportunity.
Text says, Ben who? I trust MCDC. He'll continue to lead this team all the way to the big game. On the flip side of things, I'm dying to see Mahogany and Ratledge against this D-line. If they put good games out there again, if they put good games back-to-back against these two, Super Bowl window is wide open.
Yeah.
These two are going to be studs. Text says, drawing conclusions either way after only 3 weeks is hilariously irresponsible.
Isn't that how we roll?
Well, sometimes.
Yeah, but I made this conclusion 6 months ago.
Yeah.
John, me and you have been lockstep since we've worked together, that this was always Dan Campbell's offense.
Yeah.
And I just feel like people weren't watching the games in detail when they sucked. That's my opinion.
Belichick's coordinators left every year. He was just fine. I mean, Nick Saban's coordinators left all the time, and he was fine. And I'm not saying Dan Campbell is those guys yet, but the point is if you have a really good, stable, quality head coach, you can absorb the loss of coordinators. Let's get to the phones. Will in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Good morning, Will.
The way Dan Campbell was perceived with his kneecap speech as this big tight end jockey guy, but what people didn't understand, he's a level 5 leader. When he fired the first coordinator, put me in there, he coached the offense. He didn't need the credit. He didn't need to say, hey, this is my offense, and it's not Ben Johnson and Jared Goff, putting into it. He's a head coach already. You're supposed to promote your coordinators. We'll be fine with Dan Campbell as head coach. I don't see we won't miss a beat without Ben Johnson.
I agree. And I think it's a great point that Dan is already the head coach. Like, there is the only way he gets elevated is he's not going to be a GM. He's not going to be anything other than a head coach. The way he gets elevated is by winning and by winning Super Bowls. He hasn't done that yet. He doesn't care if they want to say it's Kelvin Shepard and how great his defense is. If they ultimately win a Super Bowl, oh, well, it's Kelvin Shepard. Or it's John Morton and the fact that he spent a little extra time with Sean Payton out in Denver and got everything right. And Dan doesn't care. It's simply about the win.
The Lions won't and shouldn't miss Ben Johnson. I certainly don't blame him for taking a better job elsewhere. That being said, I was a junior hockey player and trying to relate to that mentality. If someone leaves and decides they don't want to be here, that's the choice they made. Replace them and don't look back. Morton is doing great. I forgot about Ben the second he walked out the door. Why do you guys do this? Why do you have to be too early on stuff? You're going to jinx them. They're going to put up 6 points this week.
Well, if it's a win 6-3, I don't care. Take it.
Hey, guys, don't have any opinions until the games are over. Let's get to Daniel and Shelby. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Really quick, I always wondered when I saw the Lions under Campbell and Johnson, who was the one going for the fourth downs. And I think that's why Troy Aikman said that he's got big onions. And I think that's what makes the difference in Campbell with that offense is his style of coaching and able to execute that. That was his. He kept that. And I think that's what makes it his team, our coach, an amazing guy.
Right. And so, Daniel, it's part of it is empowering John Morton on 3rd and 6. You don't have to have a play that gets you 7 yards. Yeah, ideally you do. But if it ends up 4th and 2, hey, call another play. We're going for it. So it changes the 3rd down play call because okay, not backed up on your own 10-yard line, but if you're at midfield, I don't have to get all of it now. I actually have, instead of 3 downs to get a first, I've got 4 downs to get a first.
Which is a huge advantage. We talk about game of inches and a play here or a play there. If you get to run four 4 plays per series and the other team's only running 3 plays per series, you have a decided advantage. The other thing, John, it lets you run it on 3rd and 6. You don't have to, but it allows you to take advantage of the defense. Yeah. If the defense presents a look, hey, it's 2 high safeties, hey, we got an extra guy in the run game, well, we can just accept a run play, and we might get all 6 yards on 3rd and 6. If the defense is crowding the box, well, yeah, we can throw for the sticks. It allows them to be more flexible, more dangerous, to take what the defense gives them because they know they've got an extra down.
And with that, play action works on 3rd down.
Right, because teams know the Lions might run it on 3rd down, so now it's even deeper.
I think one of the things we've overlooked most about Dan Gamble is it's everybody wants to brag about the headline, like that, use that name, him always going for it, and that's his reputation, and here they go, the Lions are going to do it. But I think we lose in the weeds sometimes. I think he's analytically ahead of his time in terms of actually executing and going for 4th downs by setting it up on 3rd down.
Yep.
I think it's kind of like that thing I know in high school football a lot where some coaches are always going for 2 or always onside kicking and that kind of thing. I think he's kind of the same way in that fashion where he simply believes we can't get 10 yards in 4 plays. Now, he'll be selective with field position to a degree, but I do believe he's ahead of his time in that. Like, I've always felt that about football. It's like, if you have a good offense, you should be able to get 10 yards in 4 plays.
You would think so, yeah. 2.5 yards per play.
You get the 4th down, use it.
Yeah. Again, not from your own 10, not when it's 4th and 10.
Because they have punted. They have used Jack Fox.
Yeah,
they haven't punted a lot of times. Games.
Look, they didn't last year.
And they're also not going to be perfect on 4th down. They've been very good to this point, but at some point, they're not going to convert on a 4th down, and it may put them in a bad situation.
And as a coach, he wants to dictate tempo. He wants to dictate how the game goes, and he wants to be relentless. And I think there's a relentless nature to being the coach that goes for it more than any other coach in football.
Last ticket text on this. The Lions offense looked really bad against a good defense in week 1 and looked good against bad defenses in Chicago and Baltimore, specifically Baltimore being one of the worst in the league. I need to see how they do it against another really good defense.
Okay.
I
get it.
I get it. I think you'll get it confirmation. It'll be confirmed.
I've said yes. I agree.
I know. I'm not looking at you for reassurance. I know. We're on the same page here, buddy. We've got the Cookie Jar coming up at 7:35. We got Heather's News coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel's got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boosting with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it works. Each week, we're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. It's not an opt-in on gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with an extra payout on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the app, check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer, and get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Lions fans, season is here. It's time to roar louder than ever before. Let out your roar for the 2025 season and do it with the ultimate way to celebrate 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila. It's back as the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings that smooth, bold flavor to every moment. So, sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo, 1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly. Get to the cookie jar at 7:35. Some Friday fun. We got Heather's News right around the corner. Wrapping up our conversation about the Lions. Can we admit they're not going to miss Ben Johnson? You got the Browns coming up this weekend. Good defense. Are you willing to say it before you even see Sunday? Texter says, I think people are going to find out that week 1 was rust and they're going to stomp people. That's Roy in Clarkston. Everyone keeps saying Baltimore's defense is terrible, but they've also played 2 of the best offenses in the league in the Lions and the Bills. They're probably at least an average defensive team. I think they might be even more than an average defense when all is said and done. Tex says, I know going into this weekend, people are going to point to the Browns beating the Packers, but I'm not sold on the Packers' offense. It doesn't look special. I think Jacobs is washed. Tucker Kraft isn't going to be open all season long. And one more. This is 100% Campbell's offense. It just facilitates through Morton. Campbell calls the game-winning 4th down pass against Baltimore. Benedict Johnson, who?
Well, I don't know I don't know who that play call came from, but I do know on 4th down, Dan's going to be the one that says, go for it or punt.
Correct.
He's going to be the one that has to answer all the questions as to why it went well or why it didn't go well. Why did you make that decision?
Because let's say Morton, with the headset on, goes, here's the play call.
Yeah, quarterback sneak.
And Dan goes, absolutely not. It's 4th and 3.
We did see a quarterback sneak from Jared Goff.
I know, but it wasn't 3 yards. Yeah, if Morton calls in some kind of crazy junk, Campbell's going, hold on. But you're right. It's whether he calls it explicitly or not, he's giving the green light to, hey, Goff, I want you to go play action, shot down the field to St. Brown.
It's all going to go through him. Timeouts go through him. Everything that game management, clock management, when to go for it on 4th down, what to do, all of those things, all go through Dan Campbell. And it may not be, like you had mentioned, the play call. He'll have veto power. But if something comes in, he's like, yeah, I like that one. Go for it.
Yeah. And again, this week, they might not drop 50, 40, even 30 points. Last year, they had some weeks where they scored 20 and 24. The offense, though, has looked better this year than it did last year.
And part of it is not just the offense looking good. It's the defense getting the ball back. And getting the ball. No, okay, we can't say they got the ball back in advantageous field position every time because the Lions ended up going 98 yards and 95 yards. But that's part of being a good offense is knowing that you're going to get the ball back and you're not going to be playing from 2 touchdowns down.
Right. 248-539-9797. The other thing, and we opened the show talking about it, the Tigers picked up a win last night, a much-needed win. Rejoice. The streak is over. Detroit still has work to do to make the playoffs. Magic numbers 2 with 3 to go. Any combination of Tiger wins and Astro losses get Detroit in the playoffs. The division is also not over, although, look, they're going to need some help there. Cleveland has the tiebreaker. What we're watching for now is when does Detroit clinch? If Detroit clinches early, then you set Scooble up for the playoffs. Yep. Even at the expense of winning the division and home playoff games, there's no bye on the line. You need Scooble for game 1 of the playoffs, whether it's home, road, Mars, or the moon. You would hold him off once you clinch, if you clinch. And if you need him, of course he's going to take them on this weekend.
If the division is always important. Don't get me wrong. And this is not, pitch Scooble to win the division. They had ample opportunity to take care of that. That ship has sailed. Now it's simply about how do we set ourselves up best when we do make the playoffs to be successful in the playoffs. And the best path is that you get maximum performance by Skubal in the playoffs. And it's not setting it up so he pitches on Sunday and then doesn't pitch until game 3, which you might not see in that first 3-game series.
And a best of 3. You're absolutely right. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this is fascinating, you guys. Back in January, Cardi B revealed that she got a piercing, a butt crack piercing.
Oh!
Yeah.
Ow!
Well, no, not for her. And I'll get to that part later. $13,000. She didn't go with those lab-grown diamonds. She went with some real diamonds. But then, unfortunately...
So where in the butt crack is it?
So she did have there's a photo. You can check it out. But
I'd rather not, but I'll go with your word.
It's up near the top of...
Yeah, I like the demonstration.
Yeah, and it's like it looks like a belly button ring.
Right at the top of her
right
crack.
At the top of right there. So I guess if you wore super low.
Is this something that is
popular
or becoming popular? I've not heard of the. Yeah,
so I've never heard of a butt crack piercing. Didn't know it even existed until now because I don't follow her on social media. She did post about it back in January, but she was recently on the Call Her Daddy podcast, and she revealed that about a month later, she lost it down the toilet. Yep, right
Very
there.
Cringy.
Now, she actually also revealed that this piercing didn't hurt her at all because she, at one point, got a reduction surgery.
Oh, a booty reduction.
Yes, and that part of her butt is apparently numb. Couldn't even feel it.
Huh.
She was asked if she was going to get it redone. She said, nah, just not in the mood anymore to have that piercing. So she hasn't re-pierced said booty.
Oh, so is that similar to the tattoo in the general area?
Well, this is even lower than that.
Yeah.
I think this is what you're looking at.
Oh, he's showing you there. There's the piercing. You didn't want to see it. Now you saw it.
Yeah. I mean, so.
Yeah, she's got the tattoo. So.
How do you? I mean, there's got to be some concerns about keeping it unclogged. Yeah.
It's pretty high. It's not like down that low. But yeah, I mean, I would imagine she
is careful when she.
Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't even be an issue up there. I mean, if you got issues up there, you're doing something wrong.
Or you've had an accident.
Yeah, there's something else going on. Speaking of Cardi B, she is coming to Little Caesars Arena next year. Yeah, so you can go see her as part of her Little Miss Drama Tour. She'll be here to perform on Sunday, March 15th. Tickets are on sale now. Speaking of concerts, Zach Bryan and Michigan Stadium are expected to make history this weekend. So when Bryan steps on stage Saturday night in Ann Arbor, he'll be greeted by a crowd expected to number more than 112,000, which will set an all-time record for U.S. concert attendance outside of festivals. So pretty darn cool. And not only that, there's another milestone as well. It's going to be the first ever concert at the Big House. So history will be made one way or the other, whether the attendance surpasses that or not, but the first concert ever. So it's kind of cool. He'll be joined by John Mayer, other performers as well. Let's see. Novi schools are back open today after a water main break in the city. 4 schools to close on Thursday. I know your son, John, will be back at school today, unfortunately to him.
Yeah.
Bad news to wake up to. But the superintendent says that the water pressure has been restored. The water, the toilets are all working properly. The superintendent did note that the schools will have water on hand at each building for students to drink because there is still that boil water advisory going on. Crews successfully isolated the break. They're going to be continuing to work on the repairs today. The water advisory is in effect for Walled Lake, also parts of Novi. And then there's also an outdoor watering ban in West Bloomfield.
Oh, okay.
So
yep, makes
keep
sense.
those sprinklers off.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, Leonardo DiCaprio made this rare appearance on the New Heights podcast, and he was there to promote his new movie. It actually comes out today in theaters. It's called One Battle After Another. And during this interview, he shared that he almost went by a different name early in his career. Lenny Williams doesn't have the same ring. It's more better fitted for like a country singer, maybe.
Sure. I couldn't picture him as Lenny Williams.
Yeah.
What's wrong with a good Italian name?
No. Yeah, I mean, he's probably bolognese every day.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the cookie jar. I don't have anything about butt diamonds, but we'll have fun anyway. It's 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans. Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today, only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. One gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
It's the Cookie Jar, brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. Got questions? I need answers. Do you feel bad for the Browns franchise?
I don't understand the question. Why would I feel bad that they made a decision to trade for a guy that has a serial issue to be their quarterback and then pay him a record sum and have not been able to get any production from him? I mean, I don't understand the question.
It's more of a, hey, do you feel like a shared kinship, Midwest losers historically?
Oh, they're the AFC version of the Lions?
Yeah. So, do you relate? Do you feel bad?
No, it's Cleveland. It's Ohio.
I guess I should have known what your answer would be. Heather, do you feel bad for the Browns?
Of course not, because I know nothing about the Browns. Why would I feel bad for them?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
They're the Browns.
No.
Tom?
Absolutely not. John nailed it with the Watson thing, but you know what? When you have bad ownership, you get what you deserve.
Yeah.
Get in line, buddy. Plenty of teams that have had it tough.
Mm-hmm. I don't feel bad for them either. I just want to know if anybody would say it.
Do you think anybody ever felt bad for the Lions?
Exactly. All right, pick one. You got two choices for this weekend. The Lions lose on Sunday or the Tigers get swept.
Tigers get swept. They could still make it in even if they get swept. And the Lions lose Sunday. I don't want to lose to anyone from Ohio.
I'm going with the Tigers, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's again, it doesn't seem like a hard conversation.
Which one will have a bigger impact on me?
Oh, your household?
Oh,
Yeah.
Confrontational Colin.
Yeah.
Grumpy Colin.
I don't want the Lions to
Someone
lose.
wants that.
I'd rather have the Tigers get swept.
I'd rather have the Tigers get swept.
I'd rather the Lions lose. The playoffs are on the line this weekend. The playoffs aren't on the line for the Lions. I don't want them to lose, but if they do, they'll be fine.
Every game
if
matters.
the Tigers get swept, they might not be
The
fine.
Lions can win a Super Bowl. The Tigers can't win the World
The
Series.
Lions could lose this week and win the Super Bowl.
Okay, but I get that. I want the Lions to start sailing here.
All right.
My life is much easier on Monday if the Lions win on Sunday.
Okay. Best vehicle for a breakfast sandwich. I'm talking bagels, biscuits, croissants, English muffin. What is the best vehicle for your breakfast sandwich?
Oh, I don't even think this is close. I mean, the biscuit can be great, but the biscuit is more you deconstruct that one and you put a little butter and jam on the biscuit, and so it's not the vehicle. It's more vehicle for butter and jam.
Mm-hmm.
Croissant, blah. English muffin is all right, but the bagel is by far the best because it's the biggest. It holds the most.
What kind of bagel?
Well, I'd go with a cheddar jalapeno on top, and then
Not plain.
No, I know I'm a plain guy, but no. And the best breakfast sandwich is that bagel with a thick layer of cream cheese, a couple of sausage patties, an egg, and then you put some American cheese, some more jalapenos on that, and then a little bit more cream cheese.
He said breast.
He did.
I did. Yeah.
I'm going to go with the one that you said, to. A bagel sandwich is great.
Yeah, croissants are for girls.
A croissant is going to be
exactly.
my choice.
Thank you,
A
Heather.
croissant, yeah, for
Let's
girls.
get the proper pronunciation
Yes.
here.
It's for girls?
Yeah.
That's a weird take, but okay.
That's a poll question.
Yeah.
Are croissants for girls?
Yeah.
Sure, throw it up.
Or the French.
I will eat croissants, just the croissant, nothing on it, nothing cut or
Just
nothing.
the croissant. Jeez, Pete.
No bad answers here, in my opinion, but I will go with the bagel.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a little weird here because I love bagels, but I'm just not the biggest fan of a bagel sandwich. I don't know what it is. It's just some weird oddity with me.
You know what it is for me? It's when you have the bagel sandwich and you go to bite into it, because the bagel is tougher, all your insides just
Oh, it starts oozing
Oozing
out.
out.
Oh,
Or
it's
it oozes up the
perfect.
middle.
Yeah, I know.
I do. I think the question here, the best vehicle, is I think the English muffin is.
No.
McDonald's uses them.
They do, and it's
which
fine.
instantly eliminates them.
The answer is bagel,
Yeah.
and I would go with an everything bagel.
Of course you would.
Not big on the poppy seeds because they get in
No.
the teeth.
Yeah.
I like them, but
There's too much going on there.
When do the shorts get put away?
So I would say never. I will wear shorts.
You're a winter shorts guy?
Oh, absolutely. I'm a
add
winter
them to my
shorts.
list.
A winter shorts guy. Yeah. Hey, yeah. I know the reasons that Heather hates John. Winter shorts guy, and I will wear my flip flops in the middle of winter
Oh,
too.
you would.
Yes. There is absolutely no wrong time unless you're going to work, to wear shorts.
For me, it's probably like Labor Day. Put them away.
Oh, yeah, along with all the white.
This is pretty fluid. I'm probably going to wear shorts this weekend. Going to be a little warm. So when we start getting sub 70 consistently, that's when they'll be put away.
Yeah, I guess in public. I mean, I'll wear them at home in the house and stuff in the winter. But out in public, it's pretty much what Greg said. There's that raw October 21st type, in October with the wind and the leaves are flying everywhere. That's when I'm not going in public anymore.
Yeah, Labor Day traditionally, it's been a hotter September, but I don't even think I've worn shorts this month.
No.
Not at home?
I mean, like to go to the gym to work out. Yeah, but
we've
not at
seen
home.
your legs. We know why.
When do the Halloween decorations start going out?
So inside, they go out mid-September. Outside, not till October 1.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I got to show you some pictures of our house.
Oh, you got some inflatables?
Heck no, but it's super spooky.
Do you have that skeleton, that like giant?
The giant
obnoxious...
skeleton? No, because and I've seen the giant skeleton in some yards.
The huge one?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
it's
like 12 feet tall. I've seen it obviously at all the the Home Depot and Lowe's and all that stuff. The problem I would have with that is, where in the hell are you going to store that for the other 11 months out of the year?
John can't stand having someone taller than him in the house.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple in our neighborhood and in Plymouth that they put the Aiden Hutchinson jersey on the tall skeleton.
They dress them up, and the problem is, because some people don't have anywhere to store them, they leave them up almost all year round, and then they decorate them for each holiday.
Right, yeah.
It's the Christmas
Put
skeleton.
those people on my list too.
Yeah. Here's the Valentine skeleton.
Tom, you want to give us the Irish skeleton impression?
No, I don't. I'm not ready for that this morning.
So
September 2nd, decorations inside go up. We did our yard. It's different now that we have kids because Emily is super pumped for Halloween this year. So we did the outside earlier. We had those up probably mid-September. And she's so excited.
Just regular pumpkins count as Halloween decorations?
No, that's fall.
Fall? Okay.
Yeah.
So we haven't done the pumpkins yet either, and obviously we're not going to carve them until we get closer to Halloween, but we're waiting until October 1 to put any of our Halloween decorations out.
Like, I don't think, in the last couple of years, I just don't think it's been worth the effort to put the Halloween decorations out. So I will do a jack-o'-lantern, but I've usually done that day of. I've done that on Halloween morning.
Yeah, I'm October 1st like John. It's just a month. Anything more than a month is just too much.
Months have their holiday. Christmas stuff should go out in December. Heather's shaking her head no.
Nope.
Halloween stuff should go out in October. Yes, October 1st. Last question. This weekend is National Ghost Hunting Day. Do you believe in ghosts?
Nope.
No, I don't, but I'd like to. Like, I think I've said it before. Like, come scare me, ghosts. Like,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Bring it on.
No, I don't believe in ghosts. I have no reason to, but give me a reason, and maybe I'd change my mind.
Where do ghosts come from? Like, is there like a parallel universe
Yeah,
where
they're
there's
just
ghosts?
like in limbo, I guess.
The purgatory?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a flat Earth take.
Belief is a choice, Heather. You can choose to believe that now if you'd like. In a Patrick Swayze situation, no, not like there's an invisible ghost behind you, Jim, that no one can see. No, I don't believe. I believe there might be some kind of spirituality, another realm, something like that. But they're not like walking the earth or floating the earth,
scaring us.
Yes. No. And when I hear voices, they're just the voices in my head. There's not a ghost behind me whispering to me.
I have the same take I do with aliens. Where's the picture? At all this time and place, with all the amount of available cameras with phones now, there's never been a ghost or an alien caught on camera.
What about Bigfoot? Same thing.
No, exactly. Yeah. People want to believe. You nailed it with your take there, Heather. There's an imagination to wanting these things to exist. In reality, they don't.
Yeah.
Look, the universe is vast enough. There could be life somewhere, and that would be an alien. I don't believe in ghosts. I do believe in hauntings. Shout out Scott Harris.
Oh,
that is the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. Maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. I answer that question every time. Who doesn't? Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be, with over 600 horsepower and it comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. If you want for more information, visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
Bunch of ticket texts on the cookie jar. We are going to get back into the Tigers top of the hour. They won last night. How much does it change? Are people buying back in? There's still a lot of work left to be done. Thomas said this is a two-sided sheet of text, so let's get into it. Ticket text says, I feel bad for Cleveland's defense because they're usually good, but they're always put in bad positions by their offense over the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was going to say, I feel bad for Cleveland because I got to face the Lions this week.
Yeah.
But no, there's really not a lot of love lost. Ticket texter says, now I'm picturing Patrick Swayze whispering smarmy things into Cookie's ears while he makes a clay pot. Not good, guys. Scott and Carlton.
That would be a good meme, like to go along with the Lions Kool-Aid meme that you have you put up when they're cooking.
Yeah.
Like, the second one would be the clay. When the Lions offense is cooking, you're just
put your face on Demi Moore's body.
oh.
We didn't have to go there.
Patrick Swayze snuggled up to you.
Guys, Halloween decorations? I've got some jerk down the street that has Christmas lights up already and they're turned on.
Ooh.
Are they turned on like with Christmas colors? Like it's the Christmas lights?
I'm assuming,
Yeah, you're not going to go swap out the orange and
we bought
black
these,
light
Do you have
bulbs.
smart lights where you can change the colors?
You can change the
Yeah.
colors. So we put some up for Halloween and they're orange and purple,
Yeah.
but we can change them to
Red and
white
green.
or red and green or
Yeah.
just red or just green. But if they're already Christmas colors, that's too early.
Way too early.
I'm a store manager for Home Depot, and people leave that skeleton up through Christmas, and we make a Husky tote specifically for the 12-foot skeleton. Where do you put it? This one says, John, I put my 12-inch skeleton or 12-foot skeleton in the 12-foot barn. Duh.
Yeah, well, yeah.
If you have the...
Why don't you brag a little bit more?
No kidding. This one says, on breakfast, I agree with John on the breakfast sandwich vehicle. Bagel is the best choice. It's the sturdiest. My favorite breakfast sandwich, sausage, egg, sharp cheddar cheese, onion, and chipotle mayo.
Yeah, the chipotle mayo could do without that, but the rest of it, yeah.
Biscuits over bagels, bacon over sausage, butter over nasty cream cheese.
Well, why not both?
How is cream cheese nasty?
Cream cheese is amazing.
I know.
Cream
Y'all
cheese
never
is-
had a McGriddle?
I've had a McGriddle,
we did
yeah.
a Twitch comment. We left that out. The like.
Okay, it's very
maple
specific,
griddle.
yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not going to make a maple pancake, and it's too much effort at home.
It's
yes.
a lot to make your breakfast sandwich.
Homemade
that way.
biscuits now, I mean, that's a game changer, but I'd still go with the bagel.
Says we missed one. The tortilla, the breakfast burrito.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's kind of a different class. It's not a breakfast sandwich.
I'll allow it. It wouldn't be my choice even if I allowed the
Oh,
tortilla.
you'll allow it. Okay.
I'm the guy with the cookie jar. I'll allow it.
It's your world.
There was a lot of off-air discussion about croissants when the mics went off.
Yeah, croissants are disgusting.
No, they're not. If they're
They're
stale, they're not good.
Just
But if you have a fresh croissant that's like buttery and they're so good.
Have you had the chocolate croissants, John? Because that
I'm
helps.
sure I've had a croissant, which is why I can say I don't like it. I've had the chocolate croissant and they're okay. Sure, you put chocolate in anything and it's going to be yummy.
A stale
Why don't you
croissant.
fry it at the same time and make it even better?
No.
I get what you're saying because a stale croissant might be the worst of the
Sure.
bunch. But like a
They're
fresh,
just dry.
flaky, buttery.
When I traveled and went to Switzerland,
The crumbs all
I
over the place.
lived on croissants. They're so good.
You are the right gender for a croissant.
That's such a bizarre take. I don't understand that one.
Especially
but
if you call it, can I have a croissant?
I don't call it that, but I was
Yeah,
just
go up to the counter. Can you imagine me going up to the counter? Can I have that breakfast sandwich? Can I have it on a croissant?
with that face. Exactly. You got to do it like that too.
This is like Stoney's ranch dressing take.
What was this? The only
The
women.
storming the
Yeah.
court take as well.
Yeah.
Women can't do that.
A real man
Can't
would
do
be a
that. Can't do
croissant.
that in women's sports. That's
Whatever
that's
it
what his
was.
take
That's
was.
That's what
yes.
it was.
What a stupid take. Why does it always come back to him?
Because he did this
Yeah.
format forever. He's the
Well,
godfather.
yeah, but because we'd also, if we got into the whole croissant, then he would start speaking in French.
He would, but obviously
He would use
he-
Montreal Canadiens goal bit.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
obviously he would pick bagels.
Yeah, then it would all devolve into tennis on the radio. It's just my
It's actually pretty good.
He's cracking himself up.
Hey, you can't laugh at your own jokes. They're only meant for one. That's me.
Got it. Couple more on the shorts. You said it's all year round.
Yeah. Make sure we pronounce that correctly. Shorts, right? Not jorts.
Did I say jorts?
No, it kind of sounded a little bit close
okay.
to jorts.
Shorts.
Yeah. Jorts are for summer only.
Hold on.
Heather, what would
jorts? Is that like a French jort? The jorts?
No, this is the
jean shorts.
Yeah, you don't know what jorts are?
I know what jorts are.
What's for honor?
That's what I just said.
No, but I thought you said it with like a jort. Like you said it
No,
like,
I was still in coming off my
French.
croissant.
Yes. I know what jorts are, and you shouldn't wear them. But anyway, this says, I love shorts with long sleeve golf. Zip up around mid-October when it's 55 and sunny out.
Sure.
Shorts aren't getting put away yet.
No.
Heather, what would offend you more? Like you're in a grocery store and you got John wearing shorts, T-shirt, and flip-flops in January,
Okay.
or the person that still keeps on their pajamas?
Pajama pant guy is far worse than short guy.
Okay.
I agree.
All right.
You knew where I was going.
I did. I knew exactly where you were going.
Have a little self-respect.
Where are you going with that?
I knew that he was going to say pajama pant guy.
Oh,
I
okay.
just knew that's where he was headed. And they're always the worst.
Yeah. I mean, dudes don't wear pajama pants anyway.
But now you
wear
there's
shorts.
no
They do.
excuse.
No.
You have, yes, they do. Oh, I've seen them. But you have sweatpants now. Like, there's no excuse to wear pajama pants out in public. Just throw on a pair of sweatpants.
Or in private. Pajama pants?
Pajama pants can be worn in.
Dudes
In
wear
home?
shorts or they wear
Boxers.
sweatpants or boxers, but they don't wear pajama pants.
So dudes can't wear pajama pants and they can't eat croissants.
Croissants.
Only for the girls, apparently.
Yes.
Wild.
So are jorts. And I agree on
Well,
that
I
one.
agree with that. Yeah, yeah. The short shorts.
And the last one says, did the Cookie Monster miss leg day?
Yeah, yeah.
I
Well,
didn't realize I was being judged for my
your chicken legs.
weak calf muscles or whatever you're looking at.
All right, now we just got this
toothpicks?
text came in.
Yeah.
The jorts are now in style. I wore them.
No.
I wore them to the Lions game last week, or the Bears game.
Signed Susie.
She didn't sign it.
Okay, but
I don't think
we
it's a
can
good look
assume.
for men or women, the jorts.
You don't like jean shorts on a female?
Oh wow, you need to
Really?
go to a country concert.
jorts
What?
are just
Wow.
cringy.
Wait,
whoa,
wait,
whoa.
wait.
Jean shorts with some cowboy
What
boots.
are you talking about?
Oh, no, you're talking about like the short.
I'm talking about jean shorts. Like
Yeah, I mean it could be. They
pretty
could,
much
I
all
would
of my
prefer
shorts are
them
jean
shorter,
shorts.
but
You got cheekage.
I'm picturing like John
Depends on
Cena
the cheeks.
jorts. Like nobody, you should be doing like the like awkward middle ground. Like
yeah, I don't want to see your butt crack piercing.
No, we're not saying, Jim, the woman that wears jean shorts and they like roll them up like 3 inches above their knees. No, those are awful, right,
talking
Heather? We're talking
yes,
about
like
Daisy
regular
Dukes.
yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I was picturing like John Cena jorts.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
And they
you.
have to have fray, right?
You have a
They
little
don't
bit, yeah.
have to, but most of
No,
them
they should.
do.
They should.
It depends the look you're going for. The non-fray is a little bit more professional. Well, I have some that like roll. They don't have. They're
Okay.
like rolled up at the.
What do you think, Luke?
Fray.
Funny timing here. I'm actually going to be in a pair of jorts tomorrow that I handcrafted this past week. I took an old pair of jeans.
Is he the
used
guy
a pair,
who texted
Used
in?
a pair of scissors. You know, just cut them a little bit above the knee. I'm going to the Zach Bryan concert at Michigan Stadium tomorrow. I'm going to be part of that record-breaking crowd.
Okay.
I figured jorts for the occasion, so I handcrafted some myself, and this is great timing. I'm very pro jorts. Very pro jorts.
There's more text coming in saying jorts are back in
What
style.
is happening?
Yes, very much
Dude.
so.
Signed a 34-year-old dude.
I'm sorry.
Jorts are back in style.
I'm sorry. I hate to do this in person, but no.
As a member of Generation Z here, I can confirm that they're very much back in style for like your 20 to 25-year-old types like
Take
myself.
them away. Do not bring them back.
Yeah, not for
What?
dudes.
First thing I Google, jorts back in style. Yes, jorts are back. No. Leave
Shorts,
them.
too. It has to be well above the knee for men. If you wear it below the knee,
Well
it's-
above
Yes,
the knee,
well
so
above
you're
the knee.
going shorts.
I wouldn't necessarily call them short shorts, but they'll be like mid-thigh, perhaps.
So you
No.
sit down and wow.
Says you guys are
Will you
not
bring
up
in
on
a picture
style.
next week?
Yes,
Okay,
done.
thank you.
Done. There'll be photographic evidence of this.
Okay, it's funny though. I'm looking at this article. Oh, there's for men. No, what is this? You stop this. Do not bring this. Do not bring this back. God.
At least get a hemmed pair.
Plus, you can wear them
no.
with tennis shoes, boots, anything looks good with them.
If
Very
you wear
versatile.
boots with your jorts.
Anything
I need a
looks
picture.
good
Come
with
on.
them?
Are your
have a-
legs tanned? Or are they like?
I guess it depends on who you're standing next to.
I play plenty of golf, so I'll have.
Text comes in. Trends come and go, but jorts are forever. Guys, we're getting a lot of jorts love on the ticket text. Look, we're not going to let it hijack the show, but I am stunned and kind of curious about why this is happening. We're going to talk about the Tigers next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. At the Ryder Cup this morning at Bethpage Black, Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas are one up right now for the Americans through 3 holes against John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. Russell Henley and Scotty Scheffler all square with Matt Fitzpatrick and Ludwig Oberg. Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood, a strong European pairing this morning. They're one up right now on Harris English and Colin Morikawa. The 8-game losing streak is over for the Tigers. Their playoff chances also greatly improved after a 4-2 win over the Guardians last night. A quick start helped Jahmai Jones to lead off the ballgame. Dan Dickerson on the call there right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Wensiel Perez also had a first-inning home run. Riley Green hit his 36 in the fourth, too. Tigers and Guardians both now 86 and 73, but Cleveland's still in first place because they have the tiebreaker. Tigers have a 1-game lead over the Astros for the final wildcard spot, plus the tiebreaker with Houston, so essentially a couple games up, which means that one win in Boston this weekend clinches them the playoffs. Red Wings 2-0 in the preseason now after a 5-2 win over the Sabres at Little Caesars Arena last night. Dylan Larkin, Mo Sider, and Andrew Kopp all found the back of the net. Wings have got their first road preseason game at the Penguins tonight. Jason Myers, his 52-yard field goal as the clock expired, delivered to the Seahawks a 23-20 win over the Cardinals on Thursday Night Football last night. Seattle now 3-1 on the young season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ticket texts are flooding in. We're going to get to the Tigers here in a second. The 1980s called and said, no, please don't bring back jean shorts for guys. Daisy Dukes for men are absolutely in style, signed Charles and Redford.
Daisy Dukes?
That's what the text says.
No, come on. Daisy Dukes never went out of style.
He said
Yeah,
for
for
men.
men.
For men? For men? Whoa,
For
whoa,
men,
whoa.
he said.
Daisy Dukes were never in style, and they're not coming back because they weren't here.
Who is this guy speaking, and why is he telling us to wear nut hugger jorts?
Yeah, I mean, come on, no. It would have to be a hefty sum for me to walk out of the house in the morning with jorts on.
And boots.
And boots? No. I mean, no.
Boots halfway up your calves.
I'd have to kick my own ass at that point.
Thigh high shorts. I gotta tell you, when we do, you're gonna do a guarantee. That's the result if you don't. Your guarantee doesn't come through. It's like shooting the boot.
Yeah, I gotta wear
Shorten the boot.
Text says, you guys are what's wrong with this country. Judging about shorts? Who cares who's wearing them? Pajama pants in public? Maybe they had to make an emergency. Y'all suck, especially John. Very judgy.
Almost spit out your Red Bull.
Very judgy.
all caps, very
judgy. Yes, I will judge. Like if you want to run out in your pajama pants,
Like the plaid pajama pants with the
then
drawstring.
so be it. I mean, first of all, wearing them in the first place. I wear them once a year because it's Christmas pajamas, and I feel weird putting them on. But that's the only time I ever wear them. Do what you want to do, but jean shorts, no, absolutely not.
Could you imagine doing this job if we didn't judge anything?
Right? Yes. Yeah.
How are the Tigers doing? Well, it's not my place to judge.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the game this week? Lions and Browns.
I don't know.
I wouldn't
We'll
want to
see how
judge
it
them. I'll just let the game happen. And we have opinions, and so do you guys, by the way. It's the whole format. Call in. What do you think?
I just can't imagine a dude wearing Daisy Dukes. Like, that's another level of no.
I can't believe this is phrased this way, but it says, yes, they're in style. Hoochie Daddy shorts are the move. It's peak male fashion.
Hoochie Daddy move.
Like, where are these people hanging out? I've yet to see.
Apparently at a Zach Bryan concert.
Yeah, I mean, I have. I
I'm
don't
not
know
going,
if I've
so I
ever
guess
seen
I
a
won't.
man
Yeah.
legitimately wear jorts. Definitely not Daisy Dukes. Like
Right. Ew.
maybe for Halloween. Like,
Like, it sounds so uncomfortable just to sit down.
where are you people? Like, where are you
Yeah.
hanging out? What is this?
Look, if people call in and take a text in, we'll keep the conversation rolling. I also do want to talk about the Tigers, who finally won a baseball game. Can we
What's
talk?
the better conversation?
How about this? We'll let the people decide. We got open lines. You want to talk jorts and argue for or against,
Yeah.
and what's going on with the Gen Z kids?
Hey, maybe
Go
that's
for it.
Maybe that's the fashion that they need to show up to, I don't know, create a little like excitement.
I think it would do the exact
Opposite. Yeah, I mean, ugh. Looking up in the crowd and seeing a bunch of dudes in jorts. Daisy Dukes.
This one says jorts are a haunting look. Signed, Scott.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On the subject of jorts, we have from Steve.
Can you imagine if Cookies walked in here in a pair of Daisy Duke jorts?
Just they're like cut up. Just do a Luke
I'm out. I'm out.
Just cut them right here. Just go, hey guys,
Half
they're in
button
now.
disco shirt and glasses.
Oh gosh. Hey, picks coming up at 8:35.
The problem is now I have the visual.
I could see him doing it. That's the thing.
John, do you see what's on hold right now? Read that. What's the subject?
Oh. It says, Hoochie Daddy shorts are awesome.
Brett?
Please, Brett, explain this to me. I'm confused.
Listen, it's the new fashion. Everybody's wearing Hoochie Daddy shorts. Nike makes everything short. They're like a 7-inch MC. Everybody's wearing Hoochie Daddy shorts. I wear them. I have like 10 colors of different Nike shorts that are Hoochie Daddy shorts. They come up to about the mid-size.
Okay.
It's the new fashion.
They're not
thing
jeans,
going.
though, are they?
No, they're like more like a nylon. They're not the Daisy Dukes from the Dukes of Hazzard. They're
Okay.
not short shorts and blue jeans. They're like a nylon design,
Sure.
so
I
Yeah.
can,
That's a whole different conversation. If you got a pair of khaki shorter shorts,
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
7-inch
But
inseams. I
those
know what you're
too.
talking about.
No,
Yeah.
No, definitely not wearing no blue jeans. Definitely
Okay.
not wearing
Okay,
the Daisy
good.
Dukes.
Okay.
All right.
Absolutely not. But also though, jean shorts are also making a huge comeback. Not the short shorts, but regular jean shorts, like fashionably cut, sprayed with the holes in them. Jean shorts are absolutely. Maybe it's a cultural thing too. But like jean shorts are absolutely in style. And remember back in the 90s, the early 2000s, jean shorts were everywhere. I had tons of jeans. Me and Heather, we're like the same age. Jean shorts was absolutely a thing when we were in high school. I had vests, Nautica, the bow, polo, jean shorts, everything. So they're all making a comeback right now.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'll
don't
give you an
mind these
example.
ones. I literally Googled Hoochie Daddy shorts.
So
and they came up on the right man. Those can be just fine.
right, yeah, I'm not the right man. No.
I don't mind these.
So, but it's different if they're not jeans.
Right, I agree.
yes.
Yes.
The material has
If
to
they're
be.
like that khaki
I think
or
there
that.
are two things that a dude should never be seen in. And that is obviously the Daisy Duke jean shorts. That's certainly and skinny jeans.
Oh.
I just don't think dudes should ever be in either of those.
So you would not be part of this movement, John, as it was texted in. # supply the thigh.
Supply the thigh. No. No.
What's that movement? Just
I don't know.
off
Show
the
more
thigh?
that's all
thigh.
it's
I mean, if
Yeah.
you've got good thighs, show them off. Sure. But not a lot of people do.
No.
Although women wear it, why can't men? Go for it. Wear what you want. I mean, women wear short shorts, and most of us don't have thighs to show off. So
yeah, but you shave your legs for the most part.
Yes.
I mean the hairy leg thing. Can you imagine the Sasquatch wearing the jorts? Like that's just a bad. Ew.
Not all men have super hairy legs.
No, I don't have a lot of hair on my legs, but I just don't think I would.
I don't know if I can get behind the jean shorts for men, but wear whatever you want.
Greg in Royal Oak. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Last weekend, I played tennis with my girlfriend, and I busted out the old pair of Nike denim shorts that Andre Agassi used to wear. I'm talking mid to early 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Nut huggers. I may as well played in a banana hammock or a thong. Seriously. It was ridiculous. I wore it because it's so ridiculous. Hilarious.
Yeah, the basically like a 5-inch inseam or shorter.
Yes.
Did it have the was it two-tone like red with like a blue
no, they're blue.
piping?
They were like blue and white, like stonewashed, but it had the Nike swoosh on it, so it made it all right.
That's what makes it all right. Greg, you're awesome.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Thanks,
yes.
Greg.
Yeah, the things you do for your significant other.
Post Malone wears jorts. Daisy Dukes for men are called Davy Dukes.
Are they?
I don't know if he made that up or if that's real. 2 generations wear jorts, boomers and zoomers. And they're what's wrong with this country.
Sure.
Gen Z thinks they're funny and original by bringing back white trash fashion. Boys have terrible Joe Dirt mullets and mustaches right now, too. It's cringe.
So, I mean, Tate Ratledge does a great job of pulling off the mullet.
Do you think he's also going to jump on board
I don't think he's going to jump on board the short, jean short.
The hoochie daddy.
The hoochie daddy. Yeah.
Short,
no, there are certain body
Davy
types,
Duke.
and I hang around a lot of big people, and I don't think any of them would wear the Daisy Duke or the Davy Dukes.
Believe it or not, there are more people who want to call about this. I do think we should squeeze in some Tiger talk next, too. So we'll update people on where the Tigers stand after the win last night. It's 97-1.
Football is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have, Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in the convenient variety 8-packs. Now, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, no bubbles, no troubles, zero carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Needed it. 2 batters later, they got another home run and a win. Definitely needed that. The sound you're hearing is the collective sigh. Exhale. Job's not done. Magic numbers 2 to make the playoffs. 3 games to go. And I think there's an interesting shift now strategically. Skubal's waiting to pitch this weekend if they need him. Mm-hmm. They could clinch tonight with a win and an Astros loss. They could also clinch Saturday. I don't think you go all out to win the division at the expense of losing Skubal for game 1 of the playoffs. Priority 1 is make the playoffs. Priority 2 is I don't care if it's home, road, Mars, the moon, Skubal's throwing game 1. And I know it'd be great for the city to have home playoff games. I'm sure financially the team would love to have home playoff games. It's more important to win playoff games.
Yeah.
You put your best foot forward. Ideally, you save Skubal and don't pitch him this weekend.
Agree.
All right, what do people really want to hear about? This one says the people want to talk jorts. Leave the Tigers out of the convo, Cookies.
I cannot believe that this has become this big of a conversation and that we had one of our coworkers walk in here and pronounce that he took a pair of jeans, cut them off, and is going to wear them.
Made his own.
Handcrafted, yeah.
Luke Sloan on the updates. Jorts, no, but I never stopped the cargo shorts. Jorts are considered formal wear in Ohio. Signed Eric in Traverse City. I can't wear the 7-inch jorts because, signed David Hull. Good morning, David. Please stop talking fashion. John is so old he gets upset when he sees women wearing pants.
No, that's not it at all.
Someone did make fun of you. They said, who are you to talk about fashion? You went to a school where you wore corn as a color.
Ha ha.
Ha ha. Shane, Farmington Hills.
Way to kill the conversation.
Shane will keep it going. Shane, what's up?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
What's up?
This is Beaver Me Shane, and coincidentally, I'm calling while I'm driving on Big Beaver Road.
Hey, all right. Just get off of the exit.
Yeah. Now, I kind of want to either keep or retain my manlyhood with you guys. I am actually wearing a pair of jean shorts right now, but they're not denim. They're not the blue color. They are black, but I bought them because of work. I need like a tough, durable material that can handle this type of chemical that I use throughout the day. And I've had like a pair of khaki shorts, but when I put that material through the washer, after that, the chemicals get on the washer, it just eats up the fabric, and so. But I mean, as soon as I go home, these jeans come off immediately. I'm not doing anything else.
So Shane, do you not care about the rest of your leg?
Yeah,
with the chemicals you use?
Just burn your calf off. I don't. What?
It's just. I mean, honestly, I kind of just use it like the thigh area of these jorts as kind of just like a rag. So it's not like stuff is being sprayed all over me. I'm just like energy sealing new build houses, and I just kind of like rub the tip of the gun that I'm using just on, like my shorts. So I'm not gonna like put it like on my shin or anything.
Interesting.
So,
well, the fact that you called them jorts is amazing.
I did get made fun of those the first time I wore them to the shop, and this older guy Billy told me to give my jorts back to Boy George. So that was pretty funny. But I gotta. Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel about cargo shorts? Because I feel like those are out of style. Again, I didn't buy.
They are out of style. You're saying with the big cargo pockets on the sides?
Yeah.
Those
they
are
went
out of
style a long time ago.
Yeah. I mean, it's no. You have the front pockets and the back pocket.
That's enough.
You can utilize those.
Yeah.
Unless it's for work specific.
Yes.
Then I understand
something outdoorsy,
it.
or you need all the pockets or something. Yeah. Fine.
Yeah. Well, even at that, you can carry a lot of equipment in other ways.
Right. We had the text that said Post Malone wears jorts. A ticket texter points out he also has a tattoo on his face, so maybe let's not him.
I don't think he's
the arbiter of style. And a lot of texts are saying this is generational. This is like the Gen Z, the hipster thing to do is...
Sure, then they grow up. Like the rest of us.
Well, Luke Sloan still got some growing up to do. Yes. Let's get to Heather with the news.
I just Googled Post Malone jorts. I mean, I definitely wouldn't be taking fashion advice from Post
no,
Malone.
no.
They're not a good look. It's not a good look. Yikes. Oh my gosh. In news, guys, Starbucks is closing hundreds of underperforming locations and will be cutting about 900 jobs, all part of its Back to Starbucks transformation strategy. So let's see. As part of the plan, Starbucks said its overall company-operated store count in North America will decline by about 1% this year, even as it continues to open new locations. The company expects to end the fiscal year with nearly 18,300 stores across the U.S. and Canada. Basically, it's all these underperforming stores. They're either stores that cannot create the physical environment customers expect, or basically where they're just not performing financially. So those will be closed. And then in addition to the store's changes, the company is eliminating about 900 non-retail positions. They say affected employees will be notified this week, and they will be offered severance packages. A 72-year-old Monroe fisherman, I guess you could call him that, is accused of throwing a lit stick of fake dynamite and pulling a real gun on a victim in an unprovoked attack. So according to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, it happened just after 8:10 a.m. on Tuesday morning at Veterans Park. This victim said that he had gotten into an argument with this unknown man on Monday evening. Then the next morning, that same man approached him at the park, threw this fake stick of dynamite on the hood of this guy's car. Well, the victim picked it up. He thought it was real, threw it back at the man. And that's when this guy pulled out a gun and ordered the victim to freeze. The gun was real. The man then took off. He went behind the Monroe Fire Station 2 to go fishing. Weird. Obviously, deputies arrived. The man was arrested. He did have 2 loaded handguns on him. Yikes. And like I said, the dynamite was determined to be fake. Strange. He was...
Should have used the dynamite to go fishing.
Weird. Cardi B, you guys, got this butt crack piercing back in January.
Where?
A butt crack piercing. And she says, unfortunately... a month later, she lost it down the toilet. So she was on the Call Her Daddy podcast, and she opened up about losing this 13,000 diamond piercing.
Ugh.
It does seem like an odd spot for a piercing. Just with,
It does seem like an odd.
Well, the more I'm really thinking about it, with the pulling up and down of pants.
Yeah, it's going to get caught on there.
Yeah. Quite a bit. But she said it didn't hurt because basically her butt is numb because she's had butt reduction surgery, and that surgery has left her with no feeling in that area. But she's just not in the mood to get it re-pierced. So she's
I
gonna be
would
without it
imagine
for a while.
that you got to be in a certain mood.
Yeah. And you can go see her if you like. She'll be at the Little Caesars Arena next year, March 21st, as part of her Little Miss Drama Tour. Tickets are on sale now. Yeah, maybe she'll have it re-pierced by then. Merriam-Webster has announced a major update for the 12th edition of their Collegiate Dictionary. They're adding more than 5,000 terms, and these terms aren't necessarily new terms, but this dictionary hasn't been updated in like 22 years.
Oh,
so they're
the
adding
collegiate version.
Yes. So they're adding terms like beast mode, dad bod, dumb phone, farm to table, hard pass, love language, Riz, side eye, terms
so they're
like
not
that.
words, they're phrases.
They're phrases.
I always thought that the dictionary had just words and not phrases.
Oh, no, not anymore, John.
No, apparently not.
There's phrases as well.
How do they define the dad bod?
A physique regarded as typical of an average father, especially one that is slightly overweight and not extremely muscular.
What if you're a bad dad or a great dad? Just an average father?
Just the average father. That's funny. The skateboard Tony Hawk used to make history in 1999 has sold for a record-breaking $1.15 million.
Wow.
The skateboard was used when he landed the first ever 900 trick. And earlier this week, before the sale, he was talking about it. And he said that he hoped that whoever were to buy it truly appreciates it, or the event, or that the object meant something to them and it wasn't just a flex because somebody had enough money to do it. So hopefully it did. We don't know who bought it, but it was the largest. It sold for the largest price ever on skateboard memorabilia, and a portion of the proceeds will benefit the skate park project. That's Tony Hawk's nonprofit foundation, where he's trying to build skate parks around the U.S.
Okay.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the picks. It's 97.1. September's almost over, but it's still truck month at Moran Chevrolet. The perfect time to elevate your tailgating game with Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. The best game days start in a 2026 Silverado 2LT Crew Cab 4x4 that you can lease at Moran right now for $349 a month, 24 months, $999 down. Find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com. Stop by in person. They'll take care of you. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile, out in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey Lions fans, Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it. A new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report, 1H 2025. Tested with the best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Tigers get a much-needed win. They'll play tonight with a chance to clinch a playoff spot. Need a win and an Astros loss. The magic number is 2 with 3 games to go. Tonight's game, by the way, you can listen to it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. If you're going to watch it, heads up, it's Apple TV. I know everybody loves that. They love finding out last minute that it's on a streaming service. It's Apple TV.
I'm glad you let me know that ahead of time. I do remember seeing that one of these final games was on something other than FanDuel. So.
And Casey Mize, right?
Casey Mize is on the mound.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the question is, how are they going to use Skubal down the stretch? Some of it's going to depend. Well, it is going to depend on what happens today and Saturday. Mm-hmm. Ideally, you do not use him this weekend because you've clinched a playoff spot.
That would be the ideal situation. You're able to clinch one. I mean, you could even clinch today. The magic number is 2. Mm-hmm. Even if it takes until tomorrow, that way you could save him on Sunday and then use him in game 1 of that first 3-game series.
Wild card round. And again, the 2 seed's off the table, right? So there's really no reason to burn him this weekend if you've already locked up a playoff spot.
No, the only reason you would burn him is if you feel like, well, if the division is still up for grabs, and you can win the division,
but it's not worth it.
It's not. It's just so everybody understands. If you win the division, then that wild card game you will host.
Correct.
So you would be, at home for that. If it takes 3 games, 3 games. If it's not, it's 2 games.
But think about it. So game 1 is what, Tuesday of next week, I think?
Yes.
So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If he pitches Sunday,
he's not pitching again until Thursday, and you might not even get there.
Right. And okay, so you don't want to use him unless you have to use him to make the playoffs. So you think the Lions are going to win by double digits this week?
I do think they're going to win.
Yeah, you have them covered the 9.5. You, Heather, and Tom are.
I do think they're going to win. Yes.
Getting a little.
Oh, that's all I said was they're going to win.
A little boogie fever.
No, I just think they're going to win.
Greg, you want to make a distinction that just because someone covers by 10, it is not the same thing as a double-digit disco.
Correct. He's not wearing the sunglasses or the shirt with the taco meat showing and the necklaces and all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
None of that.
Just clarifying for people.
Yeah. Well, for yourself. I know you're trying to bring me into your disaster,
but I have too much respect for the game to do anything like that. Mm-hmm. Anyway, we want to talk Lions. We want to talk Browns. We want to talk the week ahead. The Browns defense is the headline, is it not?
There's no question it's the headline. When you think about, I think this is right now the best defense in the NFL. And on top of that, it is by far and away the best front 7 in the NFL. Jim Schwartz, you say whatever you want about him as a head coach, he is a really good defensive play caller. So and Myles Garrett, he is having an unbelievable start to this season. He's doing things that just don't seem physically possible. The challenge is there.
Mm-hmm. For a young offensive line that's played well the last couple weeks, that's the matchup to watch, is seeing Cleveland's front against Detroit's offensive front.
Yeah. Can you have a 6th round and a 2nd round offensive guard go out there and play well against a 1st round defensive tackle? The challenge is there.
Yeah. And I would understand if you want to wait one more week before saying this. But, John, I'll just ask you, can this show cash the receipt that Ben Johnson will not be missed based on what we've seen so far from the Lions?
So the receipt is, we said this early on, that this is Dan Campbell's offense. And when Ben Johnson left to go to Chicago, everybody was all up in arms. Oh, it's a change in coordinator. And you are correct, it is. But this is going to be operated as Dan Campbell wants it to be operated. When it wasn't, he removed that individual, called plays himself until he put in Ben Johnson as the offensive coordinator. This offense is Dan Campbell's offense. He will have veto power over any play call that is called. And he still makes the decision on whether they are going for it or not on 4th down. Timeouts, all of that stuff in terms of clock management, that's all runs through Dan Campbell, as it should any head coach. But the offense is being operated as he wants it to be operated. John Morton is calling it. Dan Campbell's on the headphones, and he will, if there's something that is egregious, he'll say, nah, let's go a different direction. But they have crafted this game plan throughout the course of the week. It's not just Dan. It's every single offensive coach. It's Hank Fraley having input as to, okay, this is something that these guards can handle. This is a protection that will do well for us versus hey, hold on a second here. Against this defensive front, I don't want to put Tate Ratledge one-on-one with this guy in this situation.
So we want to know from you guys, do you want to wait and see at least this week with Cleveland's defense, or wait and see in general? Or are you ready to say it? Like, they will not miss Ben Johnson. Dan Campbell's offense is Dan Campbell's offense. 248-539-9797. I think you've seen that. I believe that. We believed it before the season started. And now that the offensive line is starting to solidify, yeah, they're going to be every bit as good as they were offensively, right? I mean, they've already been better. I mean, what we saw them do the last couple weeks is better than anything they did when Ben Johnson was here.
It's better than anything anybody's done since 1950.
Right. Exactly.
Over 900 yards of offense and over 90 points in a two-game stretch is better than since the 1950 season. Now, there's a lot in there that we were like, well, that's a low bar.
Mm-hmm. But there's this thought Ben Johnson was going to take some of the creativity away. No. John, the play they ran for a touchdown on 4th and 1, the Amon-Ra pitch to Gibbs, that same play was run by the Saints when Dan Campbell was there and run by the Cowboys when he was a player for Dallas under Parcells. Dan Campbell has this offense because he played in this offense and has coached this offense. It's his offense. And the wrinkles and the concepts come from his brain. Ben Johnson was helpful. I'm not sitting here going, good riddance. But I'm not afraid of the offense without him. I don't think they miss him.
Well, and here's the other thing, is Ben Johnson said it himself. Like, this offense is going to be just fine without me. They've still got Jared Goff. They still got Amon-Ra St. Brown, J-Mo, Laporta, Gibbs, Montgomery. Throw in there Isaac Tesla, who we have not seen a lot of, but we will see more as the season goes on. This is an offense that a lot of people could call plays for, and it's going to be successful simply because of the talent that's out there. And that was what Ben Johnson was saying.
Yeah, I think Baltimore reinforced it. I mean, certainly Chicago was what you needed to see, and then Baltimore reinforced it. Like, they've got the fireworks and the firepower, and the creativity didn't leave with Ben Johnson. They're going to be tough. They're going to be physical. And, yeah, they've still got a few tricks up their sleeve. So let us know about your confidence in the offense. Ben Johnson won't be missed. Can we say that? We'll get to Captain Jorts in the update. Cookie jar in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles and perhaps Jorts. Day one of the Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black. The Europeans having a strong morning. The Americans struggling. Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood up 4 on Harris English and Colin Morikawa. Matt Fitzpatrick, Ludwig Oberger up 3 on Russell Henley and Scotty Scheffler. John Rahm and Tyrell Hatton up 1 on Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas. And Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantley, they're up 1. The only American pairing that's leading right now on Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland. Tigers snap an 8-game losing streak, improving their playoff standing with a 4-2 win over the Guardians last night. Tigers broke out the bats early. A couple of first-inning home runs from Wencio Perez and Jahmai Jones. Javi Baez made it 3-0 in the second with an RBI single. Manager A.J. Hinch says that fast start was key. The Tigers and Guardians now both 86 and 73. Cleveland atop the Central still, though, because they have the tiebreaker. Tigers 1 game up on the Astros for the final wildcard spot, but they've got the tiebreaker with Houston. Final series of the regular season is tonight. It starts 3 games at Fenway Park in Boston. The Red Wings now 2-0 in the preseason after a 5-2 win over the Sabres at Little Caesars Arena last night. Dylan Larkin, Mo Seider, and Andrew Kopp all scoring in that one. Yep, Wings next on the road tonight against the Penguins, looking to go, yes, Jim, 3-0 in the preseason, and the semifinals of the WNBA playoffs continue tonight. Fever Aces and Mercury Lynx both tied up at a game apiece. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy Friday. You made it to the end of the week. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Luke Sloan Not wearing the jorts today, but plans for what, this weekend?
Ugh,
Anyway.
Yeah, he's walking away.
See you,
Hard
Luke.
to imagine.
Anyway, we got Cookie Jar coming up at 9:35. We brought up this idea of the Lions offense in the offseason. John, you were the first to say it. This is Dan Campbell's offense. The Ben Johnson departure is overblown. Can we say that confidently? Can we cash that receipt? Or do people still want to see what they look like against Cleveland and some other top defenses? 248-539-9797.
And I know, hey, trust me, there are a lot of tough moments on the horizon. This is going to be one of them. They are at home. They have that advantage of communication up front, and we feel like they solved that in Baltimore, but it's always an advantage playing at home. I feel like with the offensive line taking the steps that they have taken, they're going to continue to take those steps, and I don't necessarily think that we're going to always see Tate Ratledge graded out as the number 4 offensive lineman throughout the course of the season every single week. I do expect Penei Sewell to be number 1 every week, and Taylor Decker graded out at 10. So they had 3 of the top 10 offensive linemen last week. This is going to be this will be a different grading scale for the tackles. I still expect that Penei Sewell will have his successes against Myles Garrett. Taylor Decker, that's a different matter. It's going to be a monster challenge for both, but especially for him. But getting back to John Morton, Dan Campbell, what did Dan Campbell say to us on Wednesday? We are going to call the offense so that we can protect those guys at times as well. Mm-hmm. Meaning more, because I was asking about Mahogany and Ratledge.
Yeah.
But it's also going to be game specific. When you're playing against a game wrecker, a terrorist like Myles Garrett will be to this offense, then you've got to account for it.
Right. And again, guys, just so we're all on the same page here, we're not forecasting that the Lions are going to score 40 and 50 points every week. I mean, with Ben Johnson, they won games scoring 20 and 24 and 26 and 23. This might be one of those weeks because all respect to Cleveland's front. But big picture, I do think we can cash the receipt that the offense is going to be fine without Ben Johnson. That the personnel is there.
Yeah.
The scheme is there. It's Dan Campbell's offense. See, we took some shots and some arrows when we made that point in the offseason. But I think we can cash that receipt. We want your permission. Let's get to the people on this. Let's go to Jim. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
What's up?
Good.
I look at it this way. I think it's Dan Campbell's offense, obviously, to me. I agree with you, John. And I look at it this way. You look how they performed in Baltimore against the Ravens defense. Sure, they're missing a couple guys up front, yeah, but that's a tough place to win against a very physical, tough defensive team. Well, are they going to be worse at home against Cleveland? Yes, they're probably better defensively. But look at when the Raiders were here a couple of years ago. I mean, Fraley and Campbell, they held Max Crosby in check. I'm sure they've got a game plan for Myles Garrett that's going to run the same. I mean, those are both game wreckers, as you call them. I trust what they're doing. I think they'll have the answers. Dan Campbell, I think the whole meathead thing has been buried by now. The guy is intelligent. He understands what's going on in the trenches, and that's where it counts. That's where this game is won. The Lions are successful the last 3 years because of that offensive line. And as long as they're healthy and they're playing under the scheme of Campbell and Hank Fraley, I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah, and good note to give Hank Fraley some love in all this.
Yeah.
John, I think the meathead thing,
it's always going to be there because of the way Dan presents himself.
And I think almost to his advantage.
Yeah.
Like it's what helps. It's like the glue that helps bind him and the guys in the locker room is that he's not some like pencil pusher offensive coordinator dork. He's a super relatable guy who, by the way, also has the brain power to layer an offense. I mean, John, you played in the trenches. They run every concept. They run inside zone, outside zone. They'll run duo. They'll run toss. They'll counters. They'll do everything in the run game. It's not a simple like sledgehammer one size fits all run game. It's very smart and savvy and creative. And then all of the different play actions and motions off of it. Yet you look at Dan Campbell, and I think at least to people zoomed out on the outside, it's run ball. big man smash little man. And the offense is so much more complex than that.
Well, and it's such a sophisticated pass game. And to run that type of and be successful week in, week out with a sophisticated pass game, you need a quarterback that can match wits with the play caller, with the offense. And Jared Goff is that guy. When you get up to the line of scrimmage and all of a sudden, hey, the microphone in your ears cuts off, you got to make adjustments. And Dan said that on Wednesday as well. Like, he is the level that he is playing at right now is second to none in the NFL. And it's not because he's this great athlete, right? We're not going to mistake him for Lamar or Jordan Love or anybody else because he is limited in what he can do athletically. But with his arm and with his eyes and with his mind, he is operating at a extremely high level in this offense. And that's the other thing is, when they brought in John Morton, and what happens a lot is there's new concepts. There's different things. Everything, it gets changed. Nothing changed. Now, there may be some new terms. There may be some new things, some new wrinkles, but the base of the offense didn't change. The entire offense, the line in regards to protections, and how they're viewing the defense, especially for Jared Goff, none of that changed. So he didn't have to have a wholesale concept change of we're going from this offense to a completely different offense.
It lets them play fast. It lets the play just kind of roll.
It lets them make adjustments pre and post snap.
And if you want to give Ben Johnson credit for helping Jared Goff through career growth, I think that's incredibly valid and should happen. We should give him credit for that. But Jared has grown and matured, and in this offense, he doesn't need Ben Johnson anymore.
No, he's grown up. He's all grown up.
Our big boy's all grown up. Ticket Texter points out one subtle difference in the offense. Dan Orlovsky made the observation that they're running the most 12 personnel of anyone in the league. That's double tight end for people. Bunch formations, receivers blocking in the run game. Says there has been a change, and we could see some team rushing records fall this year. That might be helping out those offensive linemen, too, with the extra tight end.
Oh, sure. I mean, it helps a young offensive line out to be able to run the ball. It's not an easy task, but it's much easier to go one-on-one run than it is one-on-one pass.
Let's get to Austin and Dexter. Austin, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. In terms of missing Ben Johnson, when I kind of looked at it and we found out he was going to go, the way that I really looked at it was, it is what it is. And now looking at how things are running and how things are moving up front, a lot of it, from what I've kind of taken away, is having Ben be the OC was fun because every Sunday we kind of knew that we were going to see a little bit of a razzle-dazzle. And as the Lions were coming into what they are now, not only was it fun to win, but it was fun to see them win in a cool way. And now that we've kind of we've gotten past that part and you can win the games, in the trenches and take a little bit, for lack of a better term, some of the fluff out of it while still having some tricks up your sleeve, it goes to show that the guys are still running the show the way you want to. And it also goes to show that you can't just put an OC like a Ben Johnson and plug him into another franchise, and it's just going to automatically turn into this magical defense. We've seen it not work. So it comes down to also who are the people that you have that you want to operate and play. And so what are your guys' thoughts on, some of the razzle-dazzle's gone, but we're still going to get it done, and we've got the people to do that. And what are your thoughts?
I think we'll still see a lot of the razzle-dazzle, and we got to be careful because we loved the razzle-dazzle when it was Ben Johnson, and then all of a sudden against Washington it didn't work, and we hated it.
Why is
he doing this? And now all of a sudden, we haven't seen as much, but it's only 3 games. There haven't been as many opportunities.
We saw more in that Baltimore game than I think we saw in the first 2 games combined. I mean, with throwbacks and,
Yeah. And just in regards to plugging in Ben Johnson to Chicago and thinking it's going to work right away, let's go back to what I just said in regards to bringing in John Morton, who was here. That is Dan Campbell's offense. There wasn't a wholesale change. For Chicago, there is. For a second-year quarterback, it's all new terminology, all new concepts, and it's going to take them some time. So I'm not going to say, even after year 1, that this is a failed experiment, that Ben Johnson's not going to be a good head coach. It took him as offensive coordinator until the end of his first year before this offense really started to operate at high efficiency.
John, what do you think?
Along with Dan.
What do you think of this label for the offense? Ticket Texter says this is what they call it. Exotic smash mouth. It's got that smash mouth physicality, but they don't just do it from a static, same look all the time.
There's some unique wrinkles.
Yes.
Keeps you on your toes. I wouldn't necessarily call it exotic. I mean, 12 personnel is
it's
as base as it gets.
But they do things to dress it up and try to
there's
put the
some
defense
frills
on their heels.
Yeah.
That's some of the razzle.
There's but I'm not going to sit there and say it's razzle dazzle.
What about not razzle dazzle, but just razzle?
Yeah,
He's not going to do it. All right.
I'm not going to go razzle or dazzle or both.
Okay. Lions, Browns. We'll take some phone calls on that game. Mix in the Tigers, and yes, Cookie Jar. It's coming up 9:35. It's 97-1. Guys, let's be honest. Nobody's planning for a new roof. Nobody's excited to drop that kind of money on a roof just overnight, and it doesn't have to be that difficult, though. Typically happens at the worst time. The cost can feel overwhelming, but I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you don't have to skimp on quality. You can get the quality roof you need without the stress of that big upfront payment. And here's the thing. Shaner's not some fly-by-night company. They've got a 4.9-star Google rating, and that was earned with thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about the professionalism, the craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, aging, or you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
Injury attorney David Fabinio is the guy you want to call if you're ever hurt in an accident. But what he really wants is for all of us to be safe. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving, to help all of us with tips to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's where the real win is. You can learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
Little Dan Dickerson, Bobby Scales, Tiger win last night. Now what?
How do you follow it up with another win?
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to keep doing this.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really change the fact that they were in an epic slump.
Right.
And hopefully they could put two good performances together. That's the whole goal today. Just put a good performance back to back.
Yeah, because they've still blown the division lead. They didn't undo that with a win yesterday. But it does snap a bit of the panic. Like, do you feel any better today?
Well, I mean, yeah, they're one step closer to making the postseason.
We kept talking about how one win suddenly, like, okay, it stabilized the situation a little bit here. It's still right there.
It's still right. It was always right there, but that was the frustrating part. This is one step closer to there.
Yeah.
But now you've got to see, can they do it 2 games in a row? Can Casey Mize go out there and get a win in Fenway?
Playing Boston this weekend. Boston has plenty to play for. They're not solidified yet with their spot or their seeding. A lot of this stuff's still up in the air in the American League playoff. Both, but specifically we're worrying about the American League. It's up in the air right now. And I think one of the big questions is juggling Tarik Skubal. Because if you need him, like let's say Sunday is a win and get in the playoffs, you're pitching Tarik Skubal. If you've already locked up a playoff spot, but the division's on the line, I don't think you're playing Tarik Skubal. Because it's a 3-game series either way, and if he pitches Sunday, he'd be on short rest in Game 3 if necessary. I'd much rather have him in Game 1 rested, even if that means I'm going on the road. So that'll be something to monitor here. The Tigers ideally lock this thing up today with a win and a Houston loss, and then they can start to set their rotation. And they could still win the division without Skubal, less likely, but that would be not the priority at that point.
Yes, the priority is get to the postseason.
Yep.
Priority is win in the postseason, and what gives you the best chance in that first series, a wild card series, is Skubal pitching first.
Yeah, because if we ask people, like, do you feel any better? I don't think people are suddenly going to feel like this team's going on a playoff run.
Right, yeah. You can't look at it and go, oh, well, they solved all their problems in one game.
No. But if you want to believe they have the best chance to advance in the playoff, it would be Skubal's throwing Game 1.
Yeah, because if
point.
and you said it, right? If he throws Sunday, then he won't throw until Thursday, which is Game 3, which they might not see.
Correct. It's a bad spot to be in. The collective exhale.
There was, and it was obviously with Jahmai Jones, the first home run.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get a second home run in the first inning. And I jokingly said, I'm going to turn my TV off now because they got this game.
Of course.
How many times have we seen that, whether it was Torque, whether it was Green, no matter who it was, we thought, oh, this is the moment, and they're going to get right. But you also knew that Troy Melton wasn't going to go 6 innings. AJ said it before the game. He's a guy that he's not built up to 100 pitches yet, so he's going to be somewhere well beneath that, and he ended up getting, 49 pitches in?
What's his role in all this? Like, well, we should see him this weekend, you would think, right? Can he pitch this weekend? In spot duty, relief work?
So, it depends on where they believe he is. So, I would think yes, in maybe a limited
Sunday capacity if necessary.
Middle of the bullpen road.
Yeah. And what do you want to see from him if and when they make the playoff? Is he a starter?
Is it
one of those, hey, he starts the game and we see where it goes, kind of like last night?
So, if you make it to the postseason and they go by the Costa and Jansen plan,
mm-hmm.
where Skubal is starting Game 1, you probably got Flaherty out there for Game 2.
Yeah.
And then Game 3,
all hands on deck. Melton starts the game, maybe, or Mize,
probably Mize. But you bring Melton in, and Melton may pitch in a couple of those games.
He could do an inning
for
here,
an inning here,
yeah.
inning there.
Yeah,
it's probably more the path that they're going to take.
Because in terms of guys you trust right now out of the bullpen, it's few and far between.
It is, but I kind of feel like there is this trust that's been built up with Troy Melton, where he's had one performance where you're like, ooh, that's a rookie performance. All the rest of them have been quality performances.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of pitchers being taken. I don't know.
Who's this man?
I know he's shaking everybody's hand.
Oh, is that Ponch from Chips?
Yes.
Oh my! I don't know who that is, but oh
Ponch
my
and
gosh!
John. Yeah, it's Ponch from Chips. Wow.
I wasn't a Chips guy. I gotta admit it.
Oh, I was a Chips fan, and wow, how about that?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing here,
Jim?
but
yeah, did he ride his bike in? Chips, the California Highway Patrol. Ponch and John.
Have you ever heard of Chips in your life? Jim?
No. Not
Eric
Better Made.
Estrada?
Yeah, that's Eric Estrada.
Yeah,
but I don't know what you're.
You don't know Chips at all.
I don't either.
Well, it's Heather. I'm a little surprised.
Really?
It's the only Chips I know.
Jim, I'm not surprised at all.
Okay.
Chips does not seem to be first of all, it wasn't your generation growing up.
It was on from September 15th, 1977 to May 1st of 1983.
Yeah.
So I know I could see reruns, but I was still like a baby.
Right.
I wasn't even born when it ended.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
but they do rerun it.
I know, but I was
yeah,
still like-
that was my formative years as 6 and 7 years old.
Infant, a child, a toddler. Like I wouldn't have watched the reruns. Anyway,
Okay.
cool.
Yeah.
People are excited
I'm
about
glad
it.
he's here. It looks like Stoney and Gator are pumped to talk to him. They're
Oh, yeah.
chatting
Well,
his
yeah,
ear
but
off right
Stoney's
now.
It's kind of, Jim, in the window of like Three's Company.
Okay.
That timing.
Oh, you know that one.
I do know that one.
Shows were starting to take a little bit more risks, and things like that. I allowed certain people on.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Heather with the news.
Yeah.
Let's see. This might not come as a surprise to you, but streaming is now more popular than heading to a theater to watch a new movie. So Americans are more likely to watch newly released movies from the comfort of their own home instead of heading out to a theater. It's not surprising. I think this has been going on for quite a while, especially from the pandemic on, where it has become more popular. But new data shows that about 3/4 of U.S. adults have watched a new movie on streaming instead of in the theater, and at least once in the past year, including about 3 in 10 who watched new movies on streaming at least once a month. And like I said, less and less people are actually getting to the theater. About 2/3 of Americans said that they've watched a new movie in theaters in the past year. And it really comes down to convenience, which is basically the top reason, and cost is another reason. If you want to watch a new movie that's just been released, you still have to pay for it on streaming, right?
Correct.
Like you do have to wait a couple months in order to see a new movie for free on streaming. But if you want to see it right away, you're still paying, I think it's like $20 to download the movie.
Yeah, it depends on the movie, $20, $24. If you're going to buy it or if you're going to rent it, it's cheaper. But if you're going to take your family to the movies, it's way more than that.
They say the average cost of a movie ticket in the U.S. is $13.17. In 2020, it was $11.76. So it's going up and up and up.
How many times have you been to the movie theater this year?
Well, I've been there a handful of times because we take Teddy. Like when the new Jurassic Park came out, I took him to that one, which was, I think it's an awesome movie. But as soon as it came out, we bought it and have watched it at home many times. The new, what was the
Superman.
new Tom Cruise movie? I went to Superman, but Mission Impossible. I did not go see that one in the theater because I wanted to wait for it to come out streaming. So that I would be of that nearly 75% that would wait for it to come out streaming versus going to the theater.
I am too. We did take the kids. We took Brooks to his first movie, and Emily loved it. It was her second movie, but she loved it too. But I'd rather watch it at home. Hey, there's a new lawsuit that alleges the University of North Carolina and its board of trustees illegally hired Bill Belichick behind closed doors. So this lawsuit was filed on Monday by a former UNC administrator, and it also accuses the university of hiding discussions about potential conference realignment. And basically, this former administrator says that he was punished for leaking closed session information to faculty about a meeting regarding tenure deferral. So he was supposedly asked to resign, and he ultimately did so effective May 17th. It highlights in the lawsuit, it highlights 3 occurrences regarding the UNC athletic department that he says reflect a systemic misuse of closed sessions to hide policy debates from public view. I don't know what he's seeking in this lawsuit, but UNC has and is denying the allegations. They say that the claims are disappointing and inaccurate. Ben Stiller has recently launched a new career venture, and he is now the co-founder of a soda company. So it's called Stiller's Soda. It's a low-sugar, low-calorie beverage line inspired by nostalgic flavors. Each can has 30 calories, a small amount of sugar, and also added vitamins like vitamin C, vitamin D, B12. But it also promises the fizz and taste of traditional sodas. So there's 3 flavors: Shirley Temple, lemon lime, and root beer. And Stiller says the goal is to offer soda you can actually feel good about with the same bubbles and taste people associate with childhood favorites. Right now, we can't get it in stores here, but you can buy it on Amazon. It's available in select stores in New York City, but they do say it's going to expand next year. So
this is kind of an emerging space that
It really is.
It's been flooded with, there's a lot of seltzers and fizzy drinks that are of this ilk.
Supposed to be better for you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
All right. Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Cookie Jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it is Heather here. And if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, I'm telling you, this is your moment. To me, right now, as the weather's cooling off, there is nothing more relaxing, more refreshing than getting in a hot tub. Hot tubs are good for any season, right? But right now, it's the perfect time. I got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa. And let me tell you, the entire process was super easy. I went in there, they told me all about every type of hot tub, and they helped me pick out the one that was perfect for me and my family. Then they delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. They handle everything. So go check them out. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who are going to give you an experience and help you find the right hot tub. And this is pretty cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. So go visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by in person in Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, every single time I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. And I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need, because they actually sit down with me and listen to me, and they come up with options. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions. They don't check off boxes when it comes to financial advice. Like I mentioned, they take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and they build a plan that fits my unique situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
97.1, wrapping up on a Friday. Carson Anderson coming up 10-2. Response to the cookie jar. Croissants are for women and the French. At least one person's with you, John.
Yeah, they are.
I don't get it.
Croissants is just especially when you say it the way that you guys were saying it, the croissant. Like, that is just, no.
We couldn't picture you ordering one like that?
No, yeah. I walk in there and say, hey, give me the bacon, the sausage, the ham, the fried egg, some cheese. Could you put that on a croissant for me?
You don't have to say it like that.
A good croissant is awesome.
Yeah.
A bad croissant might be the worst possible choice because it's dry.
And flaky.
Falls apart.
There's just so many more better options.
Dude, the answer is a tortilla. Breakfast burrito for the win. Jeff in Chesterfield.
So I don't disagree, but that wasn't the question. That's not as I understood it. It was a breakfast sandwich.
I said the best vehicle. Yeah, well, a burrito could be a sandwich, right?
No.
A burrito is a
sandwich.
burrito?
It's a burrito. Yeah, it's a wrap.
Tacos aren't sandwiches?
It's a wrap.
Just like hot dogs aren't.
Well, now you're getting into the whole split buns.
The what now?
On either side.
Is that what Cardi B was doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that's a different argument. But the whole tortilla, that's a wrap, not a sandwich.
Says, yes, Heather, you nailed it. The bagel has integrity. Croissant is too soft. Well, no, but she was team croissant.
I was team croissant.
Yeah, croissant is for those soft individuals.
Ticket text.
Dylan and Royal Oak like those.
Oh. Absolutely, the Tigers winning this weekend over the Lions. I hope we sweep Boston at Fenway. I was the only one who said it.
Well, I hope that they sweep them, but if you give me the choice between the Lions winning or losing on Sunday or the Tigers getting swept, I'm going to take the Lions every damn time.
Plus, the Tigers can get swept and make the playoffs.
Yes, but Houston would have to get swept, right?
Well,
No, they could win one.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right.
See?
I just the stakes of the weekend
gets
here.
more obvious.
But the stakes of this weekend, if the Tigers get swept, their season could be over. If the Lions lose, look, it would be annoying.
We just don't
the
lose
season's
to
not
teams in
over.
Ohio. We just don't.
Okay. Screw the Browns. Ohio sucks. Roy and Clarkston.
Yep. Thank you.
Halloween decorations. Costco already has the Christmas decorations for sale.
They do.
Oh, I know. I was there yesterday. Got a little. My wife told me if they've got ribbon, you got to pick up the ribbon.
We almost did that, but we didn't.
When do you guys put up your tree?
Oh, that's changed.
We usually put ours up just a little bit before Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving is there's a lot of family in town.
Sure.
It's we put it up and then my wife decorates it over Thanksgiving with her mom and
Yeah, it used to be the weekend after Thanksgiving was like that's the day, but now, I mean, I could put it up in the beginning of November. I
have no problem with that. Yeah.
What about outdoor decorations?
Sure. I still probably would turn the lights on after Thanksgiving.
That's more weather dependent. If you're looking at the 10-day forecast, and normally I would like to do it over like the Thanksgiving weekend.
Well, it also goes hand in hand, like the days, it gets darker.
I don't care about that.
Well, but then
we
the
have,
lights
we
are...
have flashlights.
Okay.
Yes, we have ways to light up what we're doing.
Do we now?
Yes. Yes.
In my house, my wife loves Christmas, so when I leave my house November 1st to go to work, we have all the Halloween decorations go away, and then the Christmas stuff is up, save for the tree.
Yeah, I mean, Halloween decorations go away instantly. And usually when those go away, the Christmas ones on the inside start to appear, fill those voids.
Yeah.
Because there's really nothing you're going to fill the void with for a couple of weeks, and then go Christmas.
A lot of my Halloween decorations inside are fall decorations.
So they
stay up until December.
Okay.
Ish. But it depends when I put the tree up. I mean, if I'm bringing the tree up, I'm not going to have pumpkins and a Christmas
next to
tree.
the tree. Yeah.
This last one's a very serious one. The Bible speaks of demons many times. The ghosts you're talking about are the demons that were cast out of heaven. So there's your vote for ghosts.
What about Casper?
He seemed
He was
friendly.
Friendly ghost?
I don't think he was a demon.
Stoney, do you believe in ghosts? He's coming in the studio. We'll let him get settled
Or
here.
jorts?
Or jorts.
No on both.
Okay.
Definitely don't believe in ghosts.
But you may have worn jorts?
Oh, back when they were somewhat in style.
What do you make of this? We got a ton of traction today. People calling in and saying that Gen Z is bringing back the jorts.
Well, you know what? Everything soon.
It's all cyclical.
You ever hear of a Nehru jacket?
A what now?
Look up Nehru jackets. Were in style when I was a kid. Nehru. Everything eventually comes back.
N-E-H-R-U.
Jackets.
We're all diligently typing here.
Yeah. Okay. So
wait, these like vest-like jackets?
They're like sport jackets, but they had this little.
So he's talking to the microphone.
They had this little, little hole in it, almost like a priest.
Yeah. The ones that they're showing are all vests.
Yeah, they're all vests.
Yeah, but yeah.
They weren't vests back then.
But like the neck style is a little different. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is everything it goes in style, goes out of style for like 2 decades, and then comes back.
Yeah, but there are some things that just should never come back, and jorts should not come back.
Jorts should definitely not come back, especially if you're like
a dude
exercising in them or like running around in them, because the sweat, as in certain areas, John, would be very difficult.
As I would know, yes. Yes, things do get sweaty.
Yeah.
Do you have a perspiration problem?
Things get sweaty for one.
That goes hand in hand, yes.
But yeah, we should have learned our lesson with jorts. Like, we all make mistakes as society, and it's one we can leave in the past.
Yeah, jorts, skinny jeans, all of those things. Yes. Just, and for women, I think they look great.
They were saying it's hoochie daddy shorts.
Hoochie daddy.
That was the phrase used.
Now, I don't necessarily know that it matters what they look like, but if you were to say, oh yeah, these are my hoochie daddy shorts, the girls came in and said, Dad, what did you got on there? Oh, these are my hoochie daddy shorts.
They would just laugh at me. Yeah. But I still, every once in a while, will wear cargo shorts because they still.
Okay.
I think you could
they're
pull it off.
They're out of style, but they're not as bad as the jort.
No.
Stoney can pull it off.
I don't put anything in those pockets, though.
Mm-hmm. Here's a guy, though, that I believe would be 100% supportive of my take that no dude should ever wear Davy Dukes.
Davy Dukes? Daddy Dukes?
Yeah, Daddy Dukes?
I don't know.
Why would anybody?
Luke Sloan, who does updates, has made his own custom jorts as they are back in style.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
He's taking jeans and scissors.
Cut them off. Yeah. To a certain height.
Tomorrow. Oh, above the knee. He said they have to be above the knee.
And he said he'd even wear boots with them.
Anything goes.
Oh, no.
Come on. What?
Yeah.
Can you ever look at Luke the same way?
No.
No.
Yeah, because he came in yesterday. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. He came in and he looked like he was straight out of like the Brady Bunch in the 70s, looking like Mike Brady. He had on this like brown long sleeve shirt. I think that had like a collar on it, but it wasn't a dress shirt. He had on like other like dark brown pants or something like that. It was like the weirdest
corduroy.
Look. It may have been corduroy. I don't know. And and Luke's got like the curly auburn hair anyway, and he's got the beard, so he like looks like he's straight out of the 70s to begin with. I'm like, I even said something to him about it. So he can go from that look to jorts, like being all Woodstocky.
Yeah.
Wow. That is awful.
So it's a great visual.
You say Woodstocky.
No, it isn't.
You say Woodstocky. The text we got said it's this Gen Z like throwback to white trash, like the mustache, mullet, jorts look.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're going to go all in.
You're making white trash chic again?
That's what they're doing, Stoney.
I shouldn't even use the word again.
For the first time.
Yeah.
That is not a look I ever want to see again.
No.
And let alone would expect out of our update guy.
What about
So I'm against, obviously, the jorts, skinny jeans, and I'll actually throw in something else that I just mentioned. For big guys, corduroy jeans.
Corduroys? Yeah. Who's wearing corduroys?
Well, no one should.
Nobody
but
anymore.
Especially big guys,
I still
because
have them
there's
in
a
my
friction
closet.
issue.
I mean, I used to wear corduroys as a child.
What about denim overalls?
No, nobody's
denim overalls.
Nobody's
not unless you're riding the tractor to work.
There's some women that wear overalls.
A friend of mine.
Again, I'm okay with that because
it can be something sexy. It depends if there's nothing underneath. It's great.
Yes.
Oh God.
What's the problem?
It's like the girls at Home Depot, you know.
But guys,
spreads and stuff.
I had a friend of mine tell me this a long time ago when it comes to the overalls.
Careful with
this. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Unless you're a child under the age of 5 or you're a conductor on a train, you are not allowed to wear overalls. And I agree with that 100%. Or I guess if you're a farmer.
Or Miss Rachel.
Who's Miss Rachel?
The kids show.
No.
She can wear overalls.
Yeah.
Well, again.
Is she hot?
Yeah. Is there a side boob or what? Well, I'm just what's the problem? Hello. I'm just asking.
So you didn't hear the drop.
These are areas where then the overalls are acceptable.
Yes.
That's all.
He didn't have his headphones in. It's okay.
No.
What are you guys talking about coming up next?
Look, we got there was a big win last night. Finally,
Yeah.
It was like I still want to give you credit for your comment yesterday about the Tigers are constipated right now, and it looked like they were able to jar something loose last night.
Yes.
Hopefully it wasn't it. Hopefully there's more to come.
Yeah.
Because I think there is.
But you stand up and you feel a little lighter today.
Yeah, but it was 4 runs. It wasn't like a 12-run explosion. Right?
We're waiting for the explosion.
Right.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
weren't painting the bowl on this one. It was just dropping a few kids off.
Yes.
They dropped anchor.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't spray.
Right. So now you take the show on the road to Boston where you're allowed to score plenty of runs there, and you need to score plenty of runs.
The Tigers have such a great history in that building.
So I'm going to deal with Mr. Doom and Gloom over here for the next 4 hours.
Good luck.
So that'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. Carson Anderson with Stoney and for Doug next, 97.1.
It is a Friday, and it's actually a happy Friday because the Tigers finally won. They jarred something loose there, Tiger. Finally, after 8 straight losses and 11 out of the last 12 games, they finally win a game. And thank you, Kenny. And we can breathe not easier, but a little bit easier. Still, it's going to be it's still going to be nerve-wracking the last 3 games of the season.
Kang, I thought he was going to say it was a happy Friday because I'm here.
Yeah, totally ignoring.
I know, exactly.
The Stone Man.
And Stoning is here with us today. We have that going for us. Stoney's in for Doug. Doug will be back on Monday's show.
Jared Stoney loose out of the.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to start with this because we'll take your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797. You are a pessimist, I think it's safe to say.
Yes. For a few reasons. Number one,
I don't need the reasons.
Okay.
I just want to label you right now.
Yes.
You are a miserable sports fan. I think a miserable sports fan.
Yeah.
You're always expecting the worst.
Yes, exactly.
And
you know better than I do. You know better than most because I sit next to you during Lions games.
Yes.
And I always predict the play that's going to be bad.
Yeah, and you're yelling about something that hasn't happened yet, and then a good result happens, and then you clam up.
Yeah.
But with the Tigers, and here's case in point. Like this morning we were talking about before the show, and you come up to me, and one of the first things you say about the Tigers is, "Can you believe Riley Green had at bat?" And he swung at a pitch, and I'm like, they won the game. I don't care. Today, I don't care that he swung and missed at a pitch that was well out of the strike zone after working like an 8-pitch at bat with the bases loaded. Yes, I wanted him to hit the ball and drive in some runs without question. But this is quintessential Stoney. They won the freaking game, and you're coming out, and the first thing you say isn't, "Wow, it was a great game. They got some relief. Hopefully they can win the series against Boston, get the playoffs. Maybe they win the division. Don't know." It was immediately go to the failure to drive in runs with the bases loaded.
You're right, because you sit there, especially with them right now, is you're just waiting for the worst that can happen. And
you're waiting for the worst that can happen.
Does it make me a bad fan? I don't know. I feel based on recent history of the last 6 weeks or whatever to 2 months, I just expect something bad to happen.
Well, something bad didn't happen. They won the game.
I'm very happy.
So I'm wondering when Will Vest punched out the last batter.
When I said I'd leave Finnegan in, but other than that, because I don't trust Will Vest right now. But he had a great game yesterday.
He looked great last night.
Yes, he did.
So when he punched out the last batter, what was your reaction?
I said, "Yeah." Whew. Basically.
And how long did that last?
Oh, it lasted for about 10 minutes, and then I went and put on the football game.
All right. Fair enough. So
I'm like everybody else. I want them to win badly, but they are, even the stretches when they were playing good at times, they were still very difficult to watch because they weren't that much of an entertaining product as a fan. It's like, sit there, wait a second. But then again, that becomes, it's because we watch this team every game. I'm sure every fan base who watches their team every game feels pretty much the same way, that there's just so many moments that sometimes it drowns out the good ones.
Well, finally they win.
Yes.
And because it had been a long time. It's not just a losing streak. It's how many games they've lost out of how many games they played there down this stretch. And it's been miserable. And it doesn't mean that everything's all hunky-dory now, because now they have to go to Boston.
Yeah.
And Boston is still, wanting to win games.
Mm-hmm.
The Tigers clearly need to win games. There's a lot going on this weekend. Houston, who the Tigers have a 1-game lead over for the playoffs, the magic number for the Tigers is 2. Well, there's
Correct.
3 games left. So that's just to win a playoff spot. They're tied with Cleveland for the division, but the Tigers have to outright win it because they don't have the tiebreaker.
Right. Same thing with Tigers in Houston.
So
Tigers have the tiebreaker over Houston.
Yes. So the Tigers are playing at Boston. Houston is playing at the Angels. Cleveland is at home, but they're playing Texas.
Texas, unfortunately, got eliminated earlier in the week, and Jacob deGrom is not pitching this weekend. So maybe, I don't know, for Tiger fans, you can actually get some good Wyatt Langford to help the Tigers out.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
That would be nice. I will be rooting for Wyatt Langford to play very well against the Gribe. But what we've seen out of Cleveland, they've been a juggernaut over the last, I don't know how many games. It's been 40 games. The record is insane.
But all the Rangers have to do is maybe get 4 runs and they should win.
They can. I mean, they can't. That's the thing. Is that Cleveland? You look at their lineup, and the lineup is nothing impressive.
No,
like they have Jose Ramirez, and then they've got
Quan.
other guys that can set things up. And Quan's a Tiger killer, but on the season, his numbers are very pedestrian. But it's all the little things that Quan does that kills you.
Yeah.
He runs the bases well. He fields his position better than anybody I've seen out in left field. And he prevents runs from scoring. He also advances any runner that's on a base, he'll advance him. He's got productive outs when he gets out. Last night, the Tigers made him go 0 for 4.
I know.
And he actually struck out. That happened last night. But I'm amazed that Cleveland's able to do what they do without having a superior lineup. But it's the fundamentals that they do. Everything fundamentally sound, and their bullpen is fantastic.
Really good.
Despite the fact that they lost a couple of guys with gambling issues.
Yes.
To suspensions. I'm amazed what they do. But as we embark on the last weekend of the regular season, and we're watching this, and I want to know from the Tiger fans, is the feeling last night, was it a feeling of relief or a feeling of ecstasy? How are you feeling about this going into the final weekend of the season, I should say, against the Boston Red Sox? And by the way, tonight's game, Apple TV.
I know.
So there's that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We want to take your calls. We will talk some Lions for sure. They got a big game Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. We got Will Birchfield coming up at 1:30. We have If I Bet It. We'll offer up our college and pro picks coming up at 1:15 as well. But we want to talk Tigers with you next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Look, that's how you start a game. That was a nice way to start a game.
Yeah, and then Perez, same inning. Boom.
Right. I was actually driving home last night, listening to it, and I just heard like the first pitch to Jahmai Jones, and then I had a phone call. I took a phone call, and 5 minutes later, they're in a commercial break. I thought, well, that was quick. And then, but then I didn't find out until later. Wait a minute, they're up 2-0. They hit 2 home runs. And Jahmai Jones got it done, and so did obviously Wencel Perez. Both of them just pulled the ball into over the left field wall.
In the theme of me being pessimistic and always doom and gloom, is it just me, or do the Tigers hit more solo home runs than any team?
Not just you. I mean, I don't know what the numbers actually are of that, but I will tell you this. This is a fact.
Okay.
Spencer Torkelson, as of a couple days ago, and I looked at this, and I don't think he's driven in a run since anyway, since the All-Star break, has 10 home runs. Riley Green now has 11, and Kerry Carpenter, I think, has 10 as well. But Spencer Torkelson only had 19 runs driven in.
With 10 home runs?
With 10 home runs. I mean, it's amazing how many solo home runs the Tigers have hit. They just have not come up with the big hit with runners on base. And the, kind of the crazy statistical anomalation with this team, as we like to say, with one of their players, Javi Baez, is Javi, though he's not hitting entirely well, 254 on this season with his OPS is 673. He had a couple hits
last night.
Yeah, but that's all he does. He just hits base hits now.
Right.
But the one thing that Javi does extraordinarily well is he hits well with runners on or runners in scoring position. Now, his numbers have dropped since the All-Star break, but they're still above average. His OPS with runners on is 760. His OPS with runners in scoring position is 777. If you went back to last year when he was having a miserable year last year, again, it was a statistical anomalation with runners in scoring position.
I love that word, anomalation.
Yes, we love it too. We made it up and we're going to keep it. It's ours. His OPS last year was 884 with runners in scoring position, despite the fact that he hit 184 on the season.
That
with
is
a 516 OPS on the season. It's strange. It is a statistical anomalation. So it was good to see Javi get the RBI, who ended up being the game-winning RBI last night, and then you had a Riley Green home run as well, 3 solo home runs. But to your point, yeah, they just hit solo shots, and it is annoying as hell because this team has shown a lot of power this year.
Right.
More power than I ever thought they were capable of, and yet it hasn't amounted to much on the scoreboard.
A perfect example was Riley Green yesterday. Solo home run, and then bases loaded, 2 outs, and he swings at ball 4, let alone getting a grand slam or something like that,
Yeah, well, and he wasn't alone. Other guys, unfortunately, throughout this entire stretch, Tiger hitters have been swinging and missing a ton. I mean, 10 more strikeouts last night. So if I'm not mistaken, it is 19 and 9 is 28, and 10 is 38 strikeouts in 3 games against Cleveland in this series.
But we got to own the zone, man. Got to own that zone.
Pathetic. Well, I mean, Cleveland struck out 8 times.
Yeah, no,
and Cleveland struck out 10 times in the first game as well, but they won 2 out of the 3 games. And yes, they own the zone thing, which is Scott Harris's tenet, which is something AJ Hinch wants too.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's going to be, a show for another day. I think there's going to be some big changes in the offseason to the 40-man roster. I would hope that there are an opportunity to say, okay, I think we've seen enough of this or that, and time to look at this or that, and also add other players via free agency or probably trade might be a better way to get it done. But that's a discussion for when the season is actually over. But right now, it's not over.
No.
Because they won last night.
Yeah.
And now, if the Tigers win and Houston loses a game, the Tigers are in the playoffs. And if they match up with Cleveland, it's actually the matchup I want. As a fan, I want to see them play Cleveland in the playoffs.
You want to get revenge from last year?
I want to get revenge for last week. I mean,
or this week.
Yeah, or this week. I just want to ruin Cleveland's season. And yes, in large part because of what happened last year. The Tigers breeze through the end of the year, make the playoffs, beat Houston in the first series, and then have a chance to win against Cleveland that can't get it done to go to the ALCS. Yeah, I want all that. I want that. And I think there's a mental block with this team when it comes to Cleveland right now. So hopefully last night reminded them that, you can beat this team. It's a good team, but they're not that good.
By the way, where do you stand on, let's say, hypothetical, whatever, when they clinch a playoff spot? Let's say it's, because the Astros play the Angels late, I don't think the Tigers are going to be hanging around in the clubhouse.
Let's say it happens Saturday evening.
Okay.
They play Saturday afternoon at 4?
They play Saturday afternoon.
So after that game, they find out they clinch a playoff spot.
They clinch a playoff spot. Where do you stand on the celebration? Because if they win the division, I could barely accept them going crazy. If they just go nuts with the goggles and all that crap for them basically just making the playoffs, I think that's a horrible look considering how they've played the last 6 weeks of the season. Personally,
I don't know if it's a horrible look or not. It's not. I'll say this: it's not how I would celebrate.
Okay, good. Good. So we're on the same page, basically.
Somewhat, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't celebrate like that. What I would do is I would have the blue collar celebration. I'd bring in a couple of cases of beer, like Budweiser, like go all blue collar on you. Get some Pabst Blue Ribbon in there.
Some Natty Light.
What? Yeah, just something. Just blue collar. It would be beer, not champagne, for sure.
Yes.
Is the way that I would do it. And I would say, look, it is an accomplishment. To make the playoffs is an accomplishment. If they were to do that, because they still haven't done it yet.
Right.
But no, I would not. I'd not be thrilled if they did the whole goggle thing. Now, if they win, let's say they sweep Boston.
Yeah.
And
win the division.
It's
more palatable.
Yeah, I can understand that too.
Because they'd have won 4 in a row. It wouldn't be as much of a back in.
But they'll have to play right away because they won't have gotten one of the first 2 seeds to get the bye. So I'm not sure I want them celebrating too much.
No, you know what? Here's the rallying call. He brings in PBR, Bud Light, whatever, and AJ says, "Look, have some beers, boys. No spraying. Have some beers, and we win the next round. Then we can bring out some champagne."
But that's again a discussion for after they actually clinch, if they were to clinch, because nothing's been.
Gator, I'm looking ahead in a good way. I mean, give me
sort of.
Well,
looking for you're limiting what the celebration can be.
Yeah, it's true.
You're saying you can't do this.
But by the way, I don't want to derail the show, but you came up with something that I think is very interesting. The word you used that I never heard before.
When we use the term statistical anomalation.
Anomalation.
Yeah. Anomaly is the word.
Yes.
We've created the word anomalation.
You created a word. I'd love to hear from people what words, with their friends or whatever that you've used in just everyday language that basically does not exist that you made up. Because my favorite that I use all the time is seriosity.
Seriosity.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's serious, but in all seriosity.
In all seriosity. Yeah, that's my one.
Seriosity.
Seriosity.
Do you remember the first time you used it?
No, decades ago. But no, I don't remember the first time.
Kang, how long is it that we've been using statistical anomalation?
Oh, God. It was in our opens, remember?
Yeah, but it has to be...
Pre-COVID.
Is pre-COVID. Yes, I know it's pre-COVID because when I started singing the boat song, I said anomalate that word.
Yes.
So that was part of it. So I'm guessing it's like 2017.
There you go. Anomalation.
Anomalate that word.
Yeah.
You deserve it. A brand new word. Woo! Yes. And that's why we're defining it. You deserve it. A brand new word. Anomalate that word. Yeah, I imagine people have words like that that they've made up.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun, and it is distinctly our word. Like Doug said it, and when he said it, he called himself out on it immediately. He's like, anomalation. I'm like, go with it, own it, and we have ever since. We love the word. It's fantastic. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Let's go to the phones and texts. We'll start with Tony in Detroit. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Tone.
Hey, thank you guys for taking my call. I don't think there's any zero zero way you can celebrate with champagne by backing in and getting that wild card spot. You cannot pop champagne as a wild card team. I would accept maybe a Prosecco or maybe a cava, like a Spanish sparkling cava.
It's all the same thing.
And then obviously drink a beer. It is still hard to make the playoffs even as a wild card team.
It's an accomplishment. It's not what you wanted because you've blown this lead without question. It sucks that has happened, but there's still reason to celebrate. Look, we're a blue collar team. Let's have a blue collar celebration. You know, maybe have a couple bottles of booze around you, pass around, guys take swigs out of the bottle. You know,
we don't need our own. You don't need your own song or anything like that. You know, wild card. Dun, 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 dun. You make me so. I'll stop.
Don't it?
I'll stop.
All right, thanks, Tony. I appreciate it. That's talent right there.
Thank you very much.
That is talent. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. There is something else to consider that we want to get into regarding Sunday's game. This is a scenario that could take place. How would you handle this scenario with the Tigers? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. There it is. The genesis of anomalation.
I see. I liked it. I had never heard that before, the anomalation. So, I came up with the term seriosity decades ago. We were also asking if you have any made-up words that you use.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I'm not sure if this was made up, but my father had a description when a team got killed, basically. Oh, the Phillies got schmeiced today. Schmeiced. I don't know if that was...
Is it Yiddish based?
I don't know. I'll have to look that up.
What's the origin? Can you use it in a sentence?
Sounds German.
Like right now, the United States is getting schmeiced by Europe in the Ryder Cup.
No, there is that. That's a schmeicing, right?
Yes.
Another word. I heard this word. It was a roommate of my brother's. My brother was at Alma College for undergrad, and I went up to see him one weekend, and one of his roommates coined a word, and the word was skronk, skronk, and it could mean a bunch of different things, but it could sub for schmeiced.
Right.
We're getting skronked right.
You're getting skronked. Okay.
Yeah. But I do love the made-up words, and we've got a bunch of them coming into the ticket text. Favorite made-up word when things go wrong? Crap fantastic. That's in Jerry, Indiana. I like craptastic.
Yeah.
Crap fantastic, okay. My mother-in-law pronounces the Mexican beer Dos Equis as Cuquequis. Shockingly, when she orders it in bars, they know what she means. That's in Brian and Monroe. Yeah. My father could never pronounce Mitsubishi.
Oh, really?
We got, I think in the early 90s, we got this big TV. It was like a 27-inch TV in like 1994. And my mom would say, Hugh, what kind of TV do we have? It's a Mitsubishi. What's that? It's a foreign TV. Couldn't say it. My made-up word is dignitude. Combination of dignity and attitude. Used in a sentence. Wow. That guy told that lady off with superior dignitude. That's from Mark and Holly.
I like that,
That's
Mark.
a great word. Dignitude's great. Morning, guys. Susie from Manchester. My word is fantastical. Kind of a cross between fantastic and magical. I like that. Maybe and perhaps becomes mayhaps. And then somebody points out another Karshin Anderson classic, the Rudge Escher. Because I couldn't say edge rusher one day. I said Rudge Escher.
I get it.
So,
There's a big word in Philly that they use that's made up. It came out of nowhere.
Scrapple?
No, John. The Jawn. And it just, you use it to refer to anything. I said, John. You're going to go down to the John? I mean, not the toilet, but they used the term John, and it was never around when I was living there.
So it's a new one.
Yeah.
Kids today came up with John.
I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. It's used to refer to a thing, place, or person or event that one need not or cannot give a specific name to. It's the weirdest thing.
You just say John.
Yeah.
And then
John, Jawn.
Yeah. Todd is on his cell phone. Todd, welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Todd.
Hey, I think the ultimate participation anomalation trophy would be for the Tigers to get swept and the Astros only pull off a single win and we back into wild card 3 with a tiebreaker.
That would be something. That would be something, yeah.
And the other thing is, I think that if we had that going for us and we knew in advance, which would be good, we could put McKinstry on the mound. I want to see him play every position on the field. I don't know why he hasn't pitched yet.
All right, well, we'll see if that happens. I don't think that'll happen, but it may. It may. I mean, they've done that before with guys in the past. Didn't it one year they had Shane Halter play all 9 positions in a single game?
So did Andrew Romine.
Just the gimmick thing.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
But especially with Shane Halter, it's something like he really wanted to do. It's like, we used to call him H-Rod. Shane Halter.
H-Rod, yeah.
Guys, it's always a gimmick thing.
Yeah.
None of those guys should be playing all night. Ohtani's the only one that would be legit. Otherwise, no one wants to see Halter or Romine pitch.
Yeah, we're going to see Jake Rogers pitch this weekend. He's got like the best ERA on the team. Or I forget. The last few outings, he hasn't given up a run. But he's, yeah, you're right. Ohtani's the one.
I'm sure there are others that could get the job. You know what's funny is that they only allow guys to come in and pitch, the position players to come pitch. They're only guys to throw knuckleballs. Like, I will guarantee that half of the players in Major League Baseball pitched at some point in their lives, like in Little League or in high school, or maybe even some of these guys pitched in college, but they have to choose to go just one way. But nobody who comes in, like, hey, we're going to bring in the right fielder to pitch, and it's not like he's throwing fastballs. They all throw knuckleballs,
Right.
even though there are plenty of guys out there that could get the job. Like Brandon Inge threw 97 miles an hour when he was at Virginia Commonwealth. He was a relief pitcher and a shortstop. But I don't remember him getting a chance to pitch for the Tigers. He may have.
I don't know.
They're all just knuckleballers. And now,
Because
now
they don't,
it's getting worse.
because they don't want to screw up their arm. The game's over. That's the reason.
I get it, but I mean, it's still a throwing motion. You could just throw fastballs and it shouldn't screw up your arm. But you have guys now. It's like a competition to see how low they can, how slow they can throw the ball.
Yeah. So McKinstry was like Mr. Ephus when he was in there, right?
Yeah, and that's that's the other thing is we're seeing guys just lobbing it as slow as possible. Well, that one checked in at 35 miles an hour. Trying to beat that. Because you have to throw at a certain speed in order to get over the plate. Chris is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, Chris, how are you?
Just wanted to give you one of the words that were made up. In the military, we were on our watch, there was like a word strag, S-T-R-A-G, and that was like if you were hungover or you had trouble turning up. Like if Stoney this morning had to show up for the morning show, he might have been strag as hell. There was a guy named Knowles that would that had like the thick New England accent that was mainly responsible for its proliferation, and he was like, there was always like, if somebody didn't show up for watches, like, yeah, he's in his rack, he's strag as hell.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like
good.
it. Yeah, it's like scraggly. You just you're all sorts of disheveled. Strag. It works. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Asking people how they feel about the Tigers as well, not just the made up words you came up with. But the Tigers finally get the win last night, and now their magic number to make the playoffs, because that's what we're looking at here, is 2. They can still win the division because technically they're tied with Cleveland right now. Well, technically they're not. Record-wise, they're tied with Cleveland. Cleveland has a tiebreaker, so the Tigers have to finish with one more win than the Guardians in order to win the division. It can happen. Cleveland's playing at home against Texas for 3 games, and Texas is they can be a thorny team. Unfortunately, the Tigers play at Boston, and Boston is another playoff team, and they are very thorny, and that ballpark is notorious for inducing nightmares. So we shall see. Some ticket text coming in. I really hope this team does not make the playoffs. If they make it, we all know what will happen. They won't do anything of substance off season because, we made the playoffs. What more do they want from us? If they miss the playoffs, then hopefully they may take a long, hard look in the mirror and change how they operate and make some big changes.
All right. I completely disagree with that as far as a fan hoping that they don't make the playoffs. I think that's ridiculous. I understand how bad they've played for most of the second half of the season, in particular the last 6 weeks. And I get it. It's frustrating as hell. I'm Mr. Doom and Gloom, okay? But once you get in, you want to get in because maybe, you get lucky and you can get on a roll somehow.
It doesn't even have to be luck. This Tiger team was the best team in baseball for, going from the second half of last season all the way through the first half of this season. Best team in baseball.
By record.
Yeah, by record, but it's not luck. They played good baseball. They played a great brand of it. They were hitting the ton. They had great pitching. They fielded well, and they ran the bases better than anybody in the sport.
But they're not doing that now, so I think it would be a fluke or whatever for them to go to the World Series. Regardless, you still want them to win. And as far as sitting there saying, well, because of what happened, they won't do anything in the off season if they make the playoffs. No, I don't. I think whatever they decide to do or don't do will have nothing to do with the collapse per se. If they make it or don't make it, it'll have to do with the collapse. But the fact that whether they collapsed and got in or collapsed and didn't get in, it will be irrelevant.
Well, I would fully I agree with you that I think it's irrelevant if they make the playoffs or don't make the playoffs. I think changes are coming in the off season, and I do think that they will have to add players to this team that will be certainly more formidable to this roster than Alex Cobb or Charlie Morton or Chris Paddock. Right? These are the guys that they brought in at various points of the year. One was a free agent signing that didn't pan out. The Kenta Maedas of the world. And that's not it. They have to go out and actually get legitimate players in the offseason. At least a couple of them.
And or more than that, if they're going to spend money, spend it wisely. Somebody on Twitter, I'll give them credit, devoted to Detroit, has this tweet. Between 2022 and 2025, the Tigers have spent $213 million on Javier Baez, Eduardo Rodriguez, Michael Pineda, Kenta Maeda, Jack Flaherty, Shelby Miller, Alex Cobb, Tommy Kahnle, and John Brebbia. These signings have netted 7.4 WAR over 4 seasons, costing $28.8 million. They could have instead spent just $5 million more over 4 seasons for Corey Seager, Yamamoto of the Dodgers, Alex Bregman, Justin Verlander, and Aroldis Chapman.
All right. Well,
now, first of all, there's no guarantee you're going to get all of those guys.
That's nice revisionist history. You want to say they've misspent the money? Then
yes,
they're
that's
full
true.
stop. They
that's
have misspent
true.
some money. That's
yes.
a full stop,
yeah.
and you're correct on that. They have to be better than that. But when the offseason came and they were looking for the shortstop, and you had that shortstop market, and they ended up with Javi Baez. At the time, Baez was a good player. Now, was he trending in a downward direction? Were there some signs that maybe it wouldn't work out? Sure.
Yes.
But other players at that time, Carlos Correa ended up going with Minnesota. And I said at the time, I like Carlos Correa a lot, but he's hurt all the time. And he's been hurt all the time. Other players there, we had Seager. Yeah, there were better options for sure. The Tigers ended up with the worst. I'm not going to paint this any other way. The Tigers end up with the worst option.
It was a bad
bunch,
signing.
And the contract is killing him because he's got 2 years left after this year at $25 million per. But nonetheless, that doesn't stop them. It should not stop them, nor do I think it will stop them from spending money in the offseason on legitimate players, not just taking a flyer on a guy who's contemplating retirement, like Alex Cobb.
That's ridiculous.
But they also did sign Gleyber Torres, which was a good signing for the year. Are they going to bring him back? I doubt it.
No, because their second half of the season has been horrific.
Right, so you don't have to. But again, that's a discussion for another time. But I would just disagree with the call nonetheless. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. So something can happen Sunday. We're going to address this next. Something could happen Sunday. Want to see how you, the fan, would react. What would you do? We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. So Stoney's in for Doug today on the Karsch and Anderson program. Kind of briefly discussed this before the show, and I thought it's worthy to bring on the air. I think it's a scenario that could play itself out this weekend, where Sunday's game might mean a chance to win the division. And if it does, Tarik Skubal is scheduled to pitch on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
If the Tigers have already clinched a playoff spot, but they haven't clinched a division, but if they win Sunday, they can win the division.
Yeah.
Do you pitch Tarik Skubal, and then probably you don't have him for the first series, right? I guess you wouldn't have him for the first series, unless somehow he's able to pitch a game 3 if there is a game 3. Or do you just say, you know what, we're not worried about the division. I know it's great to have a home game at Comerica Park, but it's more important that we win, and therefore you don't pitch Tarik Skubal on Sunday. You just concede. Well, you're not conceding the division because you can still win the division.
Yes.
But that's the selling point, is that we can still win the division without pitching Skubal, but we need Skubal for game 1 of the playoffs.
To me, if anybody suggests that in that scenario that Tarik Skubal should pitch Sunday just so the 3-game series is at home without him, as opposed to not pitching him and they go on the road and they have him, I think that person needs a lobotomy.
After thinking about it long and hard over the last hour, I certainly would not pitch Tarik Skubal on Sunday if they've already clinched a playoff spot. The home field advantage, I don't know if it doesn't even matter at this point.
Last year the Tigers went to Houston and won 2 straight games.
So they need to have Skubal. But here's where I think where jaded minds come in. Do you think there would be, from the higher up, does Chris Ilitch say, we want the home games, we need to win the division? I hope that's not the case.
No.
And I'm not sure why I even bring this up.
No.
Normally I wouldn't bring it up. Maybe it's working with you, it's bringing this out of me. But
in all seriousity, Gator. No.
I certainly hope not. When we think about this, because winning is what matters, right? That is all that matters. And we saw last year, like you point out, they went into Houston and beat Houston. Nobody thought that was going to happen. Oh, Tigers backed into the playoffs, or they got into the playoffs last year, but they barely did. And this was they're a hungry team. Nice to see it, but they're really not that good. And then they beat Houston. They was like, wait a minute, they just beat Houston?
Okay, so the only way you look at it, and I don't even know if the bracket would shake out this way. Would you rather play Cleveland at home, let's say?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say they're the wild card and the Tigers win the division.
Tigers win the division.
Or play at Boston.
Well, it wouldn't be at Boston. It would be they would have to play a division winner. So you'd play
the Yankees or Toronto or Houston or Seattle.
Seattle. I think it's
in the first round.
Actually, would it be Seattle or Toronto? But Seattle and Toronto, the two that get the bye.
Right. Well, Toronto and the Yankees are tied right now. So, now, the point is that's the only way you can sit there. Well, you know what? It'd be better to play a weaker team at home. No,
I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that.
You can't. I'm just trying to think why anybody. There's no way on God's green earth that if they clinch a playoff spot, that Tarik Skubal pitches on Sunday. It would be ridiculous.
I think to win the division, it would be all hands on deck with the exception of Tarik Skubal.
Yes.
You do everything you can.
Yes.
You might have 9 different pitchers in the game.
Right.
But Skubal's not going to be one of them.
Absolutely. There's no way.
I would really like to see things finish up tonight. Beat Boston tonight and have Houston lose.
Mike Trout hit 3 home runs tonight.
Let's go. Let's make it happen. And then they just knowing going into tomorrow that they have clinched a playoff spot and they can breathe a little easier again. And then there's the other question for Tiger fans. If the Tigers make the playoffs, do you want Cleveland? Do you want to face Cleveland in the first round? Because I do. I want all that smoke. I want the Guardians in the playoffs.
Well, look.
They have to get there first.
No disrespect to the Guardians and their fans. But if you're giving me an option of Cleveland or any of the other teams, with the exception of Houston, I think Cleveland, you have a better chance of beating Cleveland than you do beating the Yankees, Toronto, Seattle.
They did just hammer the Yankees, though.
I understand that.
It's like the lone flash of brilliance over
I
the last
know,
month.
Aaron Judge is not very good in the
hammered
postseason. Yes. They had that one crazy inning, where they scored
They had two games where they had double-digit runs.
I know. I'd rather face Cleveland than place the Yankees because Cleveland doesn't hit enough where.
Yeah, the Yankees, I mean, that field is such a joke that you can sneeze on a baseball and it goes over the fence.
Right.
I just want Cleveland. I want to ruin their season. I want to ruin the city of Cleveland over the next week. I want to ruin the state of Ohio over the next week. Because don't the Lions play after they play Cleveland, they play Cincinnati?
Okay, let me ask you another question. You're bringing up hypotheticals here. Would you rather the Tigers, let's say they play Cleveland in the playoffs, would you rather the Tigers beat the Guardians in the series, but that guarantees the Lions lose to the Browns Sunday?
Wait, say that again. Would I rather what?
Tigers beat Cleveland and if they play in the playoffs, but it guarantees the Browns winning on
See,
Sunday.
but that doesn't happen. That won't happen. We won't know that until the results until next week. Like
I know. I'm just,
no,
it's hypothetical.
I can't do that hypothetical.
Okay.
I can't do that one. I can't get behind that one, Stoney.
But you'd rather ruin Cleveland's season than ruin the Yankees?
Yes. Okay. At this point, 100% right now. Because the Tigers and the Yankees lately, the Tigers have done just fine against the Yankees in the playoffs.
Right.
And it's great to beat the Yankees in the playoffs because everybody hates the Yankees.
Yes.
It's fantastic. There's a rivalry with the Cleveland right now. Yankees are just, universally despised. Cleveland, this one hurts. We don't like Cleveland. Don't like what's going on here. They knocked us out last year. We want revenge for that. Don't like what happened last week to really turn this thing into a tizzy, and it shouldn't be where we're at in the first place, right?
Yeah.
This Tiger team, frankly, should be all clinched up and just seeing who they're going to play in the second round.
Of
but
course
it
they
didn't work
should.
out that way.
No.
And Cleveland's a big reason
It's
why.
not clinched up because the Tigers clenched up.
That's right. Well, hopefully last night let it out.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Jarred something loose there.
Yeah.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We're going to kind of segue into the Lions. Stay with Cleveland, though, because the Lions will play the Browns. We'll do that next. We'll talk Lions and Browns with you. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. We'll get through your texts and calls as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. 3 matches down, and the Europeans lead the Americans 3-0 at the Ryder Cup this morning. Still on the course for the U.S., Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantley, 1 up right now on Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland. We'll have continuing coverage of this afternoon's results at Bethpage right here on 97.1 with our Jeremy Otto. The Tigers begin their final series of the regular season at Fenway Park against the Red Sox tonight. Casey Mize starts for the Tigers, Kyle Harrison for the Red Sox. After last night's win, the Tigers and Guardians are both 86 and 73, but Cleveland is still in first place because they have the tiebreaker. The Tigers have the last wild card in the American League right now, 1 game ahead of the Astros. That first pitch 7:10 tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Around baseball last night, both the Blue Jays and Yankees are winners and they have identical records, but the Jays hold the tiebreaker, so they lead the East right now. Dodgers clinching their 4th straight NL West title and 12th in the last 13 years, and the Mets and Reds both won yesterday, keeping New York in the last wild card spot. Cincinnati's 1 game back. The Diamondbacks lost. No, they're now 2 games out of that wild card spot. And while Michigan and Michigan State have a bye this weekend, there are plenty of marquee games in college football. Number 3 Penn State hosts number 6 Oregon in a whiteout at Beaver Stadium. Number 3 Georgia hosting number 17 Alabama. Also number 4 LSU at number 13 Ole Miss. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
King of the Jorts is walking out of the studio now.
So do you think, like at Beaver Stadium, you talked about the whiteout, they're going to have all the college kids are going to have him wearing white jorts too? Yes. He gave the thumbs up.
Dude, I can't believe that's a thing. Jorts making a comeback. And the answer is no, you wear jorts with a white T-shirt. That's how you would do things. But did they even make white jean shorts?
I don't know. I certainly wouldn't wear them.
It's just frightening, really, is what it is.
By the way, we are on Twitch and on YouTube, and on the Twitch feed, people can make comments. There's somebody who actually said that the Tigers won last night. Is it possible Tigers won because they brought back Jahan, who should have been with the team since the beginning of September call-ups? Jahan was 0 for 1. So how the hell did that make a difference?
Well, the one thing with Justin Henry Malloy is he has really good at bats. His average isn't anything special, but he gets on base. I think his on base percentage like 350 something.
I get the
but
second part.
I'm just saying. So he draws a great at bat because he sees a ton of pitches, which in theory should help everybody in the lineup. Now, does that mean that he should have been on the roster? You can make the only argument I would make in favor of him joining the roster at some point earlier would be because when they sent him down to Toledo, he was mashing at Toledo. He did a great job at Toledo, getting on base, hitting for power, did all the things you're supposed to do, and they never called his name. They didn't bring him back up. And, again, that's something that's another discussion for, I guess, well, we could talk about that for the playoffs.
Well, yeah.
If they make the playoffs,
no,
would he be on your playoff roster?
I was just reacting to from last night. He didn't do anything last night. Maybe he had
just the lift of having him there, Stoney.
Oh my!
The personality,
God, please.
Just the fact that he's there, that smiling face, the affable Justin Henry Malloy.
Yeah, good for him. Glad he's affable.
At the same time, Jahmai Jones comes in and leads off with a home run. Jahmai Jones, what he has done in limited duty this year is actually quite impressive. I don't know if it's enough to say got to bring him back next year, but I will doff my hat to him and say, well done, sir, because he has been just destroying left-handed pitching this year for the Tigers, which is nice because guys that used to do that were not doing that.
True.
Andy Ibanez is no longer killing left-handed pitching, and we'll see about that. I did get some ticket texts that came in regarding the Tigers. The win last night when you've been holding your bladder and finally get to pee. That's what it felt like.
Yes, exactly.
Yep. I've lost interest. Apathy is how I feel right now. Oof. Maybe it took Doug taking today off for the Tigers to win last night. Just saying. Stay away, Jug. That's from Ryan. Maybe. I'm not gonna look past that.
No.
And agree with Stoney. Good win, but where is the big hit in the 4th and 5th innings? Need the boot to the throat to get some respect or mojo back.
Right. If they have any designs on, let alone making the playoffs, but doing something once they get there, they can't plod offensively.
No, you can't. You're not going to win playoff series. You're not going to win anything, any series, I should say, period. I mean, the Tigers didn't win the series against Cleveland. Why? They didn't come up with enough big hits.
Correct.
They were fortunate last night that they did hit the ball out of the ballpark 3 times, and that's all they needed. They had really good pitching going for them, which was great. And a collaborative effort. Troy Melton starting off, and then you went to a host of guys coming out of the bullpen. And you can win every once in a while like that, but that's not a strategy. You need to have the big hits, which is what they did in the first half of the season, which is so maddening because we've seen this team operate like they were the best team in baseball, not just because the record was, but because they played like it. They hit for power. They hit in the gaps. They hit with runners in scoring position.
But the problem was...
But they're not doing it in the last 50 games or whatever.
But you had guys who were playing so far above their history.
Some, yes, and some, the history was so short that it's hard to pin that on them. But I'll agree with you. I mean, the guys that made the All-Star game...
Javi McKinstry? I mean, come on.
Well, Javi McKinstry, and McKinstry's actually, he's dropped significantly.
Right.
But what he had dropped to is still, it's below average, but it's not as bad as, say, like Javi was.
Right.
Even like Riley Green's numbers dropped significantly. He was hitting like 212 since the All-Star break. Those 4 players, and Gleyber Torres is another one who's dropped, but not, I mean, again, below average when it comes to OPS, but it's not like he dropped down to 600. It's like 690. So, yeah, some of those guys, yes. Some of those guys might be too early to say that about, and others, look, this is a question for the offseason of who stays and who doesn't.
Look,
the other side of that is that you need to have guys like Spencer Torkelson do what he can do. You need Riley Green to continue to hit for power. You need Kerry Carpenter. Wish Kerry Carpenter could hit lefties and be in the lineup every day, but they're reluctant to do that. It's unfortunate they don't have Colt Keith, who was forming into being a really nice player for this team. And now you're really stuck with a one option at catcher because Jake Rogers can't hit.
Right.
But that's a lot going on there with the Tigers. All right, let's switch gears.
Okay.
Let's look forward to Sunday because Sunday the Lions have the next game on the schedule.
The Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland comes to town. A
lot of familiar faces on that team.
Sure. And on the sidelines with the assistant coaches and whatnot.
That's right.
But when the Cleveland comes to town, this is a team that just beat the Packers. And I think people, rightfully so, very surprised by that. I saw part of the game last week was with my brother on Sunday, and we're watching the game at a bar, and like, wow, look what just happened. Cleveland is there. This game is awful. It's a 10-0 game going into the fourth quarter, and then somehow Cleveland's able to score 13 points and win the game.
Thanks to Jordan Love.
Well, in large part, yeah. But the fact that their defense held Green Bay to 10 points and made some big plays because their defense is no joke.
It's really good, especially up front. You got Myles Garrett, who still is able to get to people even when he's triple-teamed at times. Mason Graham is playing like he played at the University of Michigan. And, they have a really good defensive back in Denzel Ward. I mean, they're really good defensively.
They are more than solid. They are very good defensively. But offensively, they're led by Joe Flacco as the quarterback right now. And I feel like he's just keeping his seat warm for whenever they feel like turning it over to one of the 10 other quarterbacks they have on the roster. But whether it's Dylan Gabriel or whomever, it seems like Gabriel will be the next one. But Joe Flacco's old. Joe Flacco's slow. But Joe Flacco got it done. He's a guy that when I look at him play, I don't think he's a guy that is going to have a game necessarily. I don't think he's capable of the big day anymore, but I think he's still capable of a big moment.
Yeah.
And that's what's scary is, like, if you let Cleveland hang around like the Packers did, Cleveland can come and bite you.
Right. I mean, they could a turnover. That's what they did. Granted, it was Jordan Love had a bad pass, but Myles Garrett can get through and sack Jared Goff and strip sack and whatever. That can change the game. And that's what they have to be wary of. And they can't sit there, oh, boy, we look great Monday night in Baltimore. This is a big game for them. And in fact, if they lost this game, it basically, in my opinion, takes away all the good that took place on Monday night.
So 248-539-9797 is a telephone number, and that's the question we want to ask you about Sunday's game. If they don't win the game Sunday at home against Cleveland, does that take away all the progress they've made the last couple of weeks? Are they back to square one? 248-539-9797, same number to text. We want to talk Lions with you next year on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so the Lions and the Browns do battle on Sunday at Ford Field. Very much looking forward to this game. I will be there. I assume you'll be there.
I'll be there sitting next to you as always.
Yep, and you and Hammer do the post-game show.
That's right.
Which will happen, about 45 minutes after the game's done?
Yeah, Monday night, we were on from 12:25 to 2:25, and basically a full rack of calls all night.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it was
because what a great win it was on Monday night.
Yes.
And what a great feeling. We had the great feeling after they beat the Bears, but a lot of people would say, okay, whatever, it was the Bears.
Right.
Congratulations, you threw a 52 against the Bears. Okay, fair enough. What would they do the next game? Well, what they did the next game was they took care of business against Baltimore, won that one 38-30. I was off my prediction by a single point because Harbaugh went for 2 instead of just kicking the extra point. I had it 38-31, Lions. But the Lions did a great job last 2 weeks, 90 points, over 900 yards in offense. That hasn't been done since 1950 when this team was, contending for championships all the time. And now it's Cleveland on Sunday. Cleveland, who just only gave up 10 points to Green Bay. And, of course, Green Bay beat the Lions the first week of the season.
They also played Baltimore pretty tough for a portion of the game.
For the first half.
Yeah.
And then the second half happened, and Baltimore scored all their points. And that's when they decided, okay, Lamar, I guess you can throw the ball. And Lamar throws it very accurately, and he had 4 touchdown passes in the game. But Cleveland shut down the run game. They completely shut down the run game against Baltimore. And we know that the Lions, part of their bread and butter is running the football. In fact, Dan Orlovsky made some kind of comment about how he thinks that the Lions this year, that the difference in their offense is that they're running more, and he thinks that they may set some records, some team records in running the football. I think it's nice to look at, but at this point, I think 3 games is not a trend. I think it depends who you're playing against. The game plan is going to change each game. This week, if it's going to be tough sledding running the football, they're going to have to throw the football. Well, they throw the football just fine. But as you pointed out, if they're not able to get the job done, does that erase all the goodwill that we've had over the last 2 weeks and all the good feelings we have about this team? Do they go back to square one?
For me, it's not that they go back to square one. To me, it completely just basically negates what happened Monday night because of what your expectations were. Most people, you being the exception, thought they would, lose to Baltimore and beat Cleveland. If it's the other way around, okay, what's the difference? For me, in predicting what they would do for the season, if that even makes a difference, I thought they'd be 10-7. I thought, for whatever reason, I obviously taking a step back, they weren't going to win 15 games. But I thought, all right, if they're 2-2 after their first 4 games, being Green Bay and Baltimore on the road, I think they'd be in pretty good shape. And I still stand by that. However, that's why this game is really important, because if you can get past that 2-2 and go 3-1, then in my mind, I might have to adjust my feelings on this football team.
So the premise of this question is something that I probably reject immediately because I don't put my mind into a mindset where what happens if they lose. I'm like, well,
right.
I don't look at that. I look at this and I see this team, and the way I look at this game, I don't think they lose. If they lose the game, I would be surprised. So would it knock them back to square one, or does it take a lot of the glimmer off the win from last week? I would probably take solace in knowing that Cleveland did this to Green Bay. And Green Bay looked so good the first week of the season. Green Bay looked good the second week of the season. But they couldn't get anything done against this defense. And maybe what it would just tell me is that Cleveland's defense is legit. The problem that I would have is that I don't think Cleveland's got any offense. I think they have a running back who made his debut last week in Judkins,
right?
Who looks like he's good. And we saw him in college. He was very good in college. He's a good running back. But they're without DeJuan Jones. The offensive tackle is on IR with a knee injury he suffered last week.
Mm-hmm.
So that changes things, I think, dramatically because DeJuan Jones is really good.
And they got to start former Lion great Cornelius Lucas.
There you go. Look, anytime you got a name Cornelius, that's pretty sweet, right? Respect. All I can think of is Don Cornelius from Soul Train.
See, I think the same thing. And then I was thinking, what other Cornelius? And then there's Cornelius from Planet of the Apes? Is that
Yeah,
was? Yeah.
with Dr. Zayas and a bunch. But
Name that Cornelius.
How many other Corneliuses are there?
Right.
But I guess that's where I'm looking. I have a really hard time seeing how the Lions lose this game because I don't respect Cleveland offensively.
No, either do I.
respect the hell out of them defensively, and I think that they're going to have some struggles in scoring points. And yet, I still think they get it done. I still think the Lions score in the high 20s, and I don't see a path to Cleveland scoring any more than 20. Or let's say 21 for 3 touchdowns. I don't even think I see 3 touchdowns out of them. Does that make me crazy?
No.
Is that being too chesty? I know people were upset last week. Caller Brian was upset because he thought I was being chesty last week.
No.
And then Brian stood up and apologized on Tuesday.
No. To predict that the Lions will beat the Cleveland Browns by, are you saying basically more than a touchdown? Basically?
Yeah, I mean, the spread's 8.5.
Right.
The Lions are favored by 8.5.
I don't think that's being too chesty because of, exactly, number one, they're at home. Cleveland beat Green Bay in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Lions are at home. That's number one. Number two, the Lions are still a really good team, and if the offensive line can do anything against Cleveland's front, the Lions should win this football game. And I'm not going to say handily, but shouldn't have to sweat it at the end, put it that way.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text us as well. You want to get in the discussion about the Lions in Cleveland. What are your concerns heading into this game? Are you chesty about this? I'm confident. I don't know if it's chesty. I'm not going to the double-digit disco. Although I'm not afraid to maybe step in and see what the cover charge is. I'm going to take a look.
Cost is at the door. Can I talk to bring you in? I don't know.
Right. And can I talk to the doorman? Can I talk to the bouncer and say, how's it looking here tonight? The ladies looking good? And he was like, oh, yeah, they're looking real good. I'm like, then, you know what? Double-digit disco it is. I'm not sure if I'm going to go there yet. I'll offer that up towards the end of the show when we do our predictions for the game. But you're more than welcome to call in with a prediction, 248-539-9797. What is the concern, though? Is the biggest concern just Myles Garrett's going to go run roughshod and maybe have an open shot at Jared Goff, knock him down and knock him out of the game? Is that like the worst?
See, even Mr. Doom and Gloom didn't even have Jared Goff getting injured on my bingo card.
I don't want that to happen.
I understand.
But if I have to craft a way for Cleveland to win.
No, the way Cleveland wins is just for them to be in his face all the time, sack him a lot, turnovers, and the Lions can't run the ball against, Mason Graham and the rest of their front besides Myles Garrett. And look, their secondary's pretty good too. Denzel Ward's good. Delpit is decent.
Yeah. These guys are banged up. Yeah. Right? Everybody's banged up at this point in the season anyway. But yes, they are very good. And look, Myles Garrett. We had the question yesterday, part of our football questions. We can ask you this question.
Okay.
Do you think, and if he's not, then offer somebody who is, do you think that Myles Garrett is the most impactful non-quarterback in the National Football League?
Right now?
Any position.
Playing
other than quarterback.
Playing currently or of all time?
Currently, not all time.
Yeah, Aaron Donald's retired. Quinnen Williams is really good. I mean, T.J. Watt is good. Myles Garrett is elite. He's better than Max Crosby, and he's better than Trey Hendrickson.
He's the best.
Yeah, he's the best.
He's 4 sacks, and he's got 16 tackles, too, in the 3 games. He's not just a guy who gets quarterback sacks. He just makes plays at and behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I mean, to me, unless there's somebody else, and Nick Bosa's hurt. So, I mean, yeah, it's Myles Garrett.
So Doug and I had the same name, but we went offensively.
We
went with offense.
Oh, you went with Saquon?
No, Saquon last year would have been the call, but no.
Penei Sewell?
No. Though he is impactful, but the one we went with was Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's an automatic first down. He's caught 80% of the passes thrown to him. 80% of those passes have been for first downs. He leads the NFL in touchdown receptions with 4.
I love me some Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Every single thing
he's
that you can ask.
unguardable. okay, because he runs such great routes.
And he blocks.
He does everything.
He does everything.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I'm going to come off as being a hater. If for some reason in this hypothetical world of sports talk radio, if Kevin Costner decided to run the Cleveland Browns again and he called, Brad Holmes and said, all right, we'll give you Myles Garrett for Amon-Ra St. Brown straight up. What are you doing?
I would do it.
Okay, thank you.
But, I would do it, but because the Lions have depth of the position.
Okay, that's fair. But
that's why I would do it. But I think first of all, I think we might be splitting hairs on who the impact would play because I love Myles Garrett.
Yes,
and I think he's incredibly impactful.
And because to me, the three tenets of football is have a great that you need to win a Super Bowl for the most part. Is have a great quarterback, protect that freaking quarterback, and get to the other team's quarterback. And as great as Amon-Ra St. Brown is,
you're channeling your inner Al Davis right there. The other team's quarterback must go down. He must go down hard.
As great as Amon-Ra St. Brown is, he does not fit any of those three tenets that I live and die by. So I would say Myles Garrett, not Amon-Ra St. Brown, is the most important, dominant, whatever word you want to use, non-quarterback in the National Football League.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
Gator, the red, white, and blue are getting schmeiced right now. They're down 3-0 in Europe, and one match still on the table through, 16 holes. Shoffley and Cantlay against McIntyre and Hovland, and they're all square.
Schmeiced, huh?
Schmeiced.
It's happening.
Yes.
They're getting skronked right now.
Mm-hmm.
I like to see that. Well, this is what happens in Ryder Cup. You can have a bad morning, and then you have a good afternoon. Things flip all the time.
You know what's going to happen, don't you? What's going to happen?
Don't say.
I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. And
I don't want to hear it.
It's true.
I don't want to hear it.
Forgetting about your opinions or your political, this is what is going to happen. The United States will either go down in the morning, either 3-0 with a draw, or 3.5 to a half, or they'll lose 4-0. And Donald Trump, the president of the United States, big fan of the game of golf, says he's going to be there on Friday. Haven't seen him yet. He'll show up for the afternoon sessions. The United States will win at least 3 of the 4, and Donald Trump will give himself credit for the United States making the comeback. That is what's going to happen.
Well, he could not show up and he'd still take credit. But yes, I understand what you're saying. Let's just hope things just turn around without having to worry about anything external. Yes. Just get the job done, boys. Lions take on Cleveland. He's not coming to Ford Field, right? I don't think he's making his way to Ford Field.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Because the Lions are kind of America's team now, so I just wondered.
That's true.
So the Lions taking on Cleveland at home on Sunday. We're asking the people, 248-539-9797. You want to give a prediction? That's fine. We're here for it. But what are the concerns going into the game for you? And if the Lions are unable to get the job done, does that undo what they have done to this point? First game of the season, it was doom and gloom everywhere. We came in on Monday. It was a miserable show to do Monday because Green Bay just dominated the Lions at both lines of scrimmage. And it was really kind of frightening to see how disoriented that offensive line was for the Lions. Like they had nothing. They had no answers, and the communication wasn't there clearly. Dan Campbell kind of had hey, everybody relax. It's a communication thing. We'll figure it out. We'll be better. And then the next week they scored 52 points and could have scored more against the Bears. The offensive line did not give up a sack in that game. Jared Goff talked to us after the game and said that's the cleanest pocket he's ever had maybe in his career. And then the Lions went into Baltimore Monday night, roll up 38 points on offense, win the game, won it handily, even though it got closer at the end. It was kind of just a touchdown that they made a couple bad plays on at the end of the game, but it didn't matter. The Lions won handily. And again, Jared Goff, no quarterback sacks given up by the offensive line. They've done a tremendous job over the last 2 weeks. This is a different test. You got Myles Garrett and company, and Mason Graham, the rookie from Michigan, has done a real nice job. He's got 11 tackles in the 3 games. He's making his presence felt. Always liked Mason Graham at Michigan. I thought he was just dominant in terms of what he can do at the line of scrimmage. He may not sack the quarterback.
Right.
Don't need him to. He controls whatever lineman is there, and you're not getting past him. He's a brick wall. And it's going to be a real test for the Lions and that young offensive line coming together, the 2 young guards anyway, coming together. But I loved what I saw against Baltimore. When you go back and watch some of the video highlights of that game with the big plays, and you watch how both guards and the center, just specifically the interior offensive line, how they smashed into the defense, moved guys out of the way, creating these huge lanes to run through. It was so impressive. And it wasn't just one play here and one play there. It was every single play. Penei Sewell had nearly a perfect grade from Pro Football Focus. Take it for what it's worth, as we always say on the show. But I think it was like a 99.5 grade that he had in the game. We know Penei Sewell's a beast. He's awesome. But this is a different kind of animal you're taking on with the Cleveland Browns.
Right, because their defense is really good. And I mean, we looked at the Green Bay game, but even, the first game this season, they lost to the Bengals by a point.
Yeah, and Joe Burrow played the whole game.
Joe Burrow played the whole game. He only passed for 13 yards, I believe. And they only rushed for 2 yards a carry.
Yes, so this is the theme. Cleveland's tough to run against. they're really tough to run against. I think they're averaging, I think it's 57 yards a game or something. They're 53 yards a game, whatever the number is that they've given up per game rushing.
Mm-hmm.
Not easy to do. Lions had 224 yards rushing against Baltimore. I don't think they're going to get 200 yards rushing against Cleveland, but can they get past 100? If they can, then I really don't think there's going to be any problem disposing of Cleveland. If they're able to run the ball reasonably effective, they're getting over 4 yards a carry, then I think the Lions win this one running away with it.
But that is a huge if.
Yeah, it's a big ask. If Jared Goff throws for over 300 yards, I think they win this game going away because they'll be just carving up the defense. And again, to me, it comes down to what Cleveland can't do, which is score points offensively. They're not good. Joe Flacco, the aging quarterback, surprisingly, this is the option they're going with. I'm not sure how much longer they're going to go with Joe Flacco as the quarterback, but until one of these other guys is ready to go, he's only completed 61% of his passes on the season. He's thrown 4 interceptions to just 2 touchdowns, and he's been sacked 6 times in the 3 games. That's not a crazy sack total.
Well, you talk about the running game. They have, as a team, rushed for averaging 4 yards a carry.
Yeah, 4 yards a carry.
They've given up just 2.3 yards a carry.
Yes.
So you have to make sure that they don't get their 4 yards a carry on the ground either.
No,
even though they're not known for their run game.
So when you're game planning against, if you're Kelvin Shepard and trying to come up with a game plan against Cleveland, isn't your game plan pretty simple? We're going to make sure that they're not going to run on us. Put 8 guys in a box and say, or 7 guys in the box, whatever you have to do, and say, beat us in the air.
Right, and get in Joe Flacco's face a little bit because he doesn't have that much mobility.
Which is something the Lions did a lot last week on Monday night. They
with a quarterback who does have mobility.
Yes. They sacked Lamar Jackson 7 times in the game, and that's the most sacks that the Ravens have ever given up. So it was a nice effort from Lions defense. 248-539-9797. Steve is in Heartland. Steve, welcome to 97 on the Ticket.
Hey. Good morning, guys. What I'm thinking about this game this weekend, I don't see really that much of a problem for the Lions, not just because they're home. I predict their win. I'll give you my score prediction. But that first game with Green Bay, to me, was kind of like right after preseason. I just don't think they were in sync. Now, I'm not going to talk about the other 3 games so far. Why I think they'll beat Cleveland is this. They got a superior offense. I don't care if Cleveland's defense is good and say they shut down the traditional run game. When you got Jamar Gibbs and St. Brown coming out of there with play options and whatever, and I just think the offense will be fine. And with Flacco, come on. I think the defense will be able to handle of the Lions, the Cleveland offense, and my prediction is 31-19 Lions.
31-19. That's a double-digit disco.
Well, yeah. Plus, the 19 is always a very difficult.
It's not easy to get there. It's not easy to get there, but
there's a missed extra point there somewhere.
Well, or you go for 2 and you don't get it.
That's true.
For a 3rd touchdown.
Yeah.
That's the way to get there. I learned this.
Or Myles Garrett does get the Lions down for a safety.
I suppose there's that too.
Well, who cares if the Lions get 31 and they get 19?
I hear you. And this comes to the age-old question: which wins, offense or defense? It used to be that the NFL was a great. You had to have a great defense to win, and now things have shifted in the NFL. It's more of an offensive league. It's a passing league now. Does a great offense beat a great defense? I think it does in today's NFL. And particularly, it's easier to say that when the other team doesn't have a great offense, doesn't even have a good offense. I'm not saying the Lions have a great defense. I think the Lions have a good defense that plays up to the level at times. What they did at Baltimore was really, really impressive in limiting Lamar Jackson. Mm-hmm. Completely different game plan this week because of the quarterback. I mean, great that Malik Cunningham was at the Lions as their practice squad quarterback to help them get ready for Lamar Jackson.
Did you ask Goff about that, by the way?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said, yeah, he's been great.
Good.
Yeah, so that helped, but you you may as well have Jared Goff run the offense against the first team defense,
Right.
because that's the kind of thing you'd see from Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco he is a Super Bowl champion. He was at one point in time a really good quarterback, but he's immobile. He's a big target, and they're without their starting tackle, DeJuan Jones. I feel like the Lions can really take advantage of this. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. We'll take your calls and texts next. We continue here. 97.1, The Ticket. It's great to see that our teams of the year are back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And right now, the deals are unbeatable. You start with the employee pricing they have for everyone on every EV in stock. Like, for instance, you can get a Blazer EV all-wheel drive for $199 a month and $0 down. How about the Equinox EV? Only $199 a month with $0 down. The 2026 Chevy Equinox Gas is just $299 a month. No games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. And need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has got you covered, because they treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. It's big money, huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. That's tomorrow. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments are necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is 696 in Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney's in for Doug. Gator with you as always. Kang's behind the glass. Kang, we haven't heard from you yet about the game on Sunday, Lions and the Browns. I'm feeling kind of chesty about this. Stoney feels like it's going to be well in hand, but when all is said and done, not really worrying about it at the end.
It won't be a blowout, but I think they win.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, Stoney. I think it's going to be, Lions with a victory, but I think it's going to be a little more resistance than people realize because the Browns' defense is really good. And it's only 3 weeks into the year, but Jim Schwartz does have a track record of being a good defensive coordinator. We know what Myles Garrett is. He's complete game record, maybe the most impactful non-QB player in the league. Mason Graham is a really good rookie this year and being helped, of course, by playing alongside Myles Garrett on that line. I think the game plan defensively for the Lions should kind of be similar with the Ravens, which is be aggressive, stop the run, and, when Joe Flacco drops back to pass, make him get off his spot, right? And hopefully Terry and Arnold can hold up. How much of Meek Robertson will we see this week is going to be interesting because they've kind of mentioned that they want to see him get more playing time, get on the field more. Offensively, the Lions can score runs. I'm still in Tiger mode. Score points through the air or through the ground, but I'd love to see them get the ground game going because this is a real test. Like the Browns have the best run defense in the NFL, so if they can actually get a decent amount of the run game going, that will show me that this interior offensive line is a double stamp it for real, right? We saw them do it against the Ravens, but they were without their best run defender and no Kyle Van Noy. The Browns have, like I just mentioned, Myles Garrett and Mason Graham on that front four. So if they can run against the Browns, I'm going to feel ultra confident moving forward with this team.
You mentioned the Browns passing attack or lack thereof. I mean, does Jerry Jeudy scare you? Does Cedric Tillman, if he plays, he's questionable right now, scare you? Isaiah Bond has speed, but
I've always respected Jerry Jeudy, but it's hang another year on a guy, as we like to say.
To me, the only one I'm really worried about is Njoku.
Yeah, because tight ends are usually a bad matchup for the Lions.
Right.
And look, Mark Andrews had a big game last week, but I think that was in large part because the Lions' game plan was to limit what damage Derrick Henry was going to do and what Zay Flowers was going to do. That became apparent afterwards when Dan Campbell was talking about Zay Flowers. I'm like, oh, so what they looked at was Zay Flowers can cause real problems. Obviously, Derrick Henry can. We have to watch Lamar. Everybody else, fair game, do what you're going to do. Like Hopkins isn't like that deep threat anymore, but Hopkins is going to make his catches. And, if you're going to get volume catches from a tight end, okay, but they're not explosive plays. They limited the explosive plays against Baltimore, which was huge. I don't think Cleveland's capable of explosive plays. I could be dead wrong. I could look stupid on Monday, and if so, it won't be the first time. And I'll say, okay, it happened. Congratulations. Take your hat off to Cleveland. I just don't see it. I think this defense is for the Lions. I think they're ready to go. They're battle-tested against good offenses, and this is not a good offense. And on top of it, this DeJuan Jones injury is no joke.
No, I know.
So you take out a good starting tackle, and now it's like, really? Okay. Aiden Hutchinson is ready to go. They'll move him all over the place. Al-Quadin Muhammad had a really nice game last week, but he's got okay, great. Don't just have a week.
Right.
Have a season. There it is. Right? And I've always liked Al-Quadin Muhammad. I think he's a guy that he can give you something in the pass game, in a pass rush game. And we certainly saw it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to talk about Lions? We're here for you. We talked Tigers in the first hour as well. They get the win last night. Thank God they got the win last night. I had a huge exhale.
Yeah, I was going to say, waiting to exhale.
I had just an incredible exhale after watching that because of, obviously, the 8-game losing streak. They needed to taste victory. And to get one against Cleveland was huge. Now they're back tied with Cleveland for the division. I don't know if they're going to win the division or not, but the focus is just win the next game, which is tonight against Boston. And if you want to watch it on TV, you better have Apple TV. But we talked Tigers.
Just listen to Double D.
Exactly. But we've talked Tigers as well. And I do think this weekend is going to be a lot of fun for Detroit sports because every Tiger game matters. The game on Sunday with the Lions matters.
But you got no Michigan State this week. It's crazy.
We don't, and yet we've got everything else.
Yeah.
right? I'm glad we don't have Michigan to Michigan State this weekend. I'm glad because I want to sit and watch the Tigers without having to worry about what's going on with Michigan to Michigan State.
And you want to be able to watch, Georgia, Alabama, and Penn State, Oregon too.
Well, there's that, yeah. Which
Same
Penn State,
time,
Oregon,
which
that sucks. But at least it's at night,
right?
Because what I really want to do is watch the Ryder Cup. That's where my attention is really going to be focused on. Mostly, will be the Ryder Cup. Which brings us to this topic. When it comes to international competition,
Hold on, McIntyre on 18 for a par. If he misses it, all the U.S. has to. Oh, he missed. I would think the United States on 18th yes, it's been conceded. The United States finally picks up
they got
a point.
So
3-1 Europe after the morning.
After the morning session. Then the afternoon session will begin about a half an hour from right now. But when it comes to the Ryder Cup, this is one of these great international sports competitions that takes place that brings about patriotism. Is this your favorite international competition in sports where patriotism is part of it? You know, where you can get behind your country, your team, more so than any others? Or what is it for you? What is your most favorite international competition? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I'll start first. I freaking love the Ryder Cup, but it changes. My feelings on it change based on who's playing. I don't love this year's team. I don't know a ton about. I mean, I know a lot about these guys. I spend a lot of time watching golf, but it's not the same brand that we've seen over years in the past.
Correct.
And now because of the whole live tour and all that, it's kind of ruined it too. And I know that Bryson's on the team, but whatever. I don't really. I actually harbor ill will towards Bryson for even going there, and yet I kind of like Bryson with the social media stuff he does. Is actually really cool. I'm not going to say it's not, because it's kind of fun watching him chip ping pong balls in his living room up to a landing area upstairs to try to get it into a Dixie cup or a shot glass so he can give away a $300,000 car. It was really awesome if you saw any of that stuff. And that's just some of the stuff that he's done. Really cool. I love the Ryder Cup, but my love for the Ryder Cup is trumped by hockey international competition.
I'm with you.
Whether it's the Four Nations Cup or it's the Olympics, I love it when the professionals get to go for it. The Four Nations Cup this year, I think looking back on that Saturday night game they had against Canada, where they started with the 3 fights,
it was unbelievable.
Was absolutely amazing. And it was, if you weren't into it after that, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that was like absolutely completely involved because of what was going on. And there was a political aspect to it too, which made some people uncomfortable. But the game itself, once they hit the ice and played, it was incredibly intense. And it was the kind of hockey that everybody likes. And once they got the fighting out of the way, it was great hockey.
Mine used to be the Canada Cup.
Oh, I love the Canada Cup.
But once that ended, where they allowed professionals to play in the Olympics, it's the ice hockey in the Olympics. And to me, it sucks that political reasons that will keep Russia and I think Slovenia is another country that's not going to be participating. But let me tell you something. The anticipation that a lot of people have coming up in a few months in February for the United States playing Canada in the Olympics again is going to be unbelievable. And there are people who can't stand Matthew Tkachuk are praying, United States citizens, that he's healthy enough to get back by the Olympics.
Yeah. Oh, he's a great hockey player.
Because he's going to miss like 3 months at least.
Great hockey player. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number for you to respond, and also to tick a text as well. And what is your favorite international sporting event that brings out the most patriotism in you? And
if you choose an Olympic sport,
narrow it down.
Pare it down, right? Just don't say the Olympics.
Right. Or even just say summer or winter. Don't do it. Look, what is specific? What's the event?
Right.
We'll talk about it next with you here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. This morning's matches are complete, and the Europeans lead the Americans 3-1 at the Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black. Just off the course for the U.S., Sanders Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay. They defeated Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland in their match. We'll have continuing coverage of this afternoon's results at Bethpage right here on 97.1 with our Jeremy Otto, with the Americans looking to rally after a tough morning. The Tigers begin their final series of the regular season at Fenway Park against the Red Sox tonight. Casey Mize starts for the Tigers, Kyle Harrison for the Red Sox. After last night's win, the Tigers and Guardians are both 86 and 73, but Cleveland is still in first place because they have the tiebreaker. The Tigers have the last wild card spot in the American League, one game ahead of the Astros. That first pitch, 7:10, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions will release their final injury report this afternoon before Sunday's game against the Browns at Ford Field. Yesterday, Taylor Decker, Daniel Thomas, and Sione Vaki missed practice. Al-Quadin Muhammad, Derek Barnes, and Zach Cunningham were limited. Lions 9.5-point favorites over Cleveland. While Michigan and Michigan State are on a bye this weekend, there are plenty of marquee games in college football. Number 3, Penn State hosts number 6, Oregon in a whiteout at Beaver Stadium. Number 5, Georgia hosts number 17, Alabama. Number 4, LSU at number 13, Ole Miss. And number 21, USC at number 23, Illinois. And the Red Wings have their first road preseason game tonight against the Penguins in Pittsburgh. They're 2-0 so far in the tune-up for the regular season with wins over the Blackhawks and Sabres. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Luke Sloan. Doug is off. I am in with Gator. I am Stoney. We got Kenny and Kang back the other side of the glass. Hope everybody has a really good weekend coming up. If you're a Michigan State fan, you have an agita-free Saturday.
This weekend is, I kind of wish the weather wasn't going to be so nice.
Excuse me?
Well, because I want to watch so much stuff, but the weather's beautiful. I also want to be outside, but
I know.
Here we are. It's the end of September and it's 80 degrees out. It's going to be even warmer tomorrow.
Yeah, like tomorrow. So you have the Tigers are at what,
4 o'clock, I think. Yeah. And again, Ryder Cup. I love watching the Ryder Cup, and and it's college football. Which means it's time to get my weekly parlay in and stuff like that. So it's fun. And then of course we get the Lions on Sunday, and that Sunday game with the Tigers might mean something. And again, you get the final day of the Ryder Cup. It just ends up being this weekend where, again, I'm glad there's no Michigan State football. Normally I wouldn't say that, but this is a weekend where thank you it's not here, so I can enjoy the other stuff.
By the way, we need to tell Tony Petitti, the commissioner of the Big Ten, from now on, both Michigan and Michigan State should not have buys of the same week. And also make sure that what happened last Saturday night, as far as an Eastern time zone team playing a game that starts at 11 o'clock, should never happen again.
Yeah, it was not fun.
No, it's brutal.
It was a little rough. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're talking about the international competitions. What really sparks your interest the most and gets you most patriotic about it? I said for me, it's hockey, whether it's the Four Nations Cup or Olympic hockey, just watching the professionals represent the United States in international competition. I love it. I absolutely love it. The Four Nations Cup this past year, you couldn't have asked for better hockey.
It's weird. Olympic basketball, like when I was a kid, obviously they would blow them out, except I do remember, because I'm old, when they lost to Russia and they got hosed it was unbelievable. I remember crying.
Oh, sorry.
Crying as a kid because of that.
Okay, what do you think of that?
1970.
I didn't know The Godfather cried.
Oh, The Godfather cried as a kid at a lot of sporting events.
Yeah.
I grew up in Philly. We lost a lot, so I cried. I cried. I was a crybaby.
All right.
But so, and then
I felt bad for you a little bit, then I realized you cried at everything.
Oh, you're one of those kids.
Yeah,
okay. Then, because they win all the time. Then the dream team started and all that stuff. But like last year in the Olympics, I got so into it with an amazing comeback against Serbia when Curry went crazy. And even the Olympiad before, where Kevin Durant basically single-handedly won the gold for the United States. I started to get into it because now there's competition.
There's competition now where there wasn't before,
right?
Because all the European, not all the European nations, but some of the European nations have sprung up and they actually take it seriously. And it's it's become a lot of fun. So we asked the people, what's your favorite international event? 248-539-9797. Jeremy is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jer.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry.
Good.
I just took a bite of a sub. Son of a gun.
Okay. Well, is it a good sub? Wait, what'd you get? Where is it from?
Potbellies.
I love
Potbellies are good.
Turkey, well done.
There you go.
All right. Well,
delicious.
That whole pickle just went down. Great.
Oh, well. Okay.
So I have to go with the international hockey.
Yeah.
And any Olympic sport other than whatever the heck that breakdancing was. And then the Little League World Series in that order.
In the Little League World Series. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not, and thanks for the call, Jeremy. I don't know why. I love baseball, as you probably know. I know what Kang's going to say, so I'll just say it anyway. I don't like watching Little League World Series at all. Even as a kid, I didn't like it. I mean, I remember as a kid watching when the team won with, was it Sean Burroughs?
Jeff Burroughs'
Jeff
kid.
Burroughs' son. Big chunky kid gets out and he looked like he was going to be something. And I mean, even watching then, I was like, I was kind of jealous because they got to play. I'm like, well, I'm never going to get a chance to play in this, but whatever. And then I've never liked it since then. And of course, Kang's insistent that's just because it's kids and I hate kids, all of them. It's not true.
It's not me. It's you.
It's not me. I don't hate kids.
They're on the list.
But I don't like the Little League World Series. Do you like the Little League World Series?
It's okay. I mean, I don't look at it as an international competition. Like when they play in the finals, you know, it's like, I don't know, sit there and go USA. If you're asking me who I'd want to win, yeah, I'd rather have, you know, like Taylor, Michigan than Taiwan or whatever. You know, yes, obviously.
And King, you know what it is? It's not the kids. Honestly, this is the truth. It's the coaches or manager, whatever it is for a Little League team. It's like that guy thinks he is going to be picked up by the San Diego Padres to be the next manager. They take themselves so freaking seriously, it drives me nuts. It just absolutely drives me nuts. It's more on that than it is the kids, believe me.
Well, you know what? You know what's really bad about the Little League World Series? The umpiring is hellacious.
Well, maybe they'll go with the ABS system. Like
the balls and
Major League
strikes
Baseball.
in the Little League World Series. I mean, my God, that strike zone is bigger than my belly right now.
By the way, I felt this. I didn't say this the other day. When Major League Baseball announced that they were going to go to the ABS system for next year, and thank God, can't happen too soon. I feel like some of the umpires around baseball, in a protest, made the worst calls they could make. Like, you know what?
Yeah,
fine. We'll show you how bad we can be. And I think the Tigers game was representative of that as well. Robert is in Chesterfield. Robert, welcome to 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say what I'm looking forward to is the World Baseball Classic. The last one was awesome, and especially watching Ohtani strike out Trout was pretty crazy at the end.
World Baseball Classic is great. There's no good time to do it. That's the problem.
The problem is we don't get into it as a nation. We don't get into really anything as a nation. I mean, even the hockey stuff, we want us to win, but it's not like when you go watch the World Baseball Classic and, you know.
Because it's in spring training.
I know, but still, the Dominican Republic are playing Venezuela, and it's a party. I mean, they go crazy.
They do.
And Mexico, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I actually love the World Baseball Classic. I wish that they played it at a different time. But the problem is I think baseball is a sport that it's so tough to come up with that tournament because, you know, what they mean to Major League Baseball. Like, you don't want guys the last thing you want to see is somebody, you know, blow out their arm.
Right.
In one of these competitions. And it sucks.
They should do it they should do it after the World Series.
Well, and then what? You guys have already thrown 200 innings.
Yeah,
you're going to
that's
have
a
them pitch
good
more.
point.
So this is why it's tough. And I guess maybe the best time to do it is in spring training because you're limiting the potential for injury, I guess, as much as you can. But I'm with you, Robert. I love it. It's probably number 3 for me on my list. I got hockey number 1, Ryder Cup number 2, and the World Baseball Classic 3. There's not a whole lot of gap between those 3.
That Four Nations hockey was some of the best hockey I've ever seen in my life.
It was great. It was amazing. But it's a shame there were only 4 nations playing.
It was, yes. And did they pick the right 4? They probably did, but it would be nice, unfortunately, with things going on. I mean, Russia could put forth a pretty good team.
Yeah.
And we did not see that. Carter is in Commerce. Carter, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Carter.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm actually on my way to the airport right now to go to the Ryder Cup. So for me, big golf guy, big basketball guy, definitely got to say Ryder Cup. Olympic basketball is tough because, we've been so good and dominant, but at least last year, it was a lot more competitive, and kind of echoing what you guys say about hockey. I felt like that was the most enjoyable hockey I've truly watched was this past year with the Four Nations. But excited to see Ryder Cup in person and see what it's all about.
Now, Carter, have you ever? So, are you city? Do you have regular tickets or do you have like hospitality tickets?
I got hospitality, so I was fortunate just because of my work and where we've got it.
Okay,
but, I'm definitely going to be there early to be there.
When it was at Oakland Hills, we had credentials, but we couldn't go in between the ropes or whatever. It was one of the worst forgetting the fact that we got our ass kicked. It was one of the worst spectator events I've ever seen because as opposed to other golf tournaments like U.S. Opens or whatever, the Masters that I've been to, there's so few groups. So the crowds are
they have massive crowds.
They're massive crowds around each group. So it's very difficult to see.
Yeah, I'm definitely basically more so going to use the hospitality for food and beverage, and then try and get ahead of the groups is kind of my plan, just because we're on 18. So it'd be cool to see the first tee shot, and then try to get ahead of the groups and go to like 8 or 9 and kind of camp out and wait for the groups to come to you.
That's probably wise. You've never been to a Ryder Cup before?
No, this will be my first one.
Have you gone to golf tournaments before?
I work for the local Rocket Classic, so I'm pretty indulged in golf. So it'll be cool to see a big time event for sure.
That sounds like fun. A little jealous of there. Thanks, Carter. Appreciate it. Have a great time.
Yes, have fun.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Your favorite international sporting event brings out the most in you patriotically. What is it for you? We'll talk about it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. What are you most looking forward to this weekend? Because we said there's so much going on. Great college football games. You got Alabama at Georgia. You got Oregon's at Penn State. Those are both night games. Same time, right?
Yeah.
That sucks, but flipping back and forth can be fun.
It's the West Bloomfield Lakers versus Birmingham Groves tonight.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's it at?
West Bloomfield.
Okay.
So I'll be working.
Wonder if maybe the Tigers are on, but
yeah.
Groves has some good players.
Yeah.
And West Bloomfield has been
Pretty
turning them out
good.
for a long time.
Yeah. I think Groves is not as good this year as they have been without Avery Gatch and Barry Sanders' son. The one I'm looking forward most to is probably Georgia, Alabama, but that's it.
More so than UCLA Northwestern.
Yes. Part of the reason I'm looking forward to Georgia, Alabama is because my daughter, who went there for a brief time,
Yep.
I said, "What are you doing this weekend?" She goes, "Dad, can we watch the Georgia, Alabama game at home together?" I said, "Sure, absolutely."
She wants it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't want to get personal about the whole Georgia thing. Did she just not have a good experience there, or she just?
It was a major combo platter.
Gotcha.
Because she was there as a.
But does she have ill will towards Georgia? This apparently not.
No.
She liked it. Okay, good.
No, she liked it, but it was just she was on the equestrian team and actually got to compete as a freshman. Look, I always say the two biggest transfers out of Georgia that year were Jessica Stone and Justin Fields. But she
1A and 1B.
Yeah,
1A, 1B, right. Which was more impactful? 2, 4, 8.
See, I'm convinced.
Football questions.
I'm convinced it was more because of social media. Because she's in a room looking at all the really good friends having funs at Michigan State, and she got a little,
That's okay. Well, I guess because it wasn't ill will like I had towards Central Michigan.
No,
Gator hates Central Michigan.
No.
I hated my time at
You hated
Central
your time
Michigan.
there. You hated
I don't
your
hate
time
Central Michigan. I hated my time that 1 year I did there. I hated it that I did.
like you went to prison.
Yeah,
I did 1 year there.
I did not have a good time.
It's time.
There were a handful of times that were really fun. Unfortunately, and a lot of them were tied to going to other schools or going up north to a friend's place.
Now, she liked that she was homesick, a few other things. Put it this way, her father liked Athens a lot more than she did.
But bottom line is she still roots for Georgia, so I think that's kind of cool.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Danny's in St. Clair Shores. Danny, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How are you?
Good. I got to go with the Ryder Cup. I was just telling your screen, I'm bummed out. I'm on lunch right now, down 3-1. Need a big comeback. We got the Lions game Sunday. I planned on, hopefully getting a little service inside Ford Field, kind of streaming the Sunday singles, but they got to figure it out.
Yeah, look, it's the first part of the day. They're down 2 points. It's okay. They can have a nice afternoon and then flip the script right away. And it's how it is, right? That's what makes the Ryder Cup great. Is you can think that you've got this thing all in hand, and next thing you know, you got this massive reversal, and the momentum really picks up and the pressure mounts. This event is so great because of all of that. Like it's one thing to play in a golf tournament. Ryder Cup is different. That pressure is a real thing.
Oh,
it's
I
a
know.
tangible thing. You can feel it.
100%. I'm a little down on the coverage, though, but I got to give Ryder Cup radio is awesome. I love radio in general, but one of these days, maybe one of these networks will figure it out so we can watch all the shots rather than a featured match. I don't got a TV at work, so I got the app streaming, and the featured match, was over. I needed more, so I threw on Ryder Cup radio. It was phenomenal.
Well,
Yeah,
they've been.
I think they've done a
We're
pretty good
watching
job
on
on TV,
TV
yeah.
on USA Network here, and they've been showing. I think they've been doing a good job. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, you're only following 4 matches, right?
Right, and we don't have any of the audio. By the way, I mentioned like the Matthew Tkachuk thing. The Panthers hope, fans hope he's back by the Olympics. Some really bad injury news as far as the NHL. I'm just saying. First of all, Jim Nill announced that Jamie Benn will undergo surgery for a collapsed lung.
Yeah, saw that.
And then the other one,
reevaluate in a few weeks.
yeah, and then the other thing, Elliot Friedman just tweeted out, going to know more in the next 24 to 48 hours, but the Panthers are bracing for the possibility that Alexander Barkov could be lost for the season.
Ooh. Wow. Well, that would be big.
Yeah.
And maybe thus the dynasty comes to an end.
maybe. I don't
Borderline dynasty.
Yeah.
They're borderline dynastic as it is right now.
Dynastic.
See? So they're there.
Another good word.
Some ticket texts coming in. My favorite international competition will always be the FIFA World Cup. I don't watch much soccer, but every 4 years when the World Cup starts, I'm locked in and always cheer for USA. That's from Marlon Walled Lake. The World Cup is a great one. The problem is that the United States is never really that good. At least the men. Women dominate, but the men, not
the
so
United
much.
States? No, they're horrible.
Right. So it's tough to get on board with that. That one's like one where you adopt a country, right? Or you go with your own heritage.
Right. Or at least because we're hosting the next one, we know we're in it at least. We didn't have to qualify.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
I don't understand why we haven't been able to be that good at soccer. Like when I was a kid, soccer was massive. Like they had the North American Soccer League and the Detroit Express and all that. And, we were watching Trevor Francis here and Pele playing with the Cosmos and all that. And soccer was a big deal. Every single kid played soccer when I was young until the point they were like, I think in 7th grade. And then in 6th or 7th grade, you had some kids that decided, I want to play football. And they would switch over to football. But soccer still had this massive following. And, I mean, there are millions of kids playing soccer here in this country. But it's never been good internationally.
Well, okay, part of the reason is, from what I've been told, is the coaching just isn't what it is in other countries. And that's part of it. That's why also you have the best United States players end up going over there and playing.
Well, they play in Europe, sure. But when it comes to, I get that. But when it comes to a World Cup, that affiliation just goes right back to where you're from, not from where you've been playing.
I understand that, but they don't get coached. I don't know all the intricate details, but people say the youth soccer program at the highest level in this country is not doing a good enough job as they do in other lands.
Well, outside the United States, it's like the SEC. It just
Right.
means more.
Exactly. Well, it does.
Nothing beats international hockey, whatever the event. That's from Brian in a truck. Olympic ice hockey. I want nothing more than to beat Canada at their own sport. I love Canadians, but when it comes to hockey, yeah, 100%, let's go. I'm a first-generation Albanian. I love Europe, but when America plays Europe in anything, I act like my grandpa was a founding father. Ryder Cup is the best because you see the emotion so clearly. USA, USA, USA. Thank you very much for the ticket text. Let's go back to the phones. Andy is in Fowlerville. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Andy.
Hey, Gator, how you been?
Good.
Yeah, since the Lions have been so good, the hat goes on a half hour before the game, and my wife knows automatically it's time to stifle.
There we
But
go.
my word was
stifle.
Stifle. I'm sorry, your word was,
that
say it
came
again?
about gription.
Gription. Oh,
Like grip
for the word that
and
made up.
traction.
Yep. Sure. Got good gription.
Yep, gription. That's back in the 70s when they didn't have very good basketball shoes. Our whole team had to decide on one shoe, and we decided it based on gription. And international sport, without a doubt, has to be women's beach volleyball. It's gripping.
Well, yeah, that's one way you look at
He's
it.
up on your own gription there, Andy. All right.
Have a good day.
Slow down. Thank you very much. Yeah, getting back to the words that we made up, because you had brought up the word that we make up with anomalation.
Yes.
And yes, and then
I brought up seriosity.
Seriosity, yes. Right. Comes up with their own words they make up. It's a lot of fun. 248-539-9797. Nick is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Nick.
Hi guys, long time listener, first time caller.
Thanks for calling.
I got a few things. I got a few things on my mind. When it comes to the Tigers, I have a very bad sense of doubt on this team. I mean, you had a 15-game lead in the division, and I just think of it this way. The Tigers are the Colorado Rockies the way they started the season, as silly as that is, because they can't pitch, they can't hit.
Well, they've been horrible lately for sure. That's why we hope the last night,
Yeah.
Maybe jarred something loose and they can still make the playoffs, which would be great.
And I think that the Lions will win by double digits, but I was watching the Packers game last week, and I'd be careful because that defense is more than good. It's elite.
It is elite, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. They are absolutely elite, and we've built up this Cleveland defense. We're not shying away from it. Cleveland is the real deal defensively, but I think the Lions now have their feet underneath them. I think what we saw in the first week of the season, that was an anomalation. I don't think that is anywhere near what the Detroit Lions offense was supposed to look like. They had missed assignments everywhere. They had horrible communication. They come back the next week at home where the crowd is deathly silent. It's great. And they're able to communicate the line of scrimmage. And they rolled up 52 against Chicago. How are they going to do that Monday night in Baltimore? They handled it just fine. Jared Goff told us after the Bears game, when we asked him about the communication, he says it's not going to be an issue. We treat it like whether home or away, it should never be an issue. They have the hand signals. They go with silent counts, whatever. They know what they're doing. And they put back-to-back games up where they kept the quarterback off of his back. He was clean both games. No quarterback sacks. Do I expect that to happen on Sunday? No. I expect that they're going to get to the quarterback a couple of times. Hopefully they limit that and limit the damage done when he does get hit. But I think that this is a different team that we're seeing the last couple of weeks, certainly than what we saw in the first game. But this is a real test. This is a real defense. Myles Garrett up front is a beast. Probably the best defensive player there is in the NFL.
Yep, no doubt.
Fortunately, we only saw a little bit of Micah Parsons in the first game, but it was enough. And Green Bay's got a formidable defensive line. But so does Cleveland. And Cleveland's got players at all levels. Their secondary is good too. But if the Lions can handle Myles Garrett and give Jared Goff some time to throw, they could be all right. The question is, how do you get that? Typically what the Lions have been able to do that with is play action passing. But Cleveland doesn't give up running yards at all.
The other thing with Myles Garrett, you can't, completely look at double and tripling him because Malik Collins is really good too.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls and texts. Got some text to read too about the Lions as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. So I was just texting with some friends of mine. We had a treat before the show. Right before the show, we're in the bullpen talking over what's going to happen. And then who walks over to say hello but Eric Estrada.
Punch.
Frank Poncherello, Officer Frank Poncherello from the show of the 80s, late 70s, early 80s, Chips. And
his partner was here too, but nobody cared.
Larry
Wilcox.
I totally cared, but I guess he was on the other side of the building and, didn't come over to our side of the building, which is really unfortunate because I was a big Larry Wilcox fan, John, Officer John Baker. But Ponch comes over. Eric Estrada comes over. Guy could not have been nicer, right?
Yeah.
Giant white smile. I mean, it just he looked not exactly the same. Obviously, his age. The guy's 76 years old. But, I mean, is it safe to say he looks a good 10 years younger than what he is?
Yes, absolutely.
I thought he looked great and so nice. And what did he say to me, King?
He said you look like Roseanne Barr's husband.
Yeah.
And you said Tom Arnold? And I thought you were joking because I was laughing so hard at that. But he's like, no, John Goodman.
Right.
Yeah. I'm like, well, it was on a TV
Right.
show.
One was a real husband.
Roseanne Barr. I'm like, Tom Arnold?
Yeah. One was a real husband.
Exactly.
One wasn't.
No. Or he didn't say that. I said, you mean John Goodman? He's like, yeah. No, I didn't mean. He goes, he didn't mean to offend. He's like, I didn't mean Tom Arnold. Like
right.
he's backing up. I didn't mean to offend him. Like, I'm not offended. And no, it's fine. I said, yes, I get John Goodman all the time.
What's more offensive, Tom Arnold or John Goodman?
Oh, Tom Arnold's way more offensive to be referred to as. The Goodman's. I mean, John Goodman's
a great actor.
He's a legit actor, man.
Yeah. You're talking about the coach of the Addams from Revenge of the Nerds. Come on. Plus, his character on Roseanne, Dan Connor, is one of the great dads of all time, isn't he?
Yeah.
You love that guy.
Big Lebowski, is that everything?
I didn't like Big Lebowski, but aside from that, yes.
Okay.
I'm the one. By the way, I'm the one. It's okay. I'm fine being
I
a minority.
liked it. I never watched it multiple times like a lot of people have, but it's good.
I'm completely minority on that, and I'm good with it. But I'm good with being compared with John Goodman. That's fine with me. Big John Goodman fan.
So hey, I'm did Wilcox and Estrada come here together?
Yes.
I think so.
Okay, so I'm looking. I just googled Larry Wilcox. One of the first things that comes up is a New York Post article that says Larry Wilcox says Estrada got him fired from Chips. So I'm wondering, are they? They're not speaking? It's a water under the bridge? What is this?
Well, they're here for what, a Comic-Con or something?
Yeah, it's like Fantasticon or something. I forget.
Did you make up that word too, Fantasticon?
No. I think it's I forget what it's called because their PR guy, Jason Brown, was here. I asked him what he was doing, and he told me. I think that's what it was called or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's probably not.
I asked him like two questions. I said the first one was, who was your favorite special guest star on the show? And his response to it was, well, look, for me, it was all the actors that I admired growing up. So he went with like some really older people that are no longer with us. And then I asked him, I said, can you still roller skate? Because it was the roller skating episode, the disco episode. And he told us a great story, how he got in an accident skating and preparing for that role.
No, he got in the accident while he was on a motorcycle.
On a motorcycle bike. Yeah, he's got an accident on a bike. And he broke his wrist, his jaw was cracked, and he broke a couple ribs. Like he had a serious accident. And he goes, it was supposed to be this big moment at the end of the episode where I'm supposed to dance. He goes, and I couldn't dance with my partner. I'm like, of course that's going to stand out to you. You couldn't dance because Ponch was the man. Eric Estrada.
By the way, Dan Campbell spoke today. Zach Cunningham, it looks like he's out.
That's the greatest segue I've ever heard in my life.
Stoney.
By the way, Dan Campbell spoke. Zach Cunningham is out.
I was going to give you another one that'll piss you off, but that's okay.
Oh, go ahead. What do you got?
From Adam Schefter. NFL announced today multi-year commitment to play a minimum of 3 regular season games over 5 years in Rio.
That doesn't bother me.
Well, you hate that stuff.
I hate when they play. overseas, and if you're going to switch to other countries, going to South America is fine.
Okay.
You know, I think we should have games in Mexico.
I thought you hated all international games.
That's what I thought.
It's more
Shame
of
on me.
It's more of a British thing, and at this point, I'm kind of used to it. Like whatever.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Honestly, you've given up. You know what's happening.
I can't stop. I can't stop this money machine from rolling.
Nope.
The only thing I want protected is the Super Bowl, and that's not going to be protected for much longer either.
Yeah, I feel that's going international as well. Damn. Once that happens, you can get it back on your soapbox and bitch again.
Yeah, without question.
So Estrada, huh?
So Estrada. All right, some ticket texts coming in regarding the Lions. I do have some concerns about Sunday's game. First, they clearly left it all on the field against the Ravens. And secondly, they have a short week. Should be a win, but expect an ugly dogfight. The short week that's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's problematic. However,
if it wouldn't have been a short week, maybe Zach Cunningham would be playing.
There is that. Maybe Zach Cunningham had time to recover. I don't know what his injury is.
I think it was a hamstring.
He only played 2 plays in the game, and one of them was fantastic on a 2nd and goal or 3rd and goal stop. But as far as the first part of what he had to say, they clearly left it all on the field against the Ravens.
I don't think so.
I think they played their hearts out. I don't think that they're spent. I mean, you have plenty of time to recover from it. Had to play the next day. If this were baseball, I might say, okay, it's football. You got time. The next game is Sunday at home. I don't think that they left it all out on the field. And if they did, they can leave it all on the field week to week. But I do think the short week thing is something to take into consideration for sure. I think that's a solid comment there. This game will be won or lost in the trenches. If week 1 Lions show up, we're going to be talking about how much different the aspects of this team the team next week. If week 2-3 Lions show up, then we can rest any conversations regarding the week 1 team that we watched against Green Bay. Yeah, I mean, the trenches are a big part of it, but I think I just look at this and say, even if the Lions can't run the ball, and if they won't be able to protect, I don't think they're going to be able to protect Goff as well as they have the last 2 weeks. Because I think Myles Garrett's a whole different, ball game. I still think they got the job done offensively to score several touchdowns in this game, and I don't think Cleveland has the wherewithal to score several touchdowns. And then there's this last one: good teams win their home games, great team win the road games. Cleveland beat the Packers at home. Packers beat us at their house. First road game, the Packers lose. Cleveland doesn't stand a chance in our house. If we lose, I'll be surprised and feel it would take away from our great victory over Baltimore on the road. That's Rick and Westland, which is really what the question was when we first started talking about the Lions.
Right.
Would it take away the great feeling we had after beating Baltimore if they don't come away with a win on Sunday?
But correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't the Lions perfect on the road last year, and their only 2 losses were at home?
That is correct. But that's why I said good teams win their home games.
Right.
Great teams win their road games.
Right. But so don't assume just because they're at home they're going to win, is what I'm trying to say.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yes. But I don't look at Cleveland and think to myself, that's Tampa or that's Buffalo.
Correct.
Or Washington, for that matter, which were the 3 teams that beat the Lions at home, if you include the playoffs. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. The ticket, keep in mind, we've got Will Birchfield coming up at 1:30. We'll talk to the Birchie Kid about everything that's going on at Allen Park and certainly talk to him about Zach Cunningham.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Probably not Eric Estrada, because I don't think
no
Birchie even knows what Chips is.
Did they remake it? He might. Does he? Do you think he knows that, Chips?
Maybe. Do you go into YouTube and watch it? Is Chips on Netflix? I don't know. Are they doing some sort of documentary on Sergeant Cottrell, who's Chris Pike's father, the actor?
Oh, did not know that.
Oh, yeah. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. I know you see them, the red, white, and blue trucks. They are everywhere. Do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air when it shows up? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, your boiler or water filtration, maybe your AC right now, it's going to get into the 80s this weekend. Schedule an appointment online at BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Hey, Gator, I got a question for you here.
All right, Stoney, what do you got?
How many players in Major League Baseball would you guess right now are hitting over 300 or better?
In full disclosure, I looked this up like a few days ago.
Oh,
It was 7 a few days ago. Was it still 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
It's unbelievable to me.
It really is.
There's only one in the National League.
Yeah, and it's, look, the way baseball is nowadays, It's, because they're DH and throughout, it really doesn't even matter. But it's, I'm amazed there are only 7 hitters in baseball that hit 300 because the game has changed so much.
Right.
In it's the way they treat pitching. For everybody that wants to see, the starters go 7 or 8 innings and harken back to the years of even just going back to the 80s and even to the 90s, that you want to see that. That's when you had plenty of hitters were hitting 300. Why? Because they get at bats against a starter for a third time, and they get to see it. This is why baseball is what it is now. Starters will go 5 or 6 innings, and then you turn things over to the bullpen and bring a different guy out every inning because you want to change the look, and it's so hard to hit because you're getting fresh pitchers all the time and different types of pitchers. Here's a righty, here's a lefty, here's a guy who throws a lot of junk, here's a guy who throws high heat, whatever the case is. It's so hard to hit in Major League Baseball today.
It is. Somebody told me that to check it out, and I couldn't believe it, and I just did.
Yeah, the numbers, each generation, it just changes. You look at OPS numbers, that was never even a statistic, but nowadays you can look at OPS numbers back in the 70s and see what guys were. And, players were if players had the stats today that they had back in the 80s, you wouldn't believe how many all-stars each team would have, because they were just amazing. You had all these guys that are over 800 with their OPS, all these guys that were hitting well above 300 or certainly well above 270. I think last I checked it, we were like 45 players that were hitting above 270. That's it. Yeah, 45.
I know.
If you hit 270 on like the 84 Tigers, we got to think about moving somebody around here.
I know.
What's he doing here? But that's baseball today. Yeah. And I don't. Baseball is one of those sports that, in some ways, I think it was better before, but in a lot of ways, I think it's better now too. I'm okay with how things have changed. I don't love that pitchers don't pitch as deep into games anymore, but I understand it. It's for winning purposes. Other sports, like hockey, I loved hockey in the 80s and in the 90s. I loved hockey. It was a different game than what it is today. Gary Bettman has legislated fighting out of the game. We don't see the hitting as much as we used to.
Although fighting came back a little bit this past year.
A little bit, but nowhere near what it was back when
I like the fact
were
that
logging 300 penalty minutes a season.
But they've taken the neutral zone trap basically out of the game, so that's good.
Yeah, and we're starting to see some more goal scoring, which is better. And in basketball, look, I grew up in the 80s watching basketball, and it was literally fantastic. It's a different game now.
I know.
It's all 3-point shooting and guys trying to draw fouls, and I don't like it as much. It's still a great game. It's still a great, but it's not, for me, it was better before. Mm-hmm. It's weird how baseball is, there's so much give and take with what you're seeing. And I'm sure the older crowd, older than you, is disgusted with today's baseball. But are you disgusted with today's baseball?
I'm not disgusted with it. Because I think I understand certain things. We always say there's not as, are there the pitching, you go through all the great pitchers. If you even go back to the, Doc Gooden and, Natty or Jack Morris and all that, or even before that, Koufax Gibson and all that stuff. And when you had all those 300 hitters. Now, maybe it's because of the television angles and all that stuff. It's amazing to me how many bad pitches guys swing at. It's not just Riley Green and the Tigers. It's all over baseball. And I don't know if the pitching is that good and the spin is so much better, or is it just the way the game is presented to us, we never saw them swing at that many bad pitches.
I think there's a combination of a lot of things. One, pitchers throw so much harder today than they ever did. Back in the day, let's say the 80s, okay? You might have had a couple of guys that were throwing just above 95, right? But they were prominent. Like Randy Johnson's pitching, you knew he was bringing heat. And some of those guys were consistently above 95, but you rarely saw somebody throw 100 miles an hour.
Correct.
Now, half your bullpen has a guy that can touch 99 or even triple digits. It's totally different. There are different pitches. There's more pitches now, pitches that pitchers can throw now. It's not just an arsenal of, he's got a fastball and a curveball and maybe something else. Like now, guys can go with 5 pitches in their arsenal and come
well,
at
it
you.
used to be when I was. There were different. They used different terminology. To me, it was
that's true.
You had fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, and
Forkball was a term.
screwball.
Yeah, a screwball was another one. Yeah, and you had knuckleballs and all that. But I think the other thing is the emphasis now with analytics has changed the game tremendously, and so they're taught go ahead and swing for the fences, as opposed to just like base hits don't matter as much as having a hit worth damage once a game. If you go 1 for 4. But that hit is an extra base hit. That's all that matters. As opposed to if you went 3 for 4 with 3 singles, people don't care as much. So when you see Riley Green swinging through his shoes, he's getting paid off because he's got 34 home runs and 111 RBIs on a season. It's a great season. And yet there's obvious holes in his game. He strikes out a ton. And there's a strikeout rate is alarming in today's baseball. Back in the 80s, Tony Gwynn would strike out 15 times a year.
Correct.
So it's different, but I do think it's interesting that baseball is there's that give and take with it. I think football also has that give and take with it. Football, I actually probably think it's gotten to be a better game than the 80s. I could be nostalgic about the 80s, but I'd rather watch a game today than watch a game from the 80s because they didn't throw the ball. It was just running the ball and it was kind of boring football. Now, all types of action at the line of scrimmage, and you got multiple receiver sets, and now the quarterbacks are so athletic. It's not just pocket passing, with the occasional 1 out of 32 quarterbacks could run back then. So
exactly,
it's just different. King, have you noticed a change over the years when you watch? Do you find football a better product to watch now than what it was 20 years ago?
I do, and it's definitely it's because of the offensive side of the ball. That's why. And I don't love everything they've done, obviously, but people want to be entertained, right? And the best way to entertain people is scoring points. Back in the day when it was 3 yards in a cloud of dust and just run the ball, stop the run, that's the base of football, but that's not what got these massive TV deals, the massive contracts and TV deals and going international is because they're throwing the ball, they're scoring touchdowns. And the more people throw the ball, that's just more exciting than handing it off to a running back. So overall, I do find the game more entertaining, although I don't like the overprotection of like the quarterback and certain things like that. But there's give and take, I guess.
Right. I'm not playing, so I don't care about their safety.
Do you
Give
like
me back
no?
the
Honestly,
hitting over the middle.
No, I know what you're saying. I know a lot of people like you, Stoney. They were like, "Hey, this is modern day Gladiator. We were paying to see you guys hurt each other."
Right.
Did you guys watch the Vontez Perfect special on Netflix?
No.
He basically said, and they said like, "I'm like a hired gun. You're paying me millions to go out there and hurt the other guy."
Well, he took that literally.
Of course, but his point was though, and to Stoney's point though, you're paying for violence essentially, and now of course you can't legally do certain things.
Same thing for hockey. That's why growing up, but you loved fighting and you loved hitting and things, bench clearing brawls and all that stuff. Now that doesn't exist.
Now you don't get to see it. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. King had an interesting, I think it was a Twitter poll that you put out the other day.
He did.
I want to talk about that because when I heard it, I didn't see it, but now that you talked to me about it, I'm like, that is an interesting question. And how do I respond to it? How does Stoney respond to it? How do you, the people, respond to this? We'll bring up the question coming up next. Also, we have If I Bet It coming up at 1:15, and at 1:30, our weekly Lions check-in with the Birchie Kid right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program. Gator and Stoney with you today. Stoney's in for Doug. Nice to have Stoney around.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So, Kank put this Twitter poll up yesterday, and the results are final. A really interesting question. And the question is, do you lock your car doors when you park in the garage? Now, before you answer the question, I need to ask Kang, what brought this question about?
Debate in the household, of course, between husband and wife. And I decided to put it to the people and to think, this is not, I guess, a right or wrong. Yes, it is. You know, who's normal and who's not, I guess. So I said, I'm going to ask the people this because I was late the other day, and it was because of this. So I don't want to get to it. I want the poll to speak for itself first, and I wanted you to answer too because I asked Stoney as well this morning.
So Stoney, why don't you start? Yes or no?
So we're talking about a garage at your house, not a garage, not a parking garage.
No, yeah, like a attached
your
garage.
House, attached garage, and the garage door is closed.
Yes.
I never lock my car. Never.
Okay.
In my garage. I leave the key in the car.
You even leave the key in the car?
Yeah, in my garage.
Wow, okay.
Stop doing that, by the way.
Well, I definitely know why you don't lock the doors now because the keys are in there.
Now people know, don't leave the key in the car.
Well, in the garage he does it, not like out and about, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean,
I know what you mean.
People can break into garages, and then if they're looking for, and then they get the car's got the key in there. I would advise you not. I don't want to tell you what to do. Right. I would advise you not to. I have never locked my car while it's in the garage, and it's funny. I never even thought of locking my car while it's in the garage until you brought this up to me this morning. I've never even thought of it, and now I might.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, why didn't you? Just because hey, it's in the garage, you'll be fine, or is it easier access to get back in when you go?
And the garage door is shut, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, what difference does it make? I mean, I don't leave the keys in the car, so I always have.
So that's more of a reason for you not to lock the car.
I've never left the keys in the car, so I mean,
right. That's what I mean. So you lock the car then.
I should. Yeah, I think I should.
No, you don't. You don't have to lock the car if you don't have the keys in there.
Yeah, I guess, unless people hot wire cars, I don't know. I mean, you have to go through a lot, I guess, to do it. And I mean, first you got to break into the garage, and then you got to break into the car if it were locked, or if it wasn't locked, then you just have to I don't know. I get a little paranoid with this. There's a rash of car thefts that has been happening for the last couple of years.
Here's the other thing: if your car's in the garage, whether you have your keys in there or not, whether it's locked or not, chances are the reason the car is in the garage is because you're at home.
Yes.
And you have a dog. I have 2 dogs.
Yeah.
If somebody would try to break through and get into the garage, probably an alarm would go off or the dogs would be barking like crazy. So that's another reason I'm not worried about it.
If you have an alarm system, you're fine. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so King, what brought this about? What happened?
So I am notorious for not locking the car doors, and my wife is notorious for locking the car doors. So I agree with you guys. I'm glad you guys voted that way in the poll. You're on my side. I think it's over paranoid to lock the car doors when it's in your garage. Now, I guess it also depends on maybe what neighborhood you live in and what kind of crimes have been going on recently.
Yes.
But let's just assume it's a relatively safe subdivision, right? To me, if they're going to break into my garage, all right, have at it with the car then at that point. I don't, you know what I mean? I feel like if they're going to, might as well just take the car, I guess, if you're going to go that far, if my alarm doesn't go off or whatever. So every time I go back into the garage to get something out of my car for whatever reason, I can't open it if she used the car because she locked it. I'm like, why did you lock the? Who cares, right? So now I got to go back in the house, grab a key, unlock the, or press the button, unlock the car doors. It bothers the heck out of me. Now the reason why I was late was I had left my keys in the car by accident. It was in like my bag. She locked the doors. Oh, no. So she locked my keys in there and I could not get in the car. And I'm like, why do you always lock the car when it's in the garage? Who cares? But she's super straight-laced. She always makes sure everything's locked and she follows directions and she reads the instructions. She's that type of personality, Yeah. I think she's worried about everything at all times. And maybe I'm more like the other way. Maybe it's the yin and yang that makes it work. But I just feel like in the garage, you don't need to lock your car doors.
So the results of the poll, basically 70%, 69.8% people said no, they don't lock the car doors while it's in the garage. And that left with 30.2% of the people that said yes, they lock the car doors. People want to speak on this as well. Brian's in Holly. Welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys, I actually leave the keys inside my car. Most people in our neighborhood have cameras. I got 2 German Shepherds. Once I get done driving, I just leave the keys in the car.
But your garage door is shut.
Going about my business.
Yeah, your garage door is shut, though, yes. Yep. Okay. Well, I mean, you're like Stoney.
Yeah.
And you've got the alarm system, and you got dogs. I mean, I'll tell you this, my dog wouldn't know. Because if it's at night and I'm sleeping, the dog's in the bed with me, and I've got my door shut in the bedroom, and you'd have to really make some loud noise to make it happen. I mean, there's animals crawling on the roof, and the dog is out. She doesn't care. Reggie is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Reg.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Look, I live on the border of East Point in Detroit. I didn't have 2 cars stolen from parking out on the curb. Now, one day I was coming home from work from the post office, and I see all these lights at my house, police lights. And I pull up, and they're like, we got an alarm that went off at your house, and my garage door was halfway up. And I'm like, okay, I don't know how that happened, you know. So, yeah, to me, lock your car in the garage. You never know what these evil criminals have come up with so far, and they may be able to get in there to take that car.
Yeah, I can't. Hey. You know what? I think, and you bring up a good point. Thanks for the call, Reggie. Appreciate it. And that is, if you've been a victim of car theft, I bet you're way more apt to lock the car doors while it's in the garage because you've been a victim. Or if you know somebody that's been a victim, somebody close to you, then that's probably the case. Or if you've heard that in your neighbor, like, hey, 2 doors down, somebody got, a car broken into and stuff, then I can see that. And it's a sad state of affairs where we're living in here. Now, Ben is on a cell phone. Ben, welcome. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Ben.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, it drives me crazy. Not only does he lock the door in the garage, but if it's in the driver, fortunately, we're in a safer area up here in Rochester Hills. And and there's something wrong with our car. You open the door, even though it's locked, the alarm goes off. So she says, Ben, can you go out and grab my brown bag? And I run out there, open the door, the alarm goes on. In my paranoid mind, neighbors with guns come out looking for some thief. And I'm looking around for my keys to stop the alarm. You'd say, honey, why do you have to lock the door? Whether it's in the garage or right in our driveway. It drives me nuts. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
In the driveway, I get.
Lock the car in the driveway.
If I'm in the driveway or on the
We're
street.
getting texts that some people don't lock it when it's in their driveway.
Well, that's.
I think you're asking for trouble if you do that. Yeah. I mean, maybe not asking for trouble. Nobody's saying, "Oh, please, I dare you to steal my car." I don't think it's wise to leave a car out of a garage and unlocked. That I don't think is wise. No. I mean, because it's not just, because somebody could steal the car. Somebody could just go into your car and take something from inside your car.
Yep.
Whether it's whatever it is that they're looking for. Interesting. I thought that was, let's get one more call here. John is in Clarkston. Welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. Just want to say that I've studied this in law enforcement for a while about car thefts. There is zero chance of anybody breaking into your garage to do damage to your car, steal your car, or steal something from your car. Nobody does that. No crook would be stupid enough to do that.
So you're saying it's good enough just to leave your car in the garage and the garage door is shut and nobody's coming in?
Yeah, nobody's coming in. Look, I mean, any listeners out there that have had their car stolen from their garage, I doubt there's any out there. So, no, 60 years, I've never, ever locked my car in the garage.
All right. Thanks, John.
Thanks,
Appreciate
John.
it.
Stoney, what about your wife?
I think she follows the same pattern I do.
She leaves the car doors unlocked.
Mhm.
Does she leave the keys in the car?
Probably half the time.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I just feel it's unnecessary to lock the car doors when it's already in the garage.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm being too, I don't know, unsafe about it. But like I said, I agree with the guy. If they're going to break in the garage, I mean,
You've gone that far.
yeah, exactly.
You're really one step into the house.
Yes.
Right.
I'd rather just you take the car and not come into the house.
Yes.
Do you lock the door that goes to the garage?
Yes, I do lock that.
Okay. Do you?
No.
I don't either.
Oh, wow. You guys are like this. It was free Willy out there.
Yeah, I'm trying
You
to
don't
think
lock
if-
that?
I'm trying to think if I even can.
Oh, come
Yes, you
on.
can.
Yes, you
Come
can.
My house is different than some people. It's not. I mean, I can think of houses I've lived in the past.
Yeah, I say that
where,
like I
you
live
can.
there or something, but
Right, like, I'm sorry. Have you been in my house? Did you get in my garage? No, I'm not sure if I can. Honestly, I have to check. I have to check them when I get home, because that is something I'll probably start doing. Because it makes all.
you should definitely lock that if you can.
Yeah, because that would make sense.
We do sometimes.
Sometimes he leaves the keys in that door.
Come on in. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. If I Bet It, coming up in just a few minutes. Doug was kind enough to leave his picks for Stoney. Stoney will play the role of Doug this week. I had a much better week, which was good. Needed that for my own sanity. We'll also talk some Lions with Will Birchfield coming up at the bottom of the hour right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket, Karsch and Anderson program. Gator with Stoney. Stoney's around here somewhere, I guess. I don't know. Is he? I think he's making his way in now at some point. Never fails. At least once a show. At least once, right?
Yeah, this is the first time I'll show. So those who had 119.
Yeah, good for you if you had 119 as the time that Stoney would show up late. That's fine. Some food? Is that
Yes.
yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you order today? What was the lunch?
Yeah, we always know what Doug orders or eats for lunch.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's the complete opposite of Doug.
Yeah, steak?
No.
Meat Lovers Pizza?
Hatchet was picking up from Kirby's.
Oh,
Ooh,
Coney's.
Did you get some Coney's?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is the opposite of Doug.
Totally opposite
Yeah.
of Doug. You know who else likes Coney's?
Everybody.
Everybody else but Doug.
Yeah. I like Coney's. You like Coney's, King?
I love Coney's.
Yeah. Did you get asked about it, Coney Run?
I did not. I did
No,
not.
I must have missed that.
Well, I was trying to figure out what I was going to do for lunch, and Hatchet said he's picking up whatever. So.
Okay. I mean, I love Coney's. I mean, Kirby's are great.
I still have one that hasn't been eaten yet. You can take it.
No, it's all right, Stoney. I don't want your charity. It's fine. Sorry.
Okay.
No, it's good.
Make me feel bad.
No, it's fine. I'll just talk to my buddy Big Al, who runs Kirby's, and we'll see if I get myself some Coney sometime.
Okay.
You know, it's okay.
You know the big dog, man.
I do. I know Big Al, my man. Known Al for a long, long time. Go back to middle school together. Family owned.
Even before high school.
Yeah, well back, way back. Great guy. Love the Kirikopoulos family. They're awesome. Some ticket text coming in regarding the locking the doors in your garage, locking the doors of your car in your garage while your garage is shut. Do you do this or not? The right answer is whatever your wife said. Do you want to be happy or do you want to be right?
Yeah, most of the time you want to be happy for sure, but some hills, I don't know, man.
Does your voice raise or are you just exasperated? Like, why would you do? Like, how do you approach this?
Like,
with
it's
the
not
wife?
an all-out war or anything, but I think, when things like, when you argue about the same thing all over and over and over all the time, then I think it becomes a thing. And this is like one of those things, I think, that because she always locks the door.
Like,
and
you
I'm
did it
like,
again.
yeah. I'm like, and I always say, why do you do this? And she says, because, and I'm like, but I don't, it's inconvenient. If I just want to go in the car and get something, I don't get it.
I hear you. I don't want to have to pay for a broken window on top of everything else. I leave my car unlocked. Okay. Kang, my wife is the same. I hate how she locks the doors to our mudroom when the garage door is already shut. Well, that's different because you're saying lock the doors to the house.
Yeah, is he talking about like from the garage door? Or
Yeah,
like,
to the mudroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because some people have two doors, right? From the garage door, and then there's another door out of the mudroom into the like kitchen or house at that point.
I also have that situation.
Okay.
Because the garage goes into a storage room, and then you walk through the storage room and you get into the house.
Yeah.
The door to get into the house from the storage room does not have a lock on it. The door from the garage to the storage room might. I'm still not sure about that. My girlfriend doesn't even lock her car doors when she parks in the driveway.
That's absurd.
I don't think I do that. I always leave the keys in the car in the garage. Eric and Macomb. That's another one like you, Stoney. I think it's way more common than I ever thought it was, I guess. I never lock cars when in a home garage. I always keep the garage door closed if out of sight. Yeah, I think it makes sense. The garage door should always be shut.
Yes.
And the last one, I lock both of my cars in my garage. I have a detached garage, Nick and Sterling Heights. Detached garage? Okay, I guess, if you have an automatic door or not, that could be a difference.
Mm-hmm.
First house I had in Royal Oak, I had a detached garage that was not an automatic garage door. It's one of those you just kind of pulled up.
Right.
And then a few years later, I ended up switching out garage doors. Thanks to Precision. And
should I sound a chime or something?
Right. And I was so glad I did because for the first few years, I was a little nervous that somebody could just go into my garage at any hour of the night because my bedroom was on a different side. Nonetheless, there it is. The final word on the parking in the garage. Most people say you don't need to lock the doors if your garage door is shut. You don't need to lock the doors in your car. And Stoney, as I found out, and many other people also leave their keys in their car if the garage door is shut, because it's not going to happen. We even had a law enforcement official say, look, my 60 years in law enforcement, I've never heard of somebody having their car stolen from their house while the garage door has been shut. So there it is.
All right, I'll tell her I was right.
Yeah, please do. That's going to go well for you.
Mm-hmm.
Win that battle. That's one worth winning. All right, time now to make some picks. We do this every week. I don't know if you have Doug's totals, Kang or Stoney from last week and on the season, but I will tell you what I am. I was 4-2 last week, which was good. I needed to get on the winning side of it. 9-12 for the season. 2-2 with my shoot the boot lock of the week. We start with college football. We can bet. Stoney, I will start with my picks, with my first pick in college football. Florida State is at Virginia. The Seminoles are giving up just a touchdown on the road. But Florida State's on a mission to let everybody know they are the real deal this year. They have put up a ton of points. They stunned Alabama out of the gate. Virginia is no Alabama. I like Florida State covering the 7.
All right. I don't know. Virginia, I think, is a little sneaky team, actually, if you think about it. But anyway. Doug's, the first one I'm going to give, because I assume I have Doug's list here. The lock should be the last one, correct?
Well, whatever you want.
If it's college, you have to do it in the college.
Just do the college picks first.
All right. It'll be my last of my college.
Okay.
Doug's going with the Fighting Illini coming off the humiliation against Indiana at home, getting 6.5 points against the Trojans of the University of Southern California. It's a big noon kickoff. Champagne's going to be going crazy. He's gone with Illinois.
9 o'clock start really for USC, how they look at it with their body clock. Notre Dame is on the road at Arkansas. The Fighting Irish are giving up 4.5 points. I think Notre Dame can cover this by a touchdown. I'll give it the 4.5 at Arkansas.
What bothers me about Notre Dame is their defense scares me because they haven't been able to do much defensively. All right. Another one from Doug Karsh. He's going to go with the points a lot here. And he's going to go to Nashville, Tennessee, where the Commodores of Vanderbilt are hosting Utah State. Vanderbilt's a lot better than people think. They're a good team, but they're not good enough in Doug's eyes to cover the 22.5 points. He's taking Utah State. I believe they're the Aggies.
I believe they are. Yes. My last college pick will stay in the Big Ten. And after watching the thumping that took place last week with Indiana, just walloping the old number 6 on Illinois. That's Blazing Saddles reference for you.
Yes.
Indiana -8 at Iowa. I know that Iowa can be a tough team. Iowa's not very good this year. I just don't see it. And I like Indiana to roll them. So the 8 points, I'll give up the 8 points because Indiana is tough to stop.
All right. For Doug's lock of the week, the Washington Huskies plus 8.5 against the Buckeyes of Ohio State.
Doug is not sold on Ohio State just yet.
No.
I wonder if that's any bias, but Washington's got a really good quarterback,
yes,
a very good quarterback. Interesting to see. That's another sneaky good game to watch this weekend. Shifting to the pros. Philadelphia is at Tampa Bay. I suspect this will be an interesting game. I didn't want to go with the who's going to win the game. I like the total. The under 44.5. Both teams played pretty good defense, and I'm not sure who's going to win this game because I'm not sure what team Philly really is, and I'm not sure what team Tampa really is. Tampa's 3-0. They're very good. So I think it's going to be a defensive battle. Keep it under 44.5.
I think that's actually a pretty good bet. And as far as deciding who's going to win that game, the Eagles do not play very well in Tampa. All right. We're sticking with the over-unders, Doug Karsh is. He's going to the Jackson Dart debut game where the New York Giants and the L.A. Chargers under 43.5.
New Orleans is at Buffalo. The over-under set at 48 points. I don't know if New Orleans is going to score a bunch of points. I know Buffalo can, but I think they keep it under 48. I think Buffalo is going to have an easier time with New Orleans here.
All right, another game that Doug has selected. There's some news that just came across about this game, so I don't know if it's really fair, but
he's got some Washington.
Yes, he takes the Washington Commanders minus 1.5 against the Atlanta Falcons, but it was just announced that both Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin are out.
Going to be tough, but Marcus Mariota played pretty well last week, but no Terry McLaurin. That's the big one. Lastly, I have my shoot the boot lock of the week. The Chargers are giving up 6.5 points at the Giants. I think, I'm not a Jim Harbaugh fan, but I respect what he is as a football coach. He's a damn good football coach, and he's going to scheme up to go against a rookie quarterback making his debut. I'll take the Chargers all day long, giving up the 6.5 at New York.
And finally, Doug's last pick goes for the totals again. And yes, this team, the home team in this case, the Dallas Cowboys, have a horrific defense. So he has the Packers with Micah Parsons and the Cowboys going over the 47.5.
There you have it. Our picks, you can do what you will with them, right? We're not saying you need to do this or do that. This is just what we would do. And look forward to seeing the big matchups this weekend. We'll talk to the Birch Kid next year. 97.1, The Ticket. I look forward to it every week, talking to the Birchie Kid out there in Allen Park. Will, welcome to the show. Stoney is in for Douglas. What's happening out there? What's the tenor of the building as they get ready for the big showdown against the Cleveland Browns on Sunday? I probably should have engaged you as a caller. I'm bad. I needed to actually press a button for you to talk. I'm sorry, Will.
Oh,
I'm new.
Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good now. It's my fault.
All right, we're live. We're live from Allen Park.
What's up, Birchie?
The mood. Go ahead, Stoney.
No, I just said, what's up? How are you?
Oh, what's going on, brother? Hey, let's relaunch this, boys. So I'll call back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good. Sorry.
The mood is good here in Allen Park, as it always is. Just got back from practice. A couple of notable absences. Zach Cunningham, who obviously played a decent role on defense, was absent today. He won't play on Sunday. Taylor Decker was also absent today. He's expected to play on Sunday. This feels like the routine for him right now is to kind of give him the week off to recover from the previous game and then get himself right for Sunday. You know, he's such an advanced student of the game at this point in his career that really all he needs to get ready to play on Sundays is the walkthrough on Friday. So, they would rather have him out there, and the plan is, as the season evolves, to have him return to practice, obviously. But right now, they're giving him the rest, and he should be good to go on Sunday.
Yeah, I think that's just something you see par for the course when you get veteran players that deal with injury issues. The older you get, the more you're dealing with, and the creakier the bones get. Stoney, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
So I can totally understand it.
Yeah.
Zach Cunningham played an important role on that series that came down to the goal-to-goal situation. I know it was second and goal or third and goal where he got the stop. Looked great, but he only played 2 plays in the game, left with a hand injury. So if he's out, does that mean we get more Nowatzki, or is somebody else going to step up? What happens here?
Yeah, I would definitely think more Nowatzki. They love the versatility that Nowatzki gives them on defense, similar to the versatility that Derek Barnes provides. You know, they feel like with those 5 linebackers, obviously including Anzalone and Jack Campbell, they can basically stay in base defense almost no matter what the opposing offense presents, and they feel like that gives them a huge advantage. You know, I bring up Derek Barnes, and he was someone that Kelvin Shepard mentioned yesterday. You know, when Shepard took over as DC this offseason, Barnes obviously hadn't played since September. He was coming off a torn ACL, and, you know, his play through his first 3 seasons was a mixed bag, and none of that mattered to Shepard. He went right to Brad Holmes when he got that job and said, I have to have this player. You know, like, I have to have Derek Barnes as part of my defense because of the versatility that he felt like Barnes was growing into last season before his injury. And, you know, we've seen that shine so far. Go back to Monday night. Barnes played every linebacker spot. He lined up as a defensive end. He lined up as, you know, a nickel back at times. And, the Lions were, I think, questioned in some ways for giving him that $24 million extension this offseason, but we're seeing more and more why they did that. I think he's had a great start to his 5th NFL season.
Speaking of great starts, Doug Karsh's favorite line, Jack Campbell's been playing his ass off. Would that be
his
correct?
face off.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and you can send him out there with one leg and one arm, and he would play his ass off. I mean, just an absolute animal. He's been a demon against the run, and, you know, there's still areas for his game to evolve. Obviously, in coverage, he can still be like a little bit stiff at times. I think as a pass rusher, he could make a few more splash plays, but no one hunts the ball with more ferocity or more hunger than Jack Campbell. And I think we're also beginning to see why Dan Campbell sat him down this offseason and said, hey, like, this is your defense now. And as much as they love Anzalone, part of the reason they were willing to consider a future without him is that Campbell is looking like the anchor of this defense they thought they drafted back in 2023.
The focus of this game, I think, is obviously going to be looked at on the defensive line of Cleveland versus the offensive line of the Detroit Lions. Certainly the Lions' offensive line last 2 weeks, keeping a clean pocket for Jared Goff. He hasn't been sacked in those 2 games. This is a different task when you got Myles Garrett and company from Cleveland.
Yeah, this is as good of a defensive line as there is in football right now. And, you know, it was interesting when Campbell was asked today about, you know, Myles Garrett being a game wrecker and the kind of strain that places on the offensive line. He quickly pointed out, no, they have 2 game records. And he wasn't talking about Mason Graham. He pointed right to Malik Collins, who is like the more veteran version of Mason Graham, who has spent, I think, 10 or 11 years now in the NFL. He's in his first year in Cleveland, and he's having a hell of a start to his season there. He's been a really disruptive interior pass rusher, a whole bunch of pressures, 2 sacks so far. And when you line up him along with Garrett and Mason Graham, you understand the kind of stress that an offensive line is under. So Campbell always places a premium on shutting down the interior rush, on pointing out the defensive tackles who can destroy a game plan. Between Collins and Graham, Mahogany, Glasgow, and Ratledge will have their hands full on Sunday. And then, obviously, Garrett is just a superhuman. He's a freak, whatever word you want to use to describe him. And he mostly plays on the right end, which means that, Taylor Decker will handle most of that assignment on Sunday. And obviously the Lions will chip and nudge to help him out. But when Campbell started talking about Myles Garrett, he was like, dude, he's got everything. He's got size, he's got length, he's got get off, he's got flexibility, he's got the ability to bend the edge. He can touch his shoulder to the ground when he turns the corner. I thought he was describing Stoney Gator. I mean, just a physical specimen. Obviously, a force of nature in the NFL. So containing that defensive line is, I agree, the key to Sunday's game.
Oh, Campbell, you know what he's doing? He's just pumping up the guy who went to his alma mater. No, I'm just kidding.
That's all.
On the other side of the defensive line front, we obviously saw Aiden Hutchinson have a really great fourth quarter. He played pretty good in the third quarter as well. But up front, with McNeil out, DJ Reader, I don't know if I could say disappointing last season, but nothing spectacular. So far this year, he's been really good. Cleveland doesn't run the ball, so they need that push up front too, don't they, from him?
Oh, for sure. And right next to Tyleik Williams, who obviously gave him a whole bunch of push in that week 2 win over the Bears. I'd counter you a little bit on DJ Reader. I mean, maybe if you look at the stat line, it doesn't jump off the page, but rarely do stats jump off the page for nose tackles. He played last year like a higher rate of snaps at the nose than he ever had in his career since, I believe, his rookie season. And he still set a career high in sacks. It was a modest career high, I think just 3. But that's a player that was, first of all, available for all of last season, which set him apart from most of those defensive players, and was handling double teams on almost every single pass rushing opportunity he got, and a lot of his run defending snaps. Yeah, the statistics might not indicate it, but he does a lot for this defense that frees up the players around him, including Tyleik in week 2, to make plays. So, yeah, got to get a big game out of him. And then, look, this offensive line for the Browns right now is diminished and vulnerable. Their starting left tackle, DeJuan Jones, went down for the season last week. He, at the time, was playing right tackle because Jack Conklin, their starter there, was injured. He missed weeks 2 and 3. He's questionable for Sunday. He did practice all of this week, so it seems like he'll play, but he'll be in a compromised state either way. So to me, this feels like an opportunity for Hutchinson and Al-Quadin Muhammad to really let loose on the edge and get after a quarterback who might be the only starting quarterback in the NFL that is less mobile than the one that starts here for the Lions. So this is a big time chance for this defensive line to feast on Sunday and to force Joe Flacco into some ill-advised passes that the secondary can feast on themselves.
Last question for you, Will. Speaking of Flacco, I maintain that I don't think he's capable of having a big game, but he is capable of still having big moments. Am I overlooking Joe Flacco, or do you think that's accurate?
No, I think that's fair. I mean, that's a guy that has taken a team to the Super Bowl, and he seems to have some of the clutch gene in him. I think that's fair to say. You don't stick around the NFL for as long as he has without having some kind of knack for making plays when your team needs them. But look, I think before we go, I think a lot of people are worried about a potential let game on Sunday. They view this as maybe a trap game, and it could be an emotional letdown coming off obviously a high last week. That's not how Dan Campbell's teams roll. It's not how they have rolled in the past. Just look at last season. There were a number of potential trap games on that schedule. They played at home against Tennessee after beating the Cowboys and the Vikings on the road, and against at the time was a very good Titans defense, and they beat them 52-14. They played the Jaguars a few weeks later having just beaten the Packers and the Texans on the road, beat them 52-6, beat the Colts a week after that in Indy 24-6. This team knows how to get up no matter the opponent. I wouldn't anticipate any kind of emotional letdown on Sunday.
Sounds great, Will. We both look forward to seeing you at the game at Ford Field.
You got it, guys. Talk soon.
All right, thanks, Will. Birchie Kid, breaking it down from Allen Park, the Lions practice facility, and, of course, the game Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Just trying to get here with final thoughts on the big game coming up on Sunday with the Lions and the Browns. Get some more ticket texts that have come in. Just 3 major concerns against the Browns. 1 is Myles Garrett. 2 is Myles Garrett, and 3, it's probably Myles Garrett. I don't disagree with that. No. I know Birchie was talking about Collins and the rest of the defensive line, and I'm sure they're good. But
Mason Graham's really good.
Myles, he is very good. He's a rookie, and we'll see how he matches. I'm curious to see how he's going to match up against Tate Ratledge if that's what the matchup is. I really like Ratledge, but Myles Garrett is so damn good, and wherever they decide to line him up, I imagine they want to line him up on Taylor Decker as opposed to Penei Sewell. Although watching Micah Parsons against Penei Sewell, Penei struggled a little bit with Micah Parsons and the limited snaps Parsons had in the first week. But things have gone much more smoothly the last couple of weeks. But they have not faced a defensive line until like the Packers until they will on Sunday. I think Green Bay got caught up in their own hype last week, as well as looking to the following week versus Dallas. Lions this week needs to wear down Cleveland's D with the run game in time of possession. No blind shots on Goff. That's from Mark in New Jersey. Well, whether Cleveland got caught up in their own hype and looking past Cleveland to get to Dallas, that might be true. As far as the Lions, I don't know if you can wear down Cleveland's defense. Cleveland's defense is really good, but you're going to have to keep it honest by trying to run the football. It may not work initially, but it's not something you give up on. Like even you go back to the game against Baltimore on Monday night. I think Baltimore's game plan defensively was to stop Jahmyr Gibbs, specifically Jahmyr Gibbs. He got nothing going in the first couple of drives. Then they brought in David Montgomery, and I think maybe Baltimore breathed a sigh of relief and said, okay, we'll worry about the pass now, and it hurt them. Because Montgomery can gash you just as bad.
I know.
They're different running backs. But really the difference is Gibbs has the top-end speed that Montgomery doesn't have. But Montgomery makes everybody miss on the first tackle attempt. So I'll be curious to see if they're able to get any kind of running game going. Because if they do, Stoney, the play-action passing game is deadly for the Lions.
Yeah. And look, they have one good cornerback, Denzel Ward, who played at Ohio State. He's really good. But you can go after them. You can attack them.
Yeah, and you mentioned Grant Delpit, the safety.
Yes.
He's very good too. But both of these guys have missed time in practice this week. Suspect they're going to play on Sunday, but nonetheless, just keep an eye on that as well. Another ticket text. I'm not saying the Browns are going to win, but everyone talks about the home field advantage and the 2 games that the Lions lost last year were at home. Is the home field really an advantage, Jeff and Livonia? Yes, it is an advantage. It's an advantage for the offense.
Right.
Because the offense gets out there and the place is quiet so that they can call out their protections and everybody knows what they're supposed to do. That's the theory that I subscribe to. The other side is on defense. It's loud as hell in Ford Field and very hard for the opposing quarterback to be able to communicate with his offensive line. It's an advantage. Does it mean you win the game? No, but it's an advantage.
Absolutely. And it also is the return of Jim Schwartz, the Browns defensive coordinator.
Oh, yeah.
So this is like a homecoming here. I'm looking at the Browns roster, okay? So obviously you have Jack Conklin, who played at Michigan State. You have former Lion who's going to start, Cornelius Lucas. A lot of Cornelius Lucas jerseys I'm sure we'll see at Ford Field. Zach Zinter, former Michigan player. He's on the Browns offensive line. We mentioned Mason Graham. There's also, one of their starting linebackers is? Devin Bush.
Well, he's been there for a while, right?
A little bit, yeah.
I guess I shouldn't say for a while. He was in Pittsburgh.
And, of course, their head coach is the son of former Pistons general manager and now special consultant Ed Stefanski. That's Kevin Stefanski.
And then their defensive coordinator is the aforementioned Jim Schwartz.
Yes.
You and I were talking about this beforehand a little bit about coaches that have left the city of Detroit to go elsewhere and who your favorite and least favorite are. Jim Schwartz is probably my favorite one because we used to have Schwartz on once a week when Doug and I were doing the show.
Right.
I love talking to Jim Schwartz because he was my kind of guy. You listen to my kind of music. He's a football guy, and he and I would talk music all the time and loved it. So I had what I thought was a good report. Maybe Schwartz couldn't have cared less about it.
The year before, he was on with me and McAllister, and he didn't think we talked football enough, so he wanted to go with you guys.
We talked a little bit of both. But I mean, it seemed like he would. Kang, am I wrong? He would perk up a little bit if I said anything, heavy metal wise.
Yeah, clearly you like the same genre of music, and I think probably at that point too, when coaches and players they answer a lot of the same questions all the time, all day long. So I think something different comes up, and yeah, he sounded more interested. And you're right, I don't know if he did or didn't like it, but it was better for us. I think you guys had a good rapport going.
And that was my guy. Who was your favorite coach that left?
Rick Carlisle.
Rick Carlisle.
Pretty much the same reason too. I had a good relationship with him on the air, and he was a really good guy. And every time the Pacers or whatever team he was with, even before, like Dallas, would he come in, I'd try to go and just sit and shoot the S with him for a few minutes, and he's always been a good guy.
And then you and I have the same guy we both dislike tremendously.
Which was, again?
Matt Patricia.
Matt Patricia.
Yeah.
But I had a good relationship with him.
Did you?
Yeah, he was very nice he did something for my daughter. It was really nice.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Jeff Rieger joins us in studio.
Hi, guys.
Hi, how are you?
What's the question?
Your least favorite and favorite coach that left.
Oh.
Wow, you're loud.
Oh, sorry.
Because Jim Schwartz will be here.
That's right. If the Browns somehow win, does he get carried off in his defensive lineman's shoulder again?
I don't think so.
No.
But Jamie Samuelson swore
that was the reason he never got another head coaching gig?
Yes.
Maybe.
And I don't buy that for a second.
I remember being at that game and waiting for Jim Schwartz post-game because he was with the Bills. And I remember, he's like, I'll talk to you guys in a second. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, I'm not talking today. I'm like, dude, you just beat come on. And
That's weak. That's weak.
It is weak.
That's weak.
Absolutely. It's weak.
What's coming up on the show today?
All right. So I heard something on the morning show that was so ridiculous.
Oh.
So insulting.
Oh.
And yet all of Detroit is behind this ridiculous premise. So Rico is too. So I want to give that premise to people. Mike's out, by the way. He's back on Monday. And then TJ Lang's in at 3:30. And who said it at some point as well? Love that game.
Sounds good. We look forward to it. We leave you every Friday with the plea to just get some time to watch some football. The Gator Rant here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, hello. Mike's out today. Rico's there. Kenny, David. I'm Jeff for the day. TJ Lang at 3:30. What a weekend that we're looking at. What's up, Rico?
It will be a football Friday, and just so everybody knows, Mike wanted me to let you guys know he wanted to be here, but for those who've been following the show, unfortunately, he had to put down his dog Otis today.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, he finally succumbed to the cancer. So,
Wow.
Thoughts and prayers to Mike and his family.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but he was sad. But, dude, Otis was given 4 to 6 months 4 years ago. So
Really?
Right. So I was like, Mike, that was a hell of a 4 to 6 months.
Now, how old is Otis?
I want to say, I think he got him back in 2014, I believe. Yeah, around 2014.
I think that makes sense, yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, because I remember, because I think Leo was on his last days then when they got Otis. But, yeah. But that's why Mike's not here.
Otis was like one of the originals.
Yeah,
right?
he was an OG.
OG.
Leo was the original
OGVD.
OG. But, yeah. So now it's just Rocky and Heath Bar. So,
Wow. Oh, that sucks.
So just to let everybody know.
And Mike's back on Monday.
So, yeah, he should be back Monday. But, yeah, I was, don't even bother. Like, well, don't bother. Stay at home. Be sad. Life. We will move on without you. It's a football Friday. So we brought in Jeff Rieger.
That's right. And
Rieger came in hot.
What do you mean?
I mean, your idea that you had. You heard the morning show, and Rieger was hot.
But you agree.
Rieger was hot.
I was listening today. I have to give this to you and to everybody else. It's disgusting. Tiger fans, Lions fans, Detroit fans, I'm disgusted by them. So I'm driving around today listening to the morning show, and they had the cookie jar. Do you know what the cookie jar is?
Yes.
Yeah, so they asked you a bunch of random questions. One of the questions in the cookie jar that Costa delivered was, you got to make your choice. Tigers get swept or Lions lose? That's the question. Assuming that if you take the Lions to lose, the Tigers don't get swept, then they're going to make the postseason. They essentially need to get swept to not make the postseason. And even then, they could still make the postseason. Or if you choose the Tigers to get swept, that means the Lions are going to win.
Okay, you're confusing people. Once again, what is it?
The question is, you got to choose.
Okay.
Tigers to get swept or Lions to lose.
This weekend.
Correct.
I think it's easy.
Yeah.
You'd rather the Tigers get swept.
That means they might not make the postseason.
Okay.
All for a regular season Lions win.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we go any further, everybody but the Honorable James Costa said exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
When given the choice, you have to make the decision. Tigers get swept, Lions lose. Everybody said Tigers get swept because they don't want the Lions losing a regular season game.
It's a no-brainer. It's not
No,
a regular
no-brainer.
It's not a regular season game. If you're a Lions fan, after the incredible high that you just had of destroying Baltimore in Baltimore, Derrick Henry falling off the bench.
Yeah.
He was out of the game. Lamar Jackson is sitting there like, okay, how many Lions are on the field now? Because I'm counting 18, 19, 20 of them because I keep getting sacked. You cannot lose the next game to the Browns at home.
You do understand the alternative is the Tigers getting swept, and they will be responsible for the biggest collapse in the history of Major League Baseball that will always follow them in the city of Detroit.
And the only people who would care are you and the baseball writers
You are
who
insane.
care about the Hall of Fame stuff.
Okay, nobody might care until it actually happens. And by the way, there's no way the Tigers are getting swept to begin with, considering the Red Sox magic number is 1. So if they win tonight, then they're going to rest everybody for the next 2 days. But
Where do
appalled.
you get this no way they get swept?
There's no way they get swept.
They
What do
were
you mean?
just swept like 3 times in a row.
Understood, but the Red Sox...
But this time, it's for real.
No, it's different. The Braves were actually trying to win. The Red Sox would rest everybody. You would play a bunch of minor leaguers against the Red Sox.
You don't rest people 2 days from the playoffs.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
You set up your pitching rotation. They're not going to have to face Garrett Crochet.
Okay.
You're in good shape. There's no way the Tigers get swept. But
so you want the Tigers to win so they don't become historic? I mean, this is not like 0-16.
I'm giving up a Lions loss in this scenario so the Tigers don't get swept, So they go to the postseason. So they do something the Tigers have done only 19 times in the franchise's history. Yes, I'm taking the Tigers to not get swept. But everybody that called in and everybody on that show, with the exception of Costa, said there's no way you're allowing the Lions to lose a game, which I think is the most absurd, brain-dead opinion I've ever heard in my life. So I want to ask the people, because I do believe this show's audience is probably smarter than the morning show's audience. Is that fair? You guys assume that, right?
Yes.
You agree. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I heard some of their stuff today. We're not doing a segment. We're not going to do an hour on jorts. So, yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah. Thank God.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're no jorts. It's a no jorts talk Friday. But I need to ask the people, because it's been bugging me all day. You got to make the choice. Yes, it's like Sophie's Choice. I'm sorry, it's a Friday. But you need to settle this. You need to, really help out Detroit. Make the choice. Lions lose to the Browns. They'd be 2-2. They're going to get over it. Or the Tigers get swept, which means the historic collapse potentially happens. It's such a no-brainer, and I couldn't believe how many people were not willing to give up a Lions loss.
All right, let's give it to the people. 248-539-9797. Rieger, because here's the thing. I don't want to speak for the people. I don't think that they believe the Tigers are going to go anywhere. So it's empty calories. The Lions, they believe, can win a Super Bowl. So you know what you have to do? You have to collect wins, especially when you did the scheduling game.
Yeah.
Everybody wrote Baltimore was the first loss.
Yeah.
It was easy.
Which means you get one to lose.
You know who the easiest win was for this scheduling game?
The Browns.
Cleveland.
So you flip-flop. Not a big deal.
Yeah, it's a gigantic deal. You don't want to be 2-2. And one of the games that you lost were to the Cleveland. If you would have lost to the Ravens, Rieger, if this is the Ravens game, I think people would be like, nah, you want the Tigers to win. It's the Browns. They're a double-digit favorite at home, okay? You know, the Tigers ain't going nowhere,
Rico, I want to take this mic.
No, hold on.
Yeah,
and maybe, just maybe, you need to own it. Maybe you just need to own the collapse.
You don't have to own it if it doesn't happen.
Right, but
why would you want that to follow you?
Maybe you need to collapse. Own it. And
why?
Maybe, because next year.
It's not going to change anything.
Maybe you will.
I doubt it.
Because if it's like the way you're saying, that it's going to stick with you forever, then that means that Scott Harris and AJ and all these guys have to wear it for infinity. Maybe you'll make some moves in the winter meetings. Maybe you'll do some things. And you won't just sit there and worry about being haunted by trading some of your prospects.
Rico, it's been embarrassing what the Tigers have done. Big win yesterday, but it's been embarrassing. Odds are they make the postseason. But for this question, no offense, you're joining the brain dead, which is unacceptable because you're a very smart man. You're joining the brain dead. It is such a dumbass opinion if giving this a choice to say, oh, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to give up a regular season win, and instead I want the Tigers to get swept, and they're not going to make the postseason. And it's for all the people that say...
Are the Tigers game regular season?
What's that?
Are these Tiger game regular season?
Yeah, but of course postseason... They're essentially playoff games.
But
they're essentially playoff games.
I just want to make sure they're regular season too.
Hold on.
So what you're saying, Jeff, is, because I think I know where Rico's going with this, regular season for the Tigers, those games matter, but the Lions game in the regular season doesn't matter?
These games matter for where they are. Don't act. You're joining the brain dead as well.
Oh, okay. I'll give you my opinion next, but I just want to ask you, you're saying Tigers sweep, which means Lions win, or the Lions win, or the Lions lose.
Tigers sweep, Lions lose.
Swept. Yes.
Okay, I got you. I'll give you my answer next.
No. Just so everybody knows, you have to choose. The Tigers get swept or the Lions lose.
Okay?
And before we go anywhere, this opinion of, well, the Tigers can't win the World Series, you're probably right. But A, don't you want to try? And B, I'm sorry, once you actually make the postseason, you take a big exhale, and the Tigers are capable of beating anybody. Now, will they? I don't know. They've been a train wreck in the second half of the season. But to just go through 162 games and you're on the precipice of making the postseason and you're like, well, you can't win the World Series. I don't care. It's brain dead. It's absolutely asinine. I'm sweating. It makes me angry. All right, so where are you at? People want to talk. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Who you with? Tigers get swept or the Lions lose. You have to make the choice on this Friday.
And if you agree with Rieger, apparently you're smart. Hey, you know what? This football season, where else did you want to bet?
That hurt.
Other than with my friends at Fanatic Sportsbooks. Fanatic Sportsbook is the home of the fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across the straight parlay and the single game parlay all season long from any first half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets through the first quarter, and now they've extended it through the first half. That's 30 minutes of pro player protection on all bets, whether it's quarterback, running back, wide receivers, or even defensive players. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Why stick with a book that leaves you empty-handed when you can bet with the one who has your back for the entire first half? If you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarters of all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatic Sportsbooks, winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
'97 won the ticket. The Valenti and Rico show. Mike back on Monday. All right. We gave you the dilemma in the morning. Costa's the only smart one. Everybody else is brain dead. People are upset at me because I'm saying brain dead, but I truly believe this. You have to answer this question. This weekend, You choose the Tigers to get swept or the Lions to lose. Everybody, and I do mean everybody with the exception of myself and Cookies, which maybe says something about us, are picking the Tigers to get swept. They would rather the Tigers get swept than the Lions lose a regular season game and fall to 2-2. Am I going to go to the phones?
Yeah, people are waiting. They're lined up. Let's go.
John and Warren, you're on the ticket. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, John.
Wonderful.
Good. Rico.
Yes.
You slappy. You hater. How can you hate the Tigers?
I don't hate the Tigers.
You do hate the Tigers.
How do I hate the
honestly Tigers? You honestly think that pocket puff quarterback we have is going to survive the season without Ragnow protecting him? Not going to happen. Go ahead and lose this game. Let the Tigers go on. Win or lose the World Series,
that's right.
They moved on.
Do you hate the Lions?
It's a plus. I don't necessarily hate the Lions, but I can take good naps when they're on.
Wait. So
okay. This is the guy that agrees with me.
I hate the Tigers.
Not a great start for you, Jeff.
I hate the Tigers because I'd rather the Lions win. Wow. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Sorry, dude.
Okay. Thanks, John. But John doesn't hate the Lions because he doesn't think Goff's going to make it.
How dare you, Rico? You hate the Tigers.
I don't think I've ever been accused of that before.
We're off to a tough start.
You slappy. You a hater.
It's that guy.
I'm a Lion. Wait, am I a Lion slappy? Because I want
apparently
the
so.
No, and he's a
welcome.
He's a Lions hater. That guy that just called in.
Right. Wow.
What do you call Jared Goff? A powder puff, I believe.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Is this guy serious?
I felt really good up until that call.
He's on your side, Jeff.
Yeah, me and that dude.
Hey, Jeff.
Jared
that's
Goff.
One.
I'm just saying.
That's one.
So maybe I'll take back the brain dead comment. People are very upset with the brain dead part of the thing. I was appalled this morning. I was appalled.
I'm a Lions hater.
All right, let's go to George in Metamora.
Tigers hater, I'm sorry.
You're on the ticket. What's up, Georgie?
Hey, how you guys doing? Well, let me balance this out. I am totally Team Rico. I heard once that every time Jeff is wrong, an angel gets its wings. Here's another case.
Ooh, that's nice.
I think the only thing that Rico didn't mention is with the Lions, I think it's more important for them. Not that it's a regular season game. We're talking about Super Bowl aspirations. Home field's eventually going to matter. Wins, I just don't feel like giving them away to opponents we should beat. The Tigers have been horrendous for the last 2 months. Why are they going to turn it on in the playoffs? They're not. Put a bullet in them. I'm ready to move on. Let's go Lions.
Hey, George, very quickly, though, you do realize there's all kinds of examples of a team playing like absolute trash down the stretch. All the pressure's on. They get in and they do some damage. And there's no reason the Tigers couldn't do that either. Like if the Tigers go to Cleveland to play in a wild card series, the third series against Cleveland in 3 weeks, I would pick them to win that series, especially if you get Tarek Skubal for one of those games.
So all of a sudden, the team that's beaten them 5 of the last 6 times, they're going to go on the road and beat them in a playoff series. They still don't have a number 2 pitcher. The bullpen suspect. Riley Green, call me when he comes up in September. No, they're going to lose it. Okay, he hit one.
He's got 34 bombs, the 4th most in baseball. George, I'm not
he's
saying
hitting 189. He's hitting 189 in September.
Understood. Listen, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but for all of Detroit in this scenario to just give up, the Tigers stink, they're rubbish, then why even watch all season? You're already making the determination, like you would rather them choke away the postseason than make the playoffs and see what the hell happens?
Because I honestly believe, Rieger, a lot changed Monday night. Monday night, all of a sudden, you saw one professional team in this town who could actually win the whole freaking thing. The Tigers, smoke and mirrors all summer. We all knew that, even though they kept telling you they were the first to 40 and 50 and 60 and all of that stuff and the kazoo playing, they were smoke and mirrors. You saw a real team Monday night, and I think the city of Detroit said, if I got to back one horse, I'm backing that horse. So according to your scenario, I'll be the Tigers hater. I'm taking the Lions to win this game, as George said. You want to rack up as many wins as possible. You're still trailing Green Bay by half a game.
Right, because winning the division last year and getting the first round bye, that all did wonders for you.
Hey, what did pitching chaos do? Who'd you lose? You end up losing to Cleveland again.
I must have missed the memo when a 2-2 football team cannot make the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. Let's go to Mike in Royal Oak. You're on the ticket. What's up, Mikey?
Hello there. I just think that anybody that would root for the Tigers to lose all 3 games they're not fans of Detroit. I mean, I've gotten tired of listening. I listen to the station a lot, and all I've heard all week is, "Oh, I'd rather them not get to the playoffs than get to the playoffs." What are you talking about? You always want to get to the playoffs. Now, yes, they could lose 3, 6-0, 6-0, 6-0, but they could turn it around. And the almighty Lions, they're going to get to the Super Bowl. What happened last year? One loss, if they're so great, one loss is not going to keep them out of the playoffs.
Mike, I would say this. If the Tigers really wanted to get to the playoffs, how about not getting beat by everybody for the last couple weeks? How about you just win some freaking games? If it was so important to the Tigers, go win some games. But you didn't.
Rico,
so here we are.
I'm about to say something, and you can all laugh at me, and that's fine. But yesterday's win against the Guardians, Jahmai Jones starting that game off with a home run. For one game, they had a different feel to them. They looked like a different game, or a different team, rather. So there's no doubt in my mind that if they just get in, they could cause some damage. Will they? I have no idea. But the fact of the matter is, so many people have already quit on them, which is understandable. They've been in free fall for such a long time. It doesn't change the fact that anything is still possible. They could still win the Central. They're tied with the Guardians. And I understand it's been a colossal collapse. I totally get it. But
I'm not supposed to sit there and watch you keep falling on your face and falling on your face. But then but anything can happen. If that's your rationale, then as I said yesterday, it's kind of like when a 16 seed is playing a 1. Well, anything can happen in a game. It's happened once, okay? Don't really see it happening again. So, Rieger, for you.
Thanks, Gus. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. The morning show started this. This was not on me. I just got offended by it. But they threw out the question.
But you're a bigger baseball fan, so that's why I think you're offended by this.
I find it preposterous that you would watch a full season of baseball, go down to Comerica, enjoy the games, at one point the best team in all of baseball, and so many people have quit on this team. And that's the crux of this issue.
I find it preposterous that we watch them all year, we think they're good, and then they do this.
I understand.
Right, you're letting them off the hook, and you're blaming the fans.
Well, it's not over, though. See, that's the crux of this issue. The amount of people that just now have quit on this team, which is understandable.
They quit on us.
But they're not trying to lose. And yes, Scott Harris in the trade deadline was an absolute joke, and nobody is saying otherwise. But how many examples do you have to see when you just get the pressure off of you, which, by the way, could have been yesterday? You have no idea what can happen. And you guys are just punting the belief that they could win a playoff series. If you played Cleveland with Tarek Skubal going in game 1, you don't think he would win that series?
You know what?
I know. He lost the last 2 against Cleveland.
God, I'm wondering, when was the last time they played Cleveland?
Have you seen Cleveland?
When was the last time they played Cleveland at Cleveland?
Yesterday.
Last week.
Yesterday they won. They won, yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you miss
so
that?
So if it was a series, the series would have been over before yesterday's game, right?
Did you miss that Cleveland had to win like 19 of 22 just to be in this spot? Did you miss the fact they're the only team in Major League Baseball in the postseason with a negative run differential? The point is,
you're
not a great
them
team.
For winning.
No, they're not a great team, though.
You know who's else is not a great team right now?
Either.
Right. So, you know who is? Lions.
See, and let me ask you this, Jeff, because if the Lions were to lose to the Browns, then who are they really? Are they the team that beat the Bears and the Ravens, or are they the team that lost to the Packers and the Browns?
That's a fair point.
It's a fair point, what they can be at their best. We've seen what they can look like when they beat a team like the Ravens.
And we would have seen the worst.
I understand that, but this is the NFL. Does every single Super Bowl caliber team not have one stinker that they have every year?
But that would have been 2 stinkers now. So what are we doing?
I wouldn't call Green Bay a stinker.
Look what we've done. We've got them fighting too. This is amazing. All right, 248-539-9797.
I'm on Team Jeff.
It was not my question. It was who makes up the cookie jar questions? That's Jim, right? Or the audience. I don't know. But you got to choose one on this Friday. We're still trying to have a good weekend. Lions lose, Tigers get swept. Which one do you choose? 97 won the ticket. All right, full rack of phones. People want to talk. Morning show cookie jar topic. You got to pick one. Tigers to get swept to the Red Sox or the Lions to lose to the Browns. Which one you willing to give up so the other one turns out your way? 248-539-9797. Everybody, for the most part, saying, who cares about the Tigers? Got to beat the Browns. Now, very quickly, Rico, just so people know, magic number for the Red Sox, 1. Magic number for the Tigers, 2. Red Sox win today. Let's just say it happens. Casey Mize is on the bump for the Tigers. Then they're going to pretty much throw out trash for the next 2 games, which bodes well for the Tigers to make the postseason. And it won't even matter what Houston does.
So it helps the Tigers when the other teams just finally quit.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they can't do it on their own.
That's right.
Because their regular season counts, but the Lions' regular season doesn't. I just want to make sure I get this correct. Is that correct?
No. It's where you are in the season. This is do or die. It should have never come down to this. I don't disagree with you. But I'm not willing to give up on going to the postseason just so the Lions win a regular season game. That's number 1. Number 2, if they make the playoffs, anything truly can happen. I understand people are pissed. I totally get it. You should be pissed. It's been a disaster. It's kind of been funny at times. It's been a joke.
Your rationales, you can only hold on. Anything can happen. Not, well, this player's going to step up. This player's going to. What do you think can happen?
Well, I can.
Congratulations. That's the same rationale in playing the Powerball.
Well, I can tell you that I don't think Cleveland can beat you 3 series in a row. I like your chances of Skubal against the Guardians
is it
a third time.
It's a 2 series max of beating you?
Yeah, correct. Okay. That's how the rules work.
Okay.
Furthermore, like if your bullpen pitches like it did yesterday, and Finnegan looks good, and Vest looks good, and Holton looks good, then I like your chances.
What if it pitches like it did the other previous 8 games?
That's very fair. But I do think there's something they said. Did you believe the pressure thing? Well, hold on. Do you believe the pressure for a young team? Do you believe it's a real thing? I mean, the Houston Astros are going through it as well, trying to win 1 game to try to be in. Like, do you believe it? Is it a legitimate excuse? Listen, they shouldn't have putzed around like they have. But do you believe that there's so much ridiculous pressure on them right now that once they get in, things could be different? Because I believe that wholeheartedly.
No.
Okay. Different philosophy, I guess.
That was last year. Last year, I gave you the too young and stupid to realize the situation they were in. Let's just go out there and play. Eventually, water found its level.
No, there's a total difference between being the chaser and the chased. And when you're the chase, there's a ton of pressure. And they did not deal with it well.
Yeah.
But they still got a chance because of all the good they did early on.
And, Rieger, when I see your best player have a meltdown in the 6th inning, that doesn't bode well that, you know what? I got it. We're good now.
The guy that's going to win the Cy Young, but 1 inning, guy sucks now, right?
Okay, Rieger, you're doing straw man right now.
No, I didn't. You're the guy who just did straw man.
No, I didn't. I said, you're talking about pressure. The pressure is there because your best player, I don't care if you win the Cy Young, your best player melted down.
And that best player and all that pressure will be gone once you make the postseason.
You can guarantee this.
I would think so.
There's no pressure in the playoffs?
Right.
Not the pressure of having a monumental, historic, epic collapse.
Okay.
Nobody's disagreeing with how pathetic it's been. It's been
correct.
Pathetic.
But I also have a situation here regarding the Lions because after they lost to the Packers and everyone said, now we're behind the Packers. We got to catch up somehow. Looking at their schedule, looking at our schedule, it was a guaranteed loss for the Ravens, right? And now you got back in the race because they lost to the Browns and you won a game that you weren't supposed to. And you want to just give that away. Just say, you know what, Lion, doesn't matter. Go ahead and lose. Just give it away.
People now believe they're good enough to win the Super Bowl. So if they lose 1 game to the Browns, they'll probably still be good enough to win the Super Bowl.
But again, if they lose to the Browns, you add that to the Packers, I don't know who they really are.
That's why it's a good question, I think. Fair? Can we at least agree on that? Good question. Let's go to Joe.
Great question. I'm on Rico's side.
Of course you are. Joe, you're on the ticket. Hello, Joe. What do you mean? What does that mean?
I mean,
come on.
Hey, Joe, of course you are. Joe, save Rieger from himself. Go ahead.
This is unbelievable.
So just hold on. Let me explain.
Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Last weekend flipped the entire NFC North. The Packers lost the game. Everyone thought they were going to win. We won a game we should have lost. Now it's tied. The Lions are on a Super Bowl journey. We have to have home field. I do not want to go on the road for 3 games in January to try and get to a Super Bowl. If we are fully healthy, I do not expect a lot of teams to walk in the Ford Field in an atmosphere like that and beat us. We have to get home field. We have to get the Super Bowl. This is our best shot. The Tigers, Jeff, are going nowhere. Okay? They're going nowhere. This whole will it's the playoffs, anything can happen. What makes you say that?
I don't know. I've watched baseball a lot.
Okay. Who on this team? So the other teams in the American League, like Seattle, they have Julio, Cal Raleigh, Eugenio Suarez, and Naylor. Yeah. All four of those guys with one swing of the bat to flip a series. All four of those guys are better than any we have in our lineup.
Joe, listen, I hate you for making me do this to defend the team when they're this bad, but if you just take a quick step back and you go back to when they actually played legitimate baseball, when you have the ability, I'm just saying, to throw Torque and Green and Carpenter back to back to back, and you get Gleyber Torres setting the table, that could work in the postseason.
What does Gleyber Torres do in September?
Joe, they all stink right now. I'm not disputing that. Joe.
Okay, and September's the most pivotal month of the season. So
cool.
Yeah,
listen, if you want to, Joe, if you want to kill them before you even see that. Go on.
The Dodgers or the Phillies are winning it this year. Those are the two best teams. The National League is clearly the superior league. So the Lions just have a chance to do something we all want, which is to win a Super Bowl. The Lions can win a Super Bowl. Imagine home field.
Joe, you're breaking up a little bit. I apologize, but I get his gist. So do you. What?
Nothing. Smart man.
I hate to be on the other side of my argument here, but they did have home field last year.
I was going to say that, but I thought Rico would yell at me. The other thing, too, by the way, is we got this great ticket text. So what you guys are saying, and this is the ticket text, not me, but what David and Rico are saying, since the Packers lost to the Browns last week, their season's done, right?
Oh, what I'm saying is you now got back in the race because of that loss.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, their season is not done, but because they lost to the Browns, they look vulnerable.
It put the Lions back in the race.
Now the Lions are back to trying to win a division. Had they beat the Browns, it was about to be a boat race. So, yeah, it was a major step back for the Green Bay Packers.
Are you convinced that the Tigers make the postseason? I'll say when they make the postseason. Are you convinced they're going to lose in the first round series to either the Yankees or the Guardians? Are you convinced?
They play, yeah.
Convinced. Okay. See, I guess that's the difference. I'm not. I'm not convinced.
Rieger, here's what I don't see. Them in the World Series. So at that point, I've seen this before last year. Okay, let me ask you this question. If they make the playoffs, will they go further than they did last year?
Well, they got to get to the ALCS. So that means they got to win 2 series, a wild card in the ALDS. I think they could, yes. Will they? I have no idea.
No. Rieger, make a decision. Which side of the fence you going to be on?
I think they could. I don't know if I could say yes or no.
You're telling us we're all brain dead because we're not agreeing with you. So have an opinion, pick one.
I'll tell you why. Because the Lions are going to go to the postseason regardless if they lose to the Browns or not. The Tigers have a chance to go to the postseason, but in this scenario, you're pretty much killing them and not even giving them a chance to play in the postseason.
Do you think they can make it as far as they did last year?
I think they could make it to the World Series once they actually get in. Absolutely. But I don't know that they will.
This team we've been watching.
Rico, you'll watch so much baseball. Once all that exhale comes out, they're going to be better. Even yesterday, they look like a different team. They finally beat the boogeyman and the Guardians. I hate that I'm the guy saying, at least let's let it play out. But you guys have already resigned to the fact that they're dead. Why don't you guys pull Acosta and have a funeral then? So, Tigers are getting buried today.
So what you're saying is advantageous to limp into the playoffs because then all the pressure is off and you'll make the World Series.
Just get in and see what the hell happens.
Is that what you're saying? Let me just clarify that. It's more advantageous not to be the hottest team, but to be the worst team, barely make it, and you can make the World Series.
I'm not saying it's more advantageous. I'm not going to count them out. Not to mention, if you actually take a step back, Mize and Flaherty, their 2 and 3 pitchers, have actually been quite effective over this pathetic stretch. It's been more of not hitting and the bullpen. Listen, I know the odds are stacked against them.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Okay, so you're so certain. If they make the ALCS, what are you going to say then? I was wrong again. All right. 248-539-9797.
Congratulations. How does it feel to be correct? No, they got to make the World Series, according to you. They make the World
ALCS
Series. No,
would be one.
No, you
would
said
be
they can make the World Series.
I said you got to make the LCS.
You said they can make the World
Which is
Series.
one series further than last year.
You said they can make the World
All right. 248-539-9797. Contentious start to the program. TJ Lang's here at 3:30. Who said it? Love playing that game.
No, we're not playing.
We're not
brain
playing?
dead. David and I, you insulted us.
We're not playing that?
No, you insulted
I'm
us.
going home then. That's mean.
You said, of course, you two.
What does that mean?
That's we trying to figure out, what does that mean?
It means you guys are very negative. I listen to this show. You guys are very negative.
But Kenny's okay.
What do you mean, you
Kenny-
guys?
Right. You know what that is.
Kenny's very negative, too. I've
You know
heard him
what
talk
that
about
is.
Iserman.
You know what that is.
All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Maybe they'll throw Troy Melton into the starting rotation. You guys are ridiculous. 97 won the ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. How about a little prop bet casino, Rico?
All right. Well, for Mike, 3 in a row. Yeah.
Did I at least not finish last?
Yeah, I was dead last, Kenny.
All right, not last.
We gotta beat him. I mean, this week I guess we will, but
right.
Wait, are these last week's standings?
No, that's for the picks.
Oh, I got you.
I got the standings over here on the tablet. All right, Rieger is going to be joining us. Jeff, you're going to go first.
Ooh, this is exciting.
Going to start off in the college world. There's no Michigan State, but there are other games that are happening. Jaden Mayava, the quarterback for USC, over under 2.5 touchdowns.
I get to go first.
Yes, that's what I said.
I watched USC against Michigan State. I'll say over.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jeff. I'll say over as well. I saw that game. I was impressed.
They're coming to the East Coast. Okay. You know what? No. Under.
Oh, wow.
David, I'm going to go under as well. I think coming to the East Coast, USC likes to run the ball. Okay? And I think they're going to try to get their, body clocks back right. They're going to just run the ball and try to get the heck out of here with the win. Give me the under. Indiana going up against Iowa. Indiana's total points over under 29.5. They just dropped 63 on Illinois.
Yeah, listen.
On the road at Iowa. Over under 29.5.
This seems like such an obvious over, which is why I suck at gambling and I lose nothing but every bet I make. I'll go under.
Maybe, and Jeff, maybe this is a me thing, but I'll step on the rake. I'll go with over.
Wow, guys. I think you guys are definitely stepping on the rake. I know what they did against Illinois, but the other games they played, they only went over that 2 times. That was Kennesaw State and Indiana State. So I do not believe they do it. They go under.
I think they go over. I think that this is Cignetti trying to say we are one of the 4 best teams in the Big Ten, and we will show no mercy. As a matter of fact, he may tell his team at Indiana, don't even wave to the kids. Don't wave.
Oh, jeez.
We don't do that.
You can't
here.
say that.
We don't do that.
No,
have you seen
stop
Cignetti?
It. Yes, he's crazy. I understand that.
Well, you know what they would have next after that? A bye. So going into Oregon, you will be talking about that for 2 straight weeks. So I can understand your concept of them running up the score. Talk about them for 2 weeks.
Kids? That's what people be talking about.
No.
Can't do that.
Yeah. Over here. Don't wave. All right. In the Alabama-Georgia game, Jeremy Bernard, over under 0.5 to score a touchdown. Alabama wide receiver Jeremy Bernard, former Spartan.
I don't know. I can't read this game. I'll go first because it's my game.
Of course.
Yeah, Kenny, I can't read this game either.
Which I'm gonna say over because I have the over in this game. I have this being a relatively higher scoring game, even though it's a rivalry game. Usually I'd say those are tight games, but I'll go over because I have a lot of points.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm gonna go over because Kenny told me to go over. Not to mention, I'll go over.
I'm also going to go over. I agree with Kenny, high scoring. So, yeah, over.
I'm going to go over as well, David. I mean, everybody focuses on Ryan Williams, but Jeremy Bernard wins me a lot of prop bets on Saturday because he's the forgotten receiver for Alabama.
Do you bet most of these?
I do. No, on certain things, but yeah, this Jeremy Bernard, I normally take Jeremy Bernard over 50 yards and a touchdown in a parlay and always hit. Top 25 upsets this week, over under 4.5. 16 games featuring top 25 teams.
I love this one. This one's fantastic. Over under 4.5. 16 top 25 teams. I go over.
Chaos.
We're not quite sure how good anybody is yet.
Rico, I have a follow-up question to your prop bet. In these weeks that we've already seen, how many times is this hit? Has your over hit or under hit in this particular prop?
Over is hit.
I That's kind of what I thought too. That's the vibe I get.
It's why I had to push the number up because it was getting too easy.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'll still stick with the over until it doesn't hit.
See, I was already thinking
overs, Kenny.
That's right. Back in the day.
So I was already thinking 4 in my head. There is one that I'm a 50-50 on. So I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with the over.
I'm going to say no chaos just because I want to win this week. Let's go to the NFL. Who gets a sack first in the Lions-Browns game? Hutch or Myles Garrett?
I love this. Do you know both the Browns and the Lions are tied for sacks? They both have 11 as a team.
7, Kamla.
I will say I'm going to go Hutch. He was hot in the fourth quarter, obviously, against the Baltimore Ravens. He'll start hot. I go Hutch.
Maybe I'm a homer here. I'll do the homer thing. I'll pick Hutch. I think he wants to get off to a hotter start than he got off to. He didn't play. He was kind of invisible at the beginning of that last game, but now I think he wants to turn it up.
Congratulations on the sacks, fellas. You all each have a lot of them this season. Well, maybe not Hutch, not a lot. I'm going to go Myles. He gets more sacks this weekend.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to go with Myles Garrett as well. Hutch is the king of the fourth quarter sack, but I said who gets the first one.
Yeah, I know you did.
So I'm going to go Myles Garrett. Jahmyr Gibbs rushing yards over under 63.5.
Me first?
Yes.
Have you seen this Browns rush defense?
That's why it's 63.5.
They held the Bengals to 46. They held the Ravens to 45. They held the Packers to 81. I say under.
But they don't have John Morton.
That is true. John Morton did make the statement, they haven't seen an offense or a run game like us. Talking to Jim Schwartz.
Rico, could you repeat the prop? I was yelling at David about
63.5. You're going under?
I go under, yes.
63.5 for
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah,
it's just one guy.
I'll say over. He can break a big one. That'll make a difference.
He won't have a chance to break a big one. This Browns defense rushing a defense per se is really good. So I'm going to go under.
I got a big one. Sorry, I just think of that drop in my head when you said big one. I apologize. Go ahead, Rico.
I'm going to go under. So, Kenny, you went over. David, you went
Yes, I went over.
And David, you went over?
Under.
Under. Okay. JMO receptions over under 45.5 yards.
That's a good number. It's a very good number.
You could actually bet these numbers.
You make this on your own?
No, these are numbers.
Oh, these are actual legitimate ones. I'm going to go, considering the Lions should have a tough time running the football, I would say over for JMO and 45.5.
Yeah, and his role in this offense is getting expanded by the week. I mean, I feel like I hear his name called a lot more, especially this year than last year. I'll say over.
Guys, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe I got this one right last week because I told you it doesn't have to be just deep balls. They use him on the 10 to 12-yard routes, so they're going to do it again. Over.
I'm going to go under. I think this is going to be I think it's going to be St. Brown doing exactly what David said.
I can understand that in this game.
Yeah, it won't be it will not be JMO. All right, let's hurry up. Let's go with St. Brown receptions. Over under 5.5.
I'm going to go under. I think JMO's the big guy in this one. I disagree with you guys. So under.
You said 5 or 5.5?
5.5.
I'll say he gets 5, so under, but by half.
I know what I just said about JMO, but it doesn't take a lot of receptions to get that when you do the 10 to 12. So I'm going to go over for St. Brown.
I'm going to go over as well because, like I said, I think he is going to be that guy, kind of how Laporta was last week. It's going to be St. Brown this week. He's a big-time receiver. Tesla touchdowns. Over, under 0.5.
Under. It's going to happen eventually, obviously, but not against this Browns defense. Under.
Too many mouths to feed, too many targets. I'll say under.
Well, Haters. Jeff, in fact, it already happened. He has his first touchdown already.
That's a good point. He did, yeah.
So I'm going to go under.
You know what? I'm going to go over. Just like he went against that Packers defense, he will go against the Browns defense and go over. Speaking of Micah Parsons sacks against the Cowboys. Over, under 0.5.
Over.
You could have said 1.5. I might have gone over, but yeah, over.
All right, you know what? We'll make it 1.5.
Oh, too late. You already said
come
0.5.
on.
Now, you know what? The line moved. Go ahead. The Sharks came in.
I'm going to go under 1.5.
Okay. I'll go over 1.5.
I'll go under.
You could have said 2.5, huh?
I'm gonna go over.
The action's trying to move it again.
No, I'm trying to get him to go 2.5 so I can take the under.
Odds only get better.
You know what? Last one, real quick.
Yeah.
Golf passing touchdowns over under 1.5.
Over 2.
Over, yeah.
Under.
I am going under as well. That is your prop bet casino.
Nothing on Jim Schwartz getting carried off on his defensive back's shoulders.
You know what? He would. If the Browns won.
Remember that?
Yeah. But then maybe that means Tigers swept.
A good deal.
That's your prop bet casino, 97-1. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. I was just out there last night talking to Andrew and his brother Brian. All September long, Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, there are so many that they're not that lucky. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet, drop off pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. Your donation will make a difference. I promise you that. And then while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the September Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. Just bring in $995 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Hour number 2. Mike out today. Back on Monday. TJ laying in about a half hour. If you want to hit on the first topic from hour number 1, we talked about the cookie jar question that I heard this morning. They made you choose. Tigers get swept in Boston or the Lions lose to the Cleveland Browns. Which one you choosing? Assuming the one you don't choose goes the other way, the positive way. And it was a clean sweep with the exception of Jim Costa. Everybody chose the Lions to win, which means the Tigers would get swept. So where are you at? We can finish that conversation. However, Rico, there is football this weekend. I know Michigan and Michigan State don't play, but Lions and Browns at Ford Field, the spread is 9.5. We keep hearing about that Browns great defense, especially against the run. I think the Lions proved to everybody that they're Super Bowl quality by what they did against Baltimore. But as the week goes on, you start to hear, Baltimore had injuries, number 31st against the pass. Maybe the Ravens are trash when it comes to their defense. Good offense, bad defense, which means maybe your offense has not arrived. Do you need this game against what we believe as an elite Browns defense? Do you need to light up an elite Browns defense to really believe? I mean, we all believe, but I think we do argue at times about, are they truly Super Bowl quality? You go out and you pound the Browns. If you run on the Browns specifically, right, I think you convince the entire world that the Lions are here to stay and real.
Well, my thing is, I just wonder if fans have gotten to the point where we've all done it. I mean, it was the scheduled game at the beginning of the year. The easiest loss for the Lions was the Ravens. Well, they won that game. Well, guess what the easiest victory was? That you automatically
most people predicted a win
and said, well, that's a win, was the Cleveland Browns. Why? Oh, Shedeur Sanders. Like, they don't even know who their quarterback is going to be. So, yeah, I mean, it's like, are we overlooking the Browns? Fans, not the team. I get it. The team is focused, but 9.5, like, this is the double-digit disco. Like, is this the reverse trap game for the fans where everybody kind of just figured Monday night, just don't get embarrassed. This game, I think it's parties and celebrations, and hey, maybe we can leave at halftime and beat the traffic because they're just going to beat the brakes off the Browns.
See, I do think fans worry about the Browns because of that defense. And I still think in the back of our minds, we wonder about the Lions' offensive line, and you got the 2 rookie tackles, and, of course, the center and Graham Glasgow. And when you look at Myles Garrett, Malik Collins, Mason Graham, and Isaiah McGuire, who are the front 4 for the Browns, they have a combined 7 sacks in 3 games. The Browns as a team have 11 sacks, which is second best in football, tied with the Detroit Lions, who also have 11 sacks.
But they have 7 in one game.
Right. I do think the worry, without a doubt, is the fact that, okay, still against really good defensive pressure, you're going to fold and your offense will be neutered. So I do think Lions fans are not carefree about this game. I think Lions fans are low-key worried about that Browns defense who shuts down every run game. Like, they held Derrick Henry to 45 yards. They held the Packers to 81 yards, Josh Jacobs. They held the Bengals to 46 yards.
See, and I think the Packers game is that's the thing, because you look at what the Packers did to you and then what they did to the Packers, and it's like, well, they just beat the Packers. How in the world are the Lions a 10-point favorite in this game for a team that just beat the team that beat the Lions? So that's where it's the head scratcher.
Sure, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's like on paper, yes, you're supposed to beat the Browns. It's the Browns, for God's sake. It's Joe Flacco. But then you look at that defense. My thing is this. If you can score 17 points, you can beat the Browns.
See,
I don't
agree.
think it's going to be pretty. I don't think you're going to see the fireworks that you saw Monday night. But this is going to be one of those survive in advance type of games, in my opinion. Just get the win. Don't get anybody hurt. Because for me, this is where I think the offensive line gets their second test. You got your first test, week 1. You had Micah Parsons and that defense. Now you're going up against another elite pass rusher in Myles Garrett, and you're seeing what Mason Graham and all these other people are doing, being surrounded by him this week. Now, you get the luxury of playing at home, so you won't have the crowd noise behind you. But I think this is their second big test, and I'm anxious to see what's going to happen. Now, on the flip side, I don't think the Browns can score. So,
and they turn over the ball too much.
Right.
They're a -4 in turnover.
So Terry and Arnold don't get beat that much, but then again, he's gotten pseudo benched. I don't know, what you want to call it. Other people are getting reps.
Amik Robertson is going to get more chances. Dan Campbell said that this week. So do you think the majority of Lions fans think the Lions easily cover this one because of their prolific offense? Or do you think the majority of Lions fans are like, I'm a little low-key worried because I keep hearing about that Cleveland defense? Here's the other thing, too. I truly believe that it's probably a good thing they beat the Packers because obviously it helped out the Lions. But you don't want the 0-3 Browns coming in. At least you want the 1-2 Browns coming in, coming off a victory. Is that fair as well?
Yeah. So Lions fans, 248-539-9797. Is this game a double-digit disco? Is this game 10 points or more? Vegas says 9.5. I'm asking you, is the game against the Lions-Browns, Lions win, double-digit disco, cookies in a sequin shirt, Danny Terrio on the dance floor.
Jansen in the glasses.
Right.
Can I ask you a question, though? Because I truly believe, and maybe I'm wrong about this, after what happened against the Commanders when we were, except for you, I give you full credit. I remember doing that pregame show with Mark Ryan, and you sat me down, you put your arm around me, and you said, Jeff, you're a bozo. You said some harsher words that I cannot say on the air. It's like, you really are predicting the Lions to roll the Commanders? And you were right. I think after that game, I don't think any Lions fan is taking any game not serious.
After Monday night, I think Lions fans see this team differently. And I think that,
So they're back to the double-digit disco.
For this game, I do think Lions fans see this as a double-digit disco. This is the easiest game on the schedule.
Cleveland is number 1 in football defensively in allowing yards.
Can't score.
They're really good. You're right. They can't score, but they mainly can't score because they turn over the football. If they find a way to actually secure the football, maybe they make it a game. I think the majority of Lions fans are like, just get me through this one. Like, it's going to be a win. I think we all think it's going to be a win. I just think it's going to be closer than the 9.5-point spread. And not to mention, 9.5 in the NFL is insanely a large amount of points.
Yeah, I think it's right. It's double-digit disco. Do you believe it? Vegas is saying, do you believe you're going to win this game by 10 or more points? Okay, I'm not talking about 30 points like that, but will this be double-digit disco? Plain and simple. That's all we're asking. 248-539-9797.
Let's go to Charles. You're on the ticket. What's up, Charles?
Hello.
Hey, man.
Hey, I wanted to comment about, is it more important that the Tigers
go ahead.
Go for it. Go for it.
So I do think it's very imperative that the Tigers get these next 3, obviously, because the Lions, still in control of their destiny. Let's just be honest. Let's be real. The Lions lose to the Browns. We might have, panics or whatever, but we know that they're still in control. That's the realistic, situation. But with all that being said, I'm picking the Lions, man, because the Tigers have been kind of disappointing, and that is hard for a team to take you into the postseason with no hope. It's like the feeling that you want to have going into the postseason is like confidence, like we don't feel like that. We're biting our nails, hoping for something to happen. And that's going to leave more room for disappointment if they fall flat in the postseason. So it's definitely the Lions, guys. Sorry.
Thank you, Charles. I'm telling you, Rico, I think a great topic in itself is, have you totally lost all the faith in the Tigers? Like, is the majority of Detroit convinced that because they've stunk for 2 months that they're just going to get swept or lose in the first round of the postseason? I think I'm the only guy that believes they got a shot.
I think you and a few other people believe that, but I just think that you're watching this team limp to the finish line.
Oh, it's been bad. It's been awful. It's been funny at times.
For the entire summer, hey, look at us. We're the first for 40 and 50. We got a bunch of all-stars and it's fugazi. It's just it ain't real. And you're kind of seeing it now. Like, well, what are you? Like, well, if you're not going to win, I don't think you can win the whole thing. You've taken me on this ride and you just kind of left me, Like I said, for those who get it, it's kind of like the series finale of Game of Thrones. Great series. Last show Wow.
No, you're right
That's
about
how
that.
you're going to end it?
Yeah. Kind of
Really?
like the TV show Black Rabbit. Sensational. And then, I can't talk about that. It's too early, I guess. All right, 248-539-9797. Do you think the Lions cover the 9.5? The Tigers-Lions comparative question is out there as well. TJ Lang joins us in about 15 minutes. 97 win the ticket. All right, Lions and Tigers on the board. Asking you, do you think the Lions cover? 9.5 points. Are you low-key worried about this game? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Want to go to the phones?
Let's go to the phones.
Brian, you're on the ticket. What's up, Brian? How are you, bud?
Hey, good afternoon.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, so I am so sick of hearing about the double-digit disco. It needs to be killed along with SOL. All right? And the question earlier you guys asked about the Tigers or the Lions, I would choose the Lions' victory over the Tigers' victory any day. A lot of reasons. This is football season. Baseball is too long. And just pull the life support plug on the Tigers. Like, even if they make it to the playoffs, they're going to get bounced out the first round.
See, Brian.
And
Brian, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll let you finish, I promise. But, man, everybody and their uncle are so convinced that they're going to be popped in the first round. Like, nobody's giving the Tigers any chance to advance past the first round.
Are they showing you any reason to believe them, though, Rieger?
Other than the mystique of baseball. I agree with you. I'm just not ready to go there yet.
Right. Well, you're right, Rieger. They do have a chance, and Yzerman has a chance to be Coach of the Year. But
yeah, Rieger,
probably not Coach of the Year.
Rieger, does the mystique of baseball not work for the other teams in the playoffs?
It does.
Okay.
It does. I mean, if Mize and Flaherty pitch up to their capabilities and you get Skubal in game one, I got mad faith that you're going to win a wild card series against the Yankees and or the Guardians. I believe that.
Lions have a better chance of winning the Super Bowl than the Tigers do winning the World Series.
Probably
so
true.
I would rather put my faith in a higher percentage team, which is going to be the Lions. The Tigers have destroyed the season for me, so I'm done with them.
Thank you, Brian. I understand. A lot of people are jaded. You should be. I mean, what they've put the Tiger fans through for the last 2 months has been unforgivable.
Well,
it has been.
And the fact that I think a lot of it is, for the Tigers, you look at Skubal, and he's like the automatic. He hasn't been the automatic. So
he's 0-3 in his last 3 starts.
He's not on his game right now. And, yeah, he'll still win the Cy Young, but he's not on his game. So if he's not there, what do you really have to hold on to other than, well, it's baseball?
I went to the game on Wednesday when the Tigers lost 5-1. I was in Cleveland. I listened to a little Cleveland sports radio, and they were all so convinced, Skubal's hurt. Is he hurt? Well, he still went 6 innings. But, yes, he did implode in the 6th inning with the hike. That was nice. David in Birmingham, you're on the ticket. What's up, David?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
I think the Lions will win by 10 points only because we will get a defensive touchdown. That's my bold prediction.
Wow.
Like Terrion Arnold pick 6?
No, my boy, Brian Branch, my man.
Gotcha.
He dropped the pick, of course, against the Ravens. He doesn't do so on Sunday. David, I'm with you. I think Rico's right. I think the majority of Lions fans are like, sweet, this is a test to prove how great our offense is. Instead of, their defense looks pretty damn good.
They got to go against our offense, which is great, and our defense, which is also great.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, is it the double-digit disco? If you're a Lions fan, do you believe, because this was the easiest win when you did the scheduling game. It wasn't Chicago. Everybody went to the Browns first. Well, I know. Worst case scenario, they will be 1-3. Even if they lose to Ben Johnson and the Bears and they lose to the Packers, they lose to the Ravens, they're beating the Browns.
Isn't it funny that at least through 3 games, and it's only 3 games, but a lot of the preseason narratives that we freaked out about, none of them are true. A lot of them are bogus. Like we worried, and I did it. We all did it. We worried about the schedule, right? Everybody had that Ravens game as a loss, as you mentioned. Now the schedule looks so much easier. Joe Burrow's out, at least for the foreseeable future. The Kansas City Chiefs don't seem all that impressive.
But, Rieger, that's what I would always say, on paper right now. Because here's the thing. I'm not wishing it. If something catastrophic happens to the Lions,
yeah, you're right.
Guess what?
Yeah, that game looks easier for other teams.
That schedule now changes. Now all of a sudden, you're looking at a backup QB. You're looking at the schedule's easier.
Yeah, but the other narratives too, and I bought into all of them, but the coordinating changes doesn't seem to be hurting you. The 9 new coaches, the edge even, for crying out loud. They sacked Lamar Jackson 7 times. I got to believe Brad Holmes was smiling ear to ear. He's like, you guys wanted me to get an edge. Ha, 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 ha. He probably did that. Or maybe not. Jake, you're on the ticket. What's up, Jake?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
So I'm not worried about this score with the Lions this weekend. Honestly, I think they're going to cover the 9.5 pretty easily. And with all the talk on the defense, I really don't think it's going to be a big issue. But let's consider they control the run game. Let's say Monty and Gibbs don't have a breakout game, and maybe they hold us to one rushing touchdown. I think we're still going to get at least one passing touchdown from Goff. I think we'll likely get two. And when it really comes down to it, it's going to be a field position game, right? They're not going to move the ball on us. And say we have a couple of tough set of downs. We're at home. We got a closed roof. I think Jake Bates is going to have a stellar day. I think he might put up some career numbers this weekend if it really comes down to struggling rushing the ball.
Jake, I got to tell you, all these years of doing sports radio, I've been doing it a while. This could be the first call I've ever taken where a caller calls up and says, I'm picking the kicker to have a great day. Usually it's a quarterback, running back, defense. I hear you. I hear you. I appreciate it, Jake. You know, to your point, Rico, it's interesting because I think the question is brilliant by you. Do you expect the Lions to cover? Because no Lions fan expects them to lose.
Right.
But it's the cover that's the big question because, 99% of Lions fans, 1% is probably picking them to lose the game.
I don't even think 1% is losing the game. I don't think anybody in there. You know what? I'll put it this way. Rieger, I think it's the same amount of people who were like, oh, you're going to Baltimore and winning. Most Lions fans were like, don't embarrass yourself. You'll be okay.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Jerry's in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's up, Jer?
What's up, guys? How you doing today?
Hey.
Good. How are you?
Good. So with the Tigers, it's a real easy explanation. Last year, they got hot at the right time and gave everybody faith. This year, they're pooping the bed at the wrong time, and now everybody, of course, doesn't have faith. That's that just makes sense. Well, I don't want to speak for all Lions fans, but I think what you said earlier about after the Washington game last year, I don't think any of us take any game for granted. I don't think there's any team outside of maybe the Jacksonville Jaguars where every Lions fan's just going to chalk down a W. I actually went to the Ravens game on Monday. If you guys want to hit a siren for that one, that'd be sweet. But I tell you, we all thought we were going to lose. Yeah. Thank you, gents. Thank you. We haven't won in Baltimore in 20 years, so it was pretty it's pretty reasonable for people to think we were going to lose there. I did not expect us to play the way we did, but it was fantastic to see. That being said, we're about to play a game with the best, if not one of the best, defensive pass rushers in the league. And, yeah, we have Penei Sewell, and he's great, but Goff doesn't really have a lot of mobility, as we all know. And if Garrett gets back there a couple times, don't be surprised if he knocks the ball out of Goff's hands once or twice. This is not a gimme.
So, Jerry, you're predicting a Lions win, but closer, so you'll take the Lions and the points?
I think 9.5 is quite a spread in an NFL game. That's pretty big.
Yeah.
I'll pick the Lions to win by 4.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay.
He's the first one.
Okay. Well, like I said, it's the double-digit. Basically, the NFL, well, Vegas is saying it's a double-digit discount.
If the Lions somehow lost this game, Rico, double-digit disco would be banned. You couldn't say that anymore in Detroit.
Look, I'm not saying this is Vegas.
I know you guys did not create it.
It's 9.5 points, which means if the Lions cover, that's 10 points. That's double-digit, and Jim Costa's discoing.
Where are Lions fans at? Are you automatically thinking the Lions fans or Lions cover the 9.5? You're a little low-key worried about this game. 248-539-9797. Ticket text, the exact same number. TJ Lang, he should be here in minutes. 97 won the ticket.
TJ's somewhere in the building.
I think I see him. TJ Lang about to be up in here.
So,
yeah, talking about the Lions. Does the average Lions fan, are they convinced easily the Lions cover the 9.5? Because I think we all think the Lions win this football game on Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. However, I think their defense gives a lot of Lions fans pause when they've played 3 games. They're the second best in football with sacks. They're tied with you. Myles Garrett already has 4. Their defensive front kills people, and they've played 3 teams, and nobody's rushed for over 100 yards against them. So I think you look at all those stats, and you think 2 things. You're like, number 1, I hope the Lions offense is fine, or number 2, I can't wait to carve them up and prove to everybody that they're not just fine, they're Super Bowl legit.
Yeah, and when you look at that 9.5-point spread, this says, hey, this is double digits. And I know it's a bad word around here, double-digit disco, but that's what Vegas is saying.
David, some text. We'll get TJ up in here.
Gentlemen, I'm not worried about Sunday's game. I think the Lions handle Cleveland and win 27-13. And the key won't be running the ball. It will be Jared Goff having a fantastic game. 3 touchdown passes. That is from Marlon.
All right.
One more. Yes, people are overlooking the Browns. I was afraid if they lost to Baltimore, they had a chance of being 1-5. Any team with that good of a defense has a chance to win every game. It's the NFL. Every week you come up with a reason you have to win. Just win. That's all.
I do get the feeling, though, with this Lions team after they beat the Ravens, we're all prisoners of the moment. After watching that game, and that might have been the best Lions game I've ever seen when I was convinced they were going to lose, and they just didn't win. They win pretty handedly. Like, after watching that game, it's impossible, at least for me, to think they lose this game on Sunday.
Yeah, I can't see it happening. But once again, I didn't think they were going to win the game on Monday night. But the Browns can't score. They can play great defense. And I think if you have any trepidation, if you have any worry, it's because of what they did to Green Bay the week before, the team that annihilated you, and they made them look just human and beatable. It's like, wow.
Right.
If they could do, like, because you're like, well, how come we couldn't do that to the Packers?
That's first game, though.
Right, I know, but the way it happened, it was like, it looked like Green Bay was just going to steal a victory, and it was like, no, you didn't deserve this victory. We're going to give it to the Browns. Football gods were like, no, nothing easy here.
Well, I'll tell you, if that kick doesn't get blocked, then obviously the Browns don't win that game.
They would have stolen the game.
Yes, but with that all being said, I think you go back to that Packers game, and I remember the week leading up to the next game against Ben Johnson, the Chicago Bears. We were all so down. Now this week, after beating the Ravens, everybody is so confident. It's probably somewhere in the middle for sure. But the one thing I think I know about this Lions team is that offense can pretty much break any defense, I think. So that's why, while I would probably take the Browns to cover the 9.5, at the same time, I wouldn't be shocked at all if the Lions offense goes off like it has pretty much all of last season and the last 2 weeks.
I'm thinking, like I said, they should. It's that, man, double digits. They should, but that Myles Garrett-led defense is ferocious. So this is going to be a big test for the offensive line.
Lions win by 2+ touchdowns. That is from Nick in a car. Someone else says, good thing the Lions have Tate Ratledge because he's used to manhandling Mason Graham. That is from Kevin. That was sent actually by Kenny. Browns can't score. Have the worst PFF rated offensive line and worst rated offense. Don't turn the ball over and you coast to 100%. A victory.
No, the only chance they have is that their defense forces a couple of turnovers, that the offense goes haywire, and
short,
that
or short field.
Right, and the Browns find a way to a couple of short field situations. Like, you look at that Ravens game, and the Ravens beat them 42-17. And on paper, you're like, well, they lit up their offense or their defense.
They didn't.
But they didn't, because there was a couple of Browns costly turnovers that cost them in that game.
That score
there was a fumble,
was
there was a pick as well.
Yeah, that score was not indicative of the game.
Yeah, so I think the majority of Lions fans are like, this is going to be a win. It's just a matter of what you think about the spread. So, easy question. Are you convinced the Lions cover the 9.5? We got the picks coming up.
Yeah.
And later We're doing Who Said It?
Yeah,
right? We're doing
I guess.
it. We're doing it.
I guess.
I'm still protesting. I say no.
I've been red hot on Who Said It when I play in my car driving in. Red hot. Here's the other thing. All week, there's been no 6 o'clock show because of the Tigers and the Guardians. So I know it can't be me or Wojo.
So you know what,
that
David?
limits it down.
How about we do it, and let's include everybody. Let's include
callers,
Mark Ryan,
Caller DJ,
Chappie, everybody. Everybody's going to be included in this just for you.
I got no problem with that. I listen.
Did I put Jeremy Otto in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Luke Sloan.
If I do Luke Sloan, we know it's going to be WNBA scores.
Or
Valkyrie.
Or F1 racing. All right. 97 on the ticket.
picks.
97 won the ticket. It's time for the picks.
That's right, guys. It is time for the picks, and I had a horrible week.
Hey,
I'm in last place.
Oh, TJ decided to join.
Look at this guy.
I'm in last place. I went 2-8 last week in the picks. Rico, you went 4-6, but you still somehow are in the league.
How? Because every week I spot you guys Saturday. I go 1-4 every Saturday, and somehow I'm still leading.
So let's get to it, guys. We have a great lineup in the college. No Michigan State this weekend. So let's start right there. Auburn at number 9, Texas A&M. Texas A&M is the favorite by 6.5 points. Rico.
You know what? It's the SEC, but I don't believe in Auburn. So give me A&M and the points.
Kenny.
You're a smart man, Rico. Texas A&M. I don't believe in Auburn either. I'll lay the 6.5.
TJ.
Oh, hey, everybody. Which game are we on?
We have Auburn, Texas A&M.
Yeah, I'll take Auburn. Why not?
I'm going to go with Texas A&M here. Can't trust Jackson Arnold.
Yeah, I'll go with Texas A&M as well. I look at TJ's record. He was 4-6 last week, so I go opposite of him.
Well, it's time. It's about time this season we start to get hot, Jeff. Okay.
Next game on the slate. Number 4, LSU at number 13, Ole Miss. Or should I say daughter versus father in this game. Ole Miss by 1.5 here. Rico.
Lane Kiffin said to take the over. I think in the end, one Kiffin's going to be happy. It's going to be the daughter. Give me LSU.
I will be taking, to me, this is getting close to coin flip territory. I'll take Ole Miss.
I cannot trust Brian Kelly. I continue to not be able to trust him, so I have to go Ole Miss. TJ.
That's where I'm torn at.
I don't know what to do.
Who do you take? Like 2 fraud coaches. Lane Kiffin, Brian Kelly.
You know what? At that point, TJ, I go with the better defense.
I think I'm just going with the home team on this one.
Okay.
I don't like either coach, but I think
the
they're both
daughter
frauds. But yeah, I think the daughter will be disappointed.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, what did you say the connection
Maybe
was?
Ole Miss.
Was the connection family? I go LSU.
Oh, I see what you did there.
I see.
Family.
Yeah, that's right. They're real this time, I think.
Oh, you think?
I think.
Well,
I still hate Brian Kelly, though.
Big Ten Saturday night. Number 6, Oregon going to the whiteout at number 3, Penn State. Penn State favored by 3.5. Rico.
Give me the Oregon Ducks. It's James Franklin. It's going up against a top 16. He loses against top 10 teams. Plain and simple. No matter where they play, at home, on the road. Give me the Oregon Ducks, Dante Moore.
Kenny.
Even if it's at a whiteout that isn't during a noon kick?
It's going to be the Oregon locker room.
I happen to agree with you. Give me Oregon.
I cannot trust James Franklin. Another coach I cannot trust. But in this game, it's simple. Penn State going with the white helmets, the whiteout. Oregon going with the black helmets. I got to go with the black helmets. Oregon. EJ.
yeah, you might as well play that one more time. There we go. Yeah. Franklin, bigger fraud than Brian Kelly and Lane Kiffin. Doesn't win big games. Oregon, look, Dante Moore's playing some good football for Oregon at the quarterback position. I think they're going to smoke Penn State. Give me the Ducks.
Yeah, according to AI, James Franklin is anywhere from 3-17 to 4-20 against top 10 teams. I think that gets worse. I go Ducks too.
Oh,
all right.
In the next game, number 1, Ohio State, who was a favorite by 8.5, is going on the road to Washington. Rico.
I'm going with the Washington Huskies. It's going to be the first time that Sands is on the road as the Ohio State quarterback. That's not an easy place to play out there in Seattle. And look, when it comes to the Huskies, other than the kneel down at the end of the half and end of the game, they've scored on 21 straight possessions. So basically, they score field goals, touchdowns. They don't. Yeah, give me the Huskies in this.
If everything that Rico said is true, I have a hard time. The number would be 8.5. That's a weird number for that situation. So I'll take the rake. Give me Ohio State.
Yeah, you are taking the rake because it's going to be purple rain in this one. Washington all day. TJ.
Kenny, I'm with you. I think that this is a sucker bet to try to get Washington fans feeling like they have a chance. I think Ohio State's going to blow them out big time, probably by 14, 20 points. I'm taking the Buckeyes.
Washington has won 22 straight home games. They got that kick-ass sailgating there. It looks really cool. But when it looks too good, you should probably just take it. Ohio State.
Next game, number 17, Alabama at number 5, Georgia. Georgia favored by 3.5. And here's what I'm going to do for this game for you, Kenny. You go last. Rico.
Actually, I needed Kenny to go first because I'm about to virtually flip a coin. Like I don't know Georgia? Question mark?
Yeah, I think I'm going to do, because I don't know what to do either, but I'm going to do what TJ did with the Ole Miss LSU game. I'll just go with the home team. So I'll go with Georgia here. TJ?
Yeah, I'm going with you. Dogs. Alabama, talk about fraudulent coaches. Just can't win anything of meaning. So, yeah, I think Georgia wins big.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, what he said. I mean, you want to go against it, try to get a point, right? But, yeah, what TJ just said. Oh, and what you said, and what Rico said.
And it just means more, Kenny?
Fraudulent head coach in Alabama. Orbital ramming speed. Go Dogs!
For the SEC pillow fight.
Is that DAWGS?
Yes.
Let's move over to the NFL. The Vikings and the Steelers in Dublin, 9:30 a.m.
Big old sigh there.
What you got, Rico?
I never know when the teams go overseas. You kind of throw everything out. You flip a coin. Steelers just got there. Vikings been there for a little bit longer. They look better with their new quarterback. Addison is back. I'm going to go with the Vikings.
Kenny?
See, the way you flipped a coin for my game is kind of the way I feel about this one. I agree with what you said about when they travel to these types of games. Give me the Steelers. I'll cheer for your team, David.
Yeah, I'm not going to be cheering for my team because I know what's going to happen in this game. They've been distracted talking about beer, talking about Ireland, talking about Rooney, everything but the strategy for the game this week, Vikings.
Wait, you don't like Guinness, David? What do you got against the good creamy beer? I'm taking the Vikings, better defense. Carson Wentz, I think, gave them the little interjection of energy last week and when they pounded Cincinnati, and the Steelers defense just hasn't been the Steelers defense of late. Like they're leaky. They're letting up a lot of points. I think Minnesota easy in this one.
Aaron Rodgers said his favorite beer was Guinness on tap. Is that right? You've drank with him, right? Oh, I'm asking.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
No, Dave.
No.
Who else has drank with Aaron Rodgers in this room?
I've never seen him put alcohol on his body before.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, just other things.
I could imagine him being
the look on TJ's face is like, who?
I'm talking to Rico.
Like, don't look at me.
Next game.
I got the
Had
Vikings.
to keep it PG there. And,
The Commanders are a 1.5 favorite going to Atlanta. Rico.
Marcus Mariota going back to one of the teams that he's played for in the ATL, but Michael Penix, the Falcons, will win this thing. Give me Atlanta.
I know this is a stupid idea, but I'm picking this game simply to gain ground on Rico. Give me the Commanders.
Well, it won't be small because Penix is going to show up strong. Atlanta.
Why? See what he did there.
Yeah, I'm taking Washington in this one. Atlanta looks disjointed to me offensively. They cannot figure out who they are. No identity. A lot of shotgun, a lot of pistol plays. It's just like, man, just get back to NFL football and just run the ball and play action from under center. They haven't figured that out. Until they do, I'm going to pick against them. So I'm taking Washington.
Jeffrey.
Up, down. Wojo always says the up, down. Atlanta was way down. That means they're... Yeah, I'll take Washington. Never mind.
I love the up, down. Next game, the Ravens favored by 2.5 going to the Chiefs. Someone is going to be 1-3 after this game.
Yeah,
Rico.
This is playoff elimination game in week 4 of the season. Chiefs haven't been looking right. Xavier Worthy may be back wearing like a sling on his arm. They're passing. Their offense has just been abysmal. You have an angry Ravens team. I got a feeling, and then TJ, I don't know if this former Ravens probably showed up or called, and I could just see Ray Lewis just driving up in like a pickup truck and just kicking the door down the facility. What the hell are y'all doing? He's going to fire this team up. They got embarrassed by the Lions. They will not get embarrassed again. They're going to beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, the Ravens will be fired up, and I don't know, man. Something just looks wrong and a little disjointed with the Chiefs. There's something in the water there. Give me the Ravens.
I've gone back and forth with this game. I have to go with the home team here. The Chiefs will find a way to pull out the victory. TJ.
Yeah, I'm with you, David. I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm taking the home team. I think there's going to be probably a couple weird calls where you're like, huh? What? Why was that pass interference? Anyways, it's going to go for Kansas City's favor, and I'm just taking the better defense. Like the Ravens' defense, I cannot trust, man.
That's what I said.
They were fine. I'm not taking anything away from the Lions on Monday night, but the Ravens' defense against the Chiefs,
TJ,
probably win by.
I see Ray Lewis
27-20.
just telling
KC.
John Harbaugh, sit down. We're running practice.
Baltimore just they don't have the dudes right now on defense. Could be a high-scoring game. I'm taking the Chiefs.
Jeff.
Yeah, the Ravens have given up 41 to the Bills, 38 to the Lions. Their D is broken. And I hear Taylor Swift's going to be at the game. I'll take the Chiefs.
Next game, which I'm considering the game of the week, it is a 3.5-point favorite. Eagles going to the Buccaneers.
Nobody, and I mean nobody this year has more comeback victories than the Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield. Give me Tampa.
If this number was a field goal or less, I probably would go with the Eagles, but I'll take the Bucs to cover at home.
Yeah, the Bucs seem to have the Eagles number, so I'm going to go Bucs here. TJ.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's going to be a dogfight. I see a 23-20 type of game, and one way or the other, the Bucs are going to cover. Eagles' offense is just so boring to watch. It's just basic, simple runs and runs and runs. And does A.J. Brown still play for the Eagles?
I have no idea.
Does anybody know that? I'm taking the Bucs in this.
I think he caught a touchdown.
Yeah,
just one though.
Fourth quarter and 3 games in.
Better than Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, I feel the Bucs are good, but they've been a tad fortunate at times. I go Eagles.
Final game here at Ford Field. Browns are at the Lions. The Lions are a 9.5-point favorite. You guys know what to do here. Rico.
I don't know. I think the Lions are riding high. The Browns' offense is horrible, but 9.5 is just way too many points in the NFL. I'm going to take the Browns and the points.
Guinea.
I don't believe in the double-digit disco.
I will be at this game, so I wish I could pick the Lions minus the 9.5, but I mean, I don't think people realize you can put on a dominant performance and still keep it within a 7-8 point game, just like they did against the Ravens. Give me the Browns and the 9.5.
You are exactly right. I think they can win this game. They can maybe dominate it, but they can't win by 10 points, I don't think, in this game. Browns' defense is good, so I'm going to go Browns.
I disagree with you guys. I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring game, but I could see a 27-17 type of game for Detroit.
Will you be in a sequin shirt on the sideline?
Oh, look at this homer.
Maybe up in the booth. Everybody's talking about the Browns' defense.
They're in the booth.
Trust me, they're going to have a plan for Myles Garrett. They're going to double team him. They're going to try to chip him with some tight ends, running backs, whatever it might be. This offensive line, man, they've really come a long way since week 1. I think they're going to continue to dominate, and I think that defensive line too. If we see what we saw from the second half last week.
Your boy Bob, yeah.
Oh, Aquadine. Minty fresh Aquadine. I know it isn't practice. We'll wait till we get the injury report. But, man, I'll tell you what. I think the Lions' front 7 and their offensive line is going to dominate this game. And I think it's not going to be high scoring. I could see a 27-10 type of win. I'm taking Detroit.
John Morton said this is the best running back group that the Browns will go against. I kind of agree with them, not to mention – TJ's right, man. Every time you focus on like, oh, this defense is going to torch the Lions or this offense, the Lions come out. Games at home. I got the Lions to cover.
I got 3 games. I could throw away a game.
Those are the picks.
First time. Take your bow, Rico. First time you've ever been in the lead in the picks the last, 4 years, Kenny?
Still a losing record, though.
We still got a long way to go, Rico.
97-1.
Rico, do you have a critical question of the week? Since our buddy Mike is not here. Which, by the way, Mike, I heard you talking about it.
Yeah.
I know he
Mike's having a rough
he's a dog
day.
dad,
Tough
and
one.
him and his wife. And
Little Lotus.
Thoughts out to them, man. You know.
So, yeah.
I know he'll be fine. But, it's sad.
Oh, dude,
sad for Mike. We wish him the best, obviously. I know he likes to bust everybody else's balls, but Mike at heart is a good dude. I try to tell people all the time. And
well, I'm going to come in. I'm like, Mike, you're not coming in today. No, I can do it. And dude,
hopefully him and his wife will,
it's one of those. If you have a pet, you understand.
Oh, dude, it's the worst.
Yeah, 100%.
Because it's like at every pet that you have, you look at them and like eventually you're not going to be here. And and you just want to soak in those moments. And
and you look at them like children almost.
Yes.
You get to watch these little things grow up and become. And
they get their own personalities.
I've got a 12-year-old dog now, and my son is 14, and it's like, of course, I know eventually something's going to happen that's going to devastate our family, but just thoughts with Mike and his wife, and hope they have some solace knowing that little guy's gonna be in a better place. So
you're
we're thinking about you, Mike. I'm not gonna give Mike a hard time.
No, not today.
He gives me a hard time when I miss work. Today is not a day where we give him a hard time.
Right.
So we love you, Mike.
So your critical question is this.
Let's hear it. Did I put you on the spot? Did you have one prepared, or is this just off the top?
I'm
of
a
your
professional.
Head? Okay,
TJ.
all right. Let's hear it.
This is what I do. This is what I do. Al-Quadin Muhammad. Does he know what we say about him? Like, has this ever been
people call him
brought up?
Bob?
It's like
that we call him Bob.
Bobby boy.
Like,
would you text me, Bob Muhammad?
Like Bob Muhammad.
Oh, Bob Muhammad. Hey, he's got two. Yeah, look at him go.
Does he realize we're joking? Like, does he even know the stuff that we're saying about him?
I doubt it.
Okay.
No. I mean,
if
I
he
don't
ever
think he
comes
listens.
up, it's all
just,
in love.
It's like I try to put myself back in those shoes. Like, you didn't really today's a different world, though. That's where I wonder, when I played 10 years ago, like, we didn't have all this access we have now with social media and everything and viral clips and videos going around. We never worried about what somebody said on the radio, or I'm not trying to diminish what we do, but,
right?
Or in the newspaper, like, you didn't worry about that. But now with how viral everything goes, it's like you probably have a sense of like what people say.
Yeah, TJ, you make one mistake and it goes viral.
You pick your phone up, like you kind of know. But
does he know his Wikipedia page got changed? Does he know he had a Wikipedia page?
No, I didn't.
Listeners changed his page to Bob Muhammad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so when we brought it up on Monday, as the show was going on, it was changing. It was Bobby Muhammad. It was Al-Quadin, Bob Muhammad. It was all over the place.
It was
well, it's better than Almondine, like a toothpaste.
That was
Mike
a choice.
Was
also, somebody changed it to Almondine.
I think it was almond milk at one point. I don't know. It kept changing.
Aquadine, minty fresh. Defensive.
Are you worried at all when you interview him? You're going to call him Bob instead of?
I just wonder if he's just like he's just sitting around.
Maybe. I mean, who knows? I know, but you know what? It is funny, like, listening to people. You can always tell, because I heard Coach Campbell on with the morning show this week. And they were like, "Hey, do you have any, words of advice to the Tigers who
I heard
trying
that.
to turn things around?" He was like, "Well, it starts with you guys. They're going to feed off your energy." And it's like, what? Like, you think they listen to the radio to
Hell
like
yeah,
get their
they do.
boost? Maybe they do. I mean, maybe they do. I don't know. But
I remember
Coach is obviously very aware
GM
of the fact
and Alan
that,
Park does.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
You think he listens?
I think people here today.
My receipts.
In today's world, I think it's impossible not to hear. What people say about
Didn't a
you.
Lions coach say that this week? I think it was Kelvin Shepherd, did it not? These guys heard what you guys have said. These guys understand, and they want to prove you wrong. Of course they listen, or at least they know what people think.
Yeah. Well, normally you listen to the bad stuff because you always want to find a chip on your shoulder, right? Like,
Did you ever do that back in the day? Listen to Packer radio after you guys lost?
No, but you would hear responses, and it's like, okay, like, if I could, but you have to think about this. If you're a competitor, if you can find any sort of chip, even if somebody gives you a compliment and you find a way to turn it into a slight, like you do that. You know what I mean? Like it gives you motivation. So that's what pushes guys to get better. I mean, if people are just praising you 24/7, then you can get high in your own supply a little bit. And it's like, okay, like, you're getting a little bit out of sorts there. But you always try to look at the negatives where if I played 80 plays and 79, I kicked a guy's ass, but one of them were bad. And that's all everybody's talking about is that one play. Like, good, I'm going to use that as a chip on my shoulder, for the next game. So I know they hear most of it.
Well, speaking of the pat on the back, Monday night, not too many people saw that coming. As I said, when people played the schedule game, that was the easiest loss. Like, you know what? It's okay. You're going to lose to the Ravens. That's fine. You beat them. You just didn't beat them. You beat the brakes off of them.
Yeah.
Everybody's patting you on the back. How do you temper that to go to the team that I think was the easiest win on the schedule, and that's the Cleveland Browns?
Well, Dan Campbell has a way to turn his group around very fast, right? And even after the Chicago game, remember Brian Branch got the game ball after Chicago, and he didn't even celebrate because he was like, hey, guys, good win. We got Baltimore next. Like, that's all you think about is the next one. Like, hey, check the box. We got this win. We're on to the next. Dan Campbell has a magic formula to not let it bleed into the next week and not let these guys get too high, not let these guys get too low. What else do you need to see against a Cleveland team that just beat the Packers, who beat the hell out of you like 3 weeks ago? You know what I mean? Like, that's all the motivation you need. I think that Dan and the leaders in that locker room just are so dialed in on, great, wait, mission accomplished. We got it done. Now here's the next task. And he just has a way to get guys to just rebound and refocus. And short week, right? You got back late, Tuesday morning, but hey, on to the next one, man. Hell of a win. Let's not get too high on this thing. We still got a lot of season left. We got a lot of games left. We got a Cleveland team who, like you said, Rico, nobody was believing in that team, and they just knocked off the Packers, who were believed to be the top team in the NFC, 3 weeks into the season. So I have no concern about them underestimating Cleveland, especially their defense and what they can do. I think Dan just has a way to send the proper message each and every week to what the task at hand is going to be. And we'll see what happens Sunday. It should be a good game, man. It should be a dogfight. But I think that Dan just got that. He's got that it factor that's just like, yep, like, I got it. We're going to bounce back. Whether we lose, I mean, we've known – I even asked him, like, can you pretend and, like, fake to your team that you lose every week? Because you never – like, you don't lose back-to-back games. Can you, like, tell your team you lost so they, like, the next week they go out and win? Because you know what I mean? Like, you almost have that, right. Like, that mindset and attitude that's just like, okay, like, they still don't believe in us. Like, you still have that underdog kind of mentality that it's been impressive. And I'll tell you what's most impressive for me watching Dan is you have all these personalities in the locker room. And, what 53, 60 guys – everybody's got a different personality, right? And you don't want to take that away from them. You want to let guys be them and express their personalities. But when it comes to your mentality and what this identity of this team is, there's no negotiating. So his ability to take 60 personalities and mold them into everybody having the same mentality, come game day, is extremely impressive. And I think that he's earned the praise to, look at him and say, man, like that's one of the hardest jobs for a head coach to do is try to get every single player on the same mindset. And he does it, man. And so, it's really impressive to watch.
TJ Lang in the building. Now you take calls, right?
Sure. Hold on. Can I screen them?
Yeah.
I might have a couple buddies that want to call in. We might want to
have Aaron Rodgers
nix
call in.
Those ones.
No, let's have those people call in. All right, if you got a question for TJ, 248-539-9797, the ticket.
Hey, change is a part of life. It's always happening. When it comes to music, change is all around the songs, rewritten, the classics, remixed, bands, artists come and go. Trust me, that song that you absolutely love, you will hate it in a few years. Even our taste in music changes, like I said. But no matter what changes happen in 5 years, there's one thing that will remain exactly the same, and that's the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprise? Life's full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
$97 the ticket. TJ Lang in the house. All right, we got people that want to talk
Jeffrey.
to TJ. Hello, TJ.
I don't think my contract said I have to do a show with you, but it's still good to see you.
Well, it's good to see you as well. I was actually worried about that. I'm like, wait, I got to fill in today? TJ comes in. I got to live up to this standard?
I ask the hard-hitting questions.
Oh, I know you do. I'm afraid of you. All right, injury report for the Lions and then calls for TJ Lang. And by the way, TJ said at the break, he's willing to take any question about anything.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm used to it with Mike being in here. Well, he's not in here today, but yeah.
Yeah.
What's the hardest ball shot you ever took, Rico?
Oh, I heard that.
So TJ on the set of Pitch Perfect 2.
Oh, dude, I tell you what, I remember Pitch Perfect 2. I remember the scene that TJ was in.
I still laugh every time I see him in there.
You ever taken a leak on the sideline before? Great question, Mike.
Serious question, though. What's the bigger paycheck, one game check or what you got for Pitch Perfect 2? Go ahead.
Oh, Game Check.
Really?
Yeah, we barely got. We didn't even know
that
we were
was a
gonna get
Hollywood
paid.
movie.
We didn't even know. We weren't expecting it to get paid for Pitch Perfect 2. They flew us down. They were like, do the cameo. I think technically to, make us Screen Actors Guild employees, they actually had to pay us something, but no, it was very, very small.
Go eat.
It was very, very small.
I thought you were comparing checks with like Anna Kendrick.
No,
This is what I got.
No.
That's a shame.
It was. We were basically on the practice squad for a day. If you can compare that to yearly salary.
So you were no Bob Muhammad.
No.
Go
But
ahead.
it was good.
Injury report.
Go ahead.
Oh, you guys ready?
Oh yeah, we're ready.
ready.
Sorry, I thought that was interesting.
Give us some good news.
I also have a question for you, TJ, after this. Zach Cunningham out. Daniel Thomas out. Vaki out. Taylor Decker, questionable.
He'll play.
Bobby Al-Quadin Muhammad, questionable.
I think Taylor Decker we could just put him as questionable for the rest of the year.
I think you're right.
He'll play, but he'll just be questionable.
Well, I think once you hit that veteran status that hey, you know what?
I don't need you practicing.
We'd love to have you on Thursday and Friday and running through the drills, but you know what? We need you Sunday. And I'd rather have you Sunday than hey, let's go beat the hell out of you on Thursday in full pads, and then maybe you're missing now 3 or 4 weeks because you tweak something. Right. So I think once you hit that, I think Decker's 10 years in now. Once you hit that period, it's like, okay, as long as you've proven yourself physically, just make sure you take care of yourself mentally. Mm-hmm. Get dialed in with the game plan. Get dialed in with, the film study, and get your body right. And you know what? If you put pads on 17 times this year, that's a win, right? And we don't need you to practice. We know what you can do. We know who you are. We know how important you are to this team. And sounds like he might have just something just kind of lingering a little bit that, they got a bye week coming up in a couple weeks. So I don't expect him to be questionable the rest of the season. But I think it might be something where, you know what, Sunday's more important than a Thursday or Friday practice. Right.
Oh, you want to go some calls?
I do.
Calls for TJ Lang. Go. Sorry.
You know what? No. And let's go to Greg, because Greg has the question that I was going to ask TJ.
Greg, you're on the ticket with TJ Lang.
Yeah, TJ, I got a good question for you.
What's up, Greg?
Myles Garrett that plays defensive line for Cleveland. Who are the lines placed the opposite side of him on the Browns? In other words, who's going to
stop Myles Garrett? He's asking.
Who's stopping Myles Garrett?
What's the game plan for Myles Garrett?
Who? Okay, all right. I was going to say, Greg, I'm not trying to give you a hard time, buddy. That was hard to decipher there. Yeah, I mean, look, Myles Garrett primarily plays over the left side. So Taylor Decker, we saw week 1. You got into a game there, where you had to pass protect. You had to, do some different things. You can do a lot of things. You can slide the guard on the inside. You can slide a tight end out there. You can slide the running back out there to give him a chip. But, look, I think that with this offensive line that the Lions have, it's preferably better for me to face a better defensive end right now than it is a dominant Aaron Donald type, because you have so much youth on the interior with Mahogany and with Tate Ratledge and Graham's.
Would this be a Mason? I'm about to say a Mason Graham.
Yeah,
type of
no,
game?
I think if you're facing like an Aaron Donald type, and you're like, man, we got a rookie over there. We know he's just going to pepper. Aaron Donald's just going to line up against him every single play. I look at Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell as being guys that they're up to the challenge of blocking guys like Myles Garrett, and you have the benefit of being at home where you're on the regular snap count. You don't have to go,
So it won't be like Micah Parsons where they moved him all around.
That'll be a different game. I know that's down the line, but anytime you get dominant defensive linemen in the home stadium, you tend to fare a lot better. So, I don't think that they have to really change. I'm not trying to diminish what type of player Myles Garrett is. He's phenomenal. But I think that they have the horses to match up with him, and I don't think that they have to change the entire offense to say we can't. Like I saw an interview with Matt LaFleur last week, and he's like, I've got a whole list of plays that I can't run unless Myles Garrett is off the field. Right? If he's off the field, okay, we can start running. I don't think if you're at home, I don't think you have to do that. I think that you certainly need to pay attention to the guy, but I don't think you have to change your complete offense to what he does. Obviously, you don't want to live in the world where it's 2nd and 10 and 3rd and 10s. Like, yeah, that guy can ruin your day in a hurry. But, as long as this offensive line continues to get better, which we've seen the last 2 weeks, man, they're taking strides. They're getting better. They're run blocking, man. They're pass protecting their ass off. They're keeping guys off Jared Goff back-to-back weeks, no sacks, a couple hits here and there, but man, I think Myles Garrett is going to be – I think they're going to put a plan together to try to limit what he can do. I don't think they're going to try to block him one-on-one with a tight end. And Sam Laporta, hey, it's you in pass protection, and good luck, right? Like, they're not going to do that. There's so many teams that you watch. Baltimore tried to do it last week where it's, Aiden Hutchinson and Mark Andrews trying to block him. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, why? And of course he gets a pressure, and then it leads to a sack. It's like, okay, thank you. Like, please keep doing that. I think that Dan Campbell, especially him being a tight end, knows, like, no, we're not going to put those guys on an island like that. We trust our tackles. We trust our veteran guys. We trust Panay. We trust Taylor Decker to go out there and get the job done.
One more, Chris in Redford. You're on with a pitch-perfect 2-star TJ Lang.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, TJ, this is Chris, the U-Trip umpire from
What's
this
up,
summer.
Chris?
I got to know you a few times, man. How are you, bud?
I'm good, buddy. How you doing, man? What you got?
My question is, I got two of them. Obviously, there's not enough football to go around for Tesla, but my main question is with the two young guards, Ratledge and Mahogany.
Yep.
What do you see in them, and is it real or is it Memorex? I mean, did they just have a good game, or do you see we really got to steal with these two guys?
No, I see young guys continuing to get better. And I see that the offensive, whether it's design or the play calls, are starting to suit what these guys are really good at. And meaning, like, week 1 in Green Bay, they tried to run a ton of outside zone and let's get to the edge. And the guys struggled trying to reach a 3-tech or reach the nose tackle. So they went back to, you know what, let's just run some inside zone. Let's get some double teams at the point of attack. Let's keep it between the tackles. And they started to have a lot of success. And even last week in Baltimore, Monday night, like, first 10 plays, 10 runs, I think the Lions had 15 yards. And it's like, okay, what are we, like, are they just not scheming this up right? And they were trying to get to the edge. Everything was like, hey, let's get wide. And then they were like, you know what? Screw it. Let's get 3 double teams across the board. Let's go between the tackles. Let's use these guys' power, and let's just start pushing up to the second level and let our running backs see the second level and make some moves and go. And that's where you saw those guys really start to have success. I love Mahogany. I think he is a really good player. I love Ratledge. I think he's getting better. I think that week 1, anytime you're on the road, it's like a wake-up call. Like, Jeff and Rico, people ask you all the time, like, what was your welcome to the NFL moment? It's like the first road game I played. Like, I was not prepared. You cannot prepare for that. Whether no matter how much music you blare in practice or joint practices, you can't simulate the adrenaline and the speed that you see in your first true NFL road game. And so I think that was a wake-up call to a lot of those guys. And that's why, and Rico, you mentioned it, man. I was surprised by Monday night. I picked Baltimore because that's just such a hard place to play.
There was no shame.
And it's just,
Everybody
no, I
picked
know
Baltimore.
that. I know that, but it's just like, I got to see it before – I got to see the next step before I believe it. And I saw that next step, and the next step was like, holy cow. Like,
I don't know
they
if you got
keep
to see
doing
it.
this.
Hold on,
whoa.
but TJ, I don't know if you even got to see. It was the fact that they made Derrick Henry just forget about everything that he held near and dear to his heart as he slams his helmet down and goes to the bench.
They forgot about holding on to the football,
and
too.
slides down the bench. He fell off the bench.
Yeah,
it was like, dude, you are just tap out.
Yeah.
Okay, Derrick, go home. You're drunk.
3 fumbles in 3 games.
I'll tell you what, though, that interior offensive line, Graham Glasgow took a lot of heat after Green Bay, which I thought after watching the film was unnecessary. I thought he was steady, but watching those 3 guys, particularly, you know what you got with Panay, you know what you got with Taylor. Those guys are steady, they're solid. But watching Mahogany, watching Graham, watching Tate Ratledge, like, continue to build that chemistry over the last 2 games, they've taken a massive step. And if those guys can continue to play at that level, it's going to be impressive, man. Just like it was last week. And Hank Fraley is a guy who designs plays to, in the run game to get these guys going, man.
TJ
It's
Lang,
been fun.
TJ Lang in the house. 97 won the ticket. Oh, this is a treat.
Welcome back.
This is a
Jeff
treat.
Ritter here.
Wow, what the hell's that voice?
Was that sound like you?
Not really.
I
Try
gotta plug
again.
my nose?
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, Jeff
Ritter
Ritter here.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
You guys done?
Kermit the Frog.
How about we just hi ho, Kermit the Frog here?
You asked for me to go get it.
Oh yeah, who said it? Here we go. Does TJ have a Caputo impersonation?
Oh yeah.
Let's
And
hear
you're
it.
still talking,
hey.
Jeffrey. You're
Let's go.
still talking over
I
the
wanna hear
open.
it.
This is why we don't. Mark Ryan next time. Let's go.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
You're out.
Does anybody want to know who's eligible?
Fun
Yes.
while it lasted.
Yes. Yes, David. Who was eligible?
Let me look at this
6
again.
to 6.
This
been
week,
really quiet today. By the
yeah,
way.
6 to 6.
6 to 6.
Yeah, there was no
Okay.
6 o'clock shows because of the Tigers.
So no you,
No me.
no
No
Woj.
Woj.
Okay, well,
No-
never mind.
no
I won't
chap.
give you any
Okay,
hits.
get it.
I won't give you any hits.
Okay.
All right, number 1.
Well, he's got hints.
Unfortunately, it's not just up to the pitcher. The lineup's got to provide some kind of runs because Skubal can go 7 innings of shutout baseball. And if the score is 0-0 going into the 8th inning, you know where they're at.
That is impossible.
Yeah. Wow. That's
such a basic
deep
opinion.
dive.
This is what happens when you
Man, it's
insult
a
the
deep
black
dive.
community in the first hour.
I did not insult the black community.
This is what happens.
How dare you?
Rico, can we eliminate you and Mike from the week?
I think so.
You're not going to jank yourself.
No, David, could
I'll
one
be
more
later.
time, please.
Yeah. Kenny's.
Unfortunately, it's not just up to the pitcher. The lineup's got to provide some kind of runs because Skubal can go 7 innings of shutout baseball. And if the score is 0-0 going into the 8th inning, you know where they're at.
I think I got a lean.
I have a lean
me
also.
too. I think
Got
I
it.
got to. Okay, I'll go first. I'm getting kind of a Jansen.
Me
Yes.
too.
All right,
Yes.
we all
All of
agree.
us?
Yes,
Okay.
I got Jansen.
All right.
Rico, what do you think?
The
No, I was trying to think
unfortunately
did we
yeah.
talk about this on the show? On our
Oh,
show?
you think it's one of you
I
two?
just asked you.
No, but when he reread it, I'm like,
Well, you attention the
That's
first
why I
time.
asked you, Rico.
you know
Oh, boy.
what?
Are you janking yourself over there?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right.
But
You can't.
I
You
think,
can't go back on the
I
jank.
think, I think I may have said that.
Wait, I got to
Do you
change
have
my mind. then.
post-jank clarity?
Stop it.
Whoa.
Stop
We are-
If Rico
All right.
thinks he said
David,
it, I'm going to go Rico.
David, right off the top, I asked Rico
No,
if
and
he
he
remembered
reread it,
this.
and
He
you
said
did.
no.
You
and
did
now
ask.
he's changing his mind.
Immediately changed his mind.
Immediately. Well, maybe I did. Yeah.
I go Rico.
Rico,
Rico.
how passionate are you that
I'm not
it was
that,
you?
I'm not very passionate, but I remember saying something very similar to that.
I'm looking
boy.
at David. He's got a huge grin on his face.
Are we allowed to change? Kenny, do you want to change?
I'm locked in. You can change if you like, but I'm locked in.
If he's that adamant about it, like I don't want to go against him.
About it.
Yeah, at first he said no. That's not a confident mind change.
Yeah, but the second time made him totally switch.
All right,
I
you
go
guys
Rico.
flip-flop. I'll stick with
All
Jansen.
right. All right, so we got a bunch of Ricos and Jansen.
I'm going with Rico. I just
Wow.
yeah, I'm going
3
with Rico.
Ricos and a
You changed
Jansen.
my mind. Who said it, David?
Damn it!
We said something very
Rico.
similar. So
Come on.
I said I'm not that. Okay, you know what?
Rather negative for Gator.
How TJ asked Rico, could it be you guys? No.
Yeah, no. He
might
was
have been
adamant
on
that
the
it
show.
wasn't him either. Oh,
That's why
actually,
David was grinning,
second
'cause
time I
nobody
heard
had it right.
You know, maybe it wasn't me. All right.
Let's get to number 2 here.
God damn it, Rico.
They've been in a free fall for such a long time. It doesn't change the fact that anything is still possible. They could still win the Central. They're tied with the Guardians.
Oh, wow. So that's positivity, probably maybe
But
going
Rieger
back to
didn't-
my
Rieger
first
didn't do his
read,
show, 'cause I would've
Jansen.
said
I thought
you.
Jansen again, too.
Like Costa would have been like buried, like the season's over.
He would have been smarmy
Everything's
about it if he was
over.
positive.
Mike, no. Doug and Gator, no. Like, actually,
it could have been
no.
Doug.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I think David's being sneaky.
somebody trying to be optimistic.
I said this
optimistic.
It's me. It's me from this show. I said that to you.
Did you jank yourself?
When you were no, I'm pretty
I
confident.
don't think David did the. You know what? I'm going to go with morning show.
You're throwing me off, dude. You think it's you for sure?
Can we stop doing this
I'm
every game?
almost certain it's me.
I'm going with.
I think
I'm
David's
going
trying to be
Gov.
sneaky.
I'm going Gov.
Who are you going?
I'm going Gov.
I got Jansen.
Has that ever happened before?
Rieger, no. TikTok. Let's go.
I go me.
I'm going Jansen. David?
So we're all locked in?
David?
Yeah. Who said it?
Thank you. Boom.
That's messed up.
That's right.
That's messed up. That's messed up.
2 hours ago.
That's messed up. That's messed up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rico was like, I think I said that, and it wasn't him. And then Rieger's like, I think I said that, and then it was him.
He's never done
All right,
that before.
David, next one I'm going to say, I think that was me.
David's in a salty mood.
I think that was me. I think I said that, too.
Might be Aaron Rodgers talking about
You said it 15 minutes ago.
I'm going TJ. Just now.
Yeah, me. I said that Tuesday morning, guys.
You got to believe that what they are witnessing, what they are seeing, what they are feeling, what they are living through as an organization, you got to imagine that it hurts more for them than it does for us.
Yep, that was me. Tuesday morning.
Was it actually? I can't tell anymore.
I don't know. Was it?
David, one more time.
I don't know. Was it?
You got to believe that what they are witnessing, what they are seeing, what they are feeling, what they are living through as an organization, you got to imagine that it hurts more for them than it does for us.
Very
Yep, that was me Tuesday morning. Yep, I think it was.
I'm going to go cookies.
I think it's somebody that TJ was on with Tuesday morning. That's Jansen, man. The whole using the same thing, and then the athletes speak. It hurts the athletes more than it does the fans. That's Jansen.
It's a lot of words, man.
If I guess Jansen enough times in a row, I will eventually get it. So I'm going to take Jansen. I actually do think that could be him.
I'm with you, Kenny. Could have been me. I don't think it was, but yeah, I'm
It's
gonna
you,
go. I'm gonna go
furious.
Jansen as well. Rieger already laid out.
Let's go.
Every
Cookies.
single explanation. Yeah.
Who
David,
said
who
it?
said it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, hells yeah. Yeah. The whole what they are. He was on a roll. Don't stop him. Yes. Yeah, it hurts more to the players than the fans.
One more.
Yeah, the people that pay the tickets. Who cares about that?
I said this next one. I guarantee it.
This team.
I said the next one. I guarantee it.
Is this about Pitch Perfect too?
This team has never needed an 8 innings of shutout ball from a starter as much as they do now. And I feel like when the Tigers needed that back in the day, Verlander had that gear.
Ooh.
So Ben Verlander came out and said that Scott Harris should have traded for him.
Back in the day.
That's a Gov thing to say,
who
right?
would say back in the day? Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Either Gov or I was going to say
Kang?
cookies, but maybe
Is
it could
Kang-
be Kang.
is Kang
It could
alive?
be.
I don't know.
Can I be Rico? Can we get it again, David, please?
Back in the day.
This team has never needed an 8 innings of shutout ball from a starter as much as they do now. And I feel like when the Tigers needed that back in the day, Verlander had that gear.
This is Doug. He says it's so dismissive. Like, I got to tell you, Peter, they need 8 innings.
I don't know, man.
You don't think so?
David is salty today.
I got Doug.
I think I said that on Tuesday morning. I was coming off 2 hours of sleep. Might have been me. Okay,
It hasn't been
Kenny,
anybody
Kenny, I think you're onto something. Are you sticking with it?
I'm sticking with Gov.
I could totally see a Gov.
It could be Kang,
Back
though.
in the
Kang's my
day.
lean.
Doug. I'm
also.
going Doug.
I go Doug Harsh.
Back
Doug
in the
Harsh.
day.
I think we're all
Kenny,
locked
I'm riding
in.
with you. I'm going with
All
Gov.
right. Bunch of Govs and Doug. What we got? David's watching the Ryder Cup. That's 3 for 4. That's 3 for. Listen to me. Running this show.
It's like COVID doesn't count.
Dude, that's 3 for 4.
This episode's
Anybody
like COVID.
ever have a performance like this before?
I thought you were going to do a.
Nobody
second round
listens
there.
to the station 24/7 like you do either.
I'm a
Rieger.
loser. What do you want
You've
from
heard
me?
all these before.
Rieger, we've had perfect before.
Yeah, I doubt
You're
that.
not perfect.
All right, that's who said it. I feel good. 97 won the ticket.
Okay, so here it is. My basement is getting closer and closer to being done. As a matter of fact, I even showed Rieger some pictures of
Gorgeous.
it. Looks very nice. They're working on the bathroom right now. I'm sorry, what? Okay. TJ, maybe I'll allow you over. Maybe, maybe not. You know what? Bring Bob Muhammad over and we could all sit there and watch the games together. Why? Because Matrix Basement has taken care of me. They can take care of you. You got an unfinished basement. You got a new room that you want to add, a game room, anything, Matrix Basements can handle anything that you throw at them. Go to matrixbasements.com. Tons of great ideas, great before and after photos. You'll get a free consultation. They'll come back with some great ideas. And trust me, you will not regret what Matrix Basements will do for you. I absolutely love what my basement is turning into. Let them do the same for you. Let Matrix Basements turn your basement dreams into reality. All right. Well, for Mike, 3 in a row. Yeah.
Did I at least not finish last?
Yeah, I was dead last, Kenny.
All right, not last.
We gotta beat him. I mean, this week I guess we will, but
right.
Wait, are these last week's standings?
No, that's for the picks.
Oh, I got you.
I got the standings over here on the tablet. All right. Rieger is going to be joining us. Jeff, you're going to go first.
Ooh, this is exciting.
We're going to start off in the college world. There's no Michigan State, but there are other games that are happening. Jaden Mayava, the quarterback for USC, over under 2.5 touchdowns.
I get to go first.
Yes, that's what I said.
I watched USC against Michigan State. I'll say over.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jeff. I'll say over as well. I saw that game. I was impressed.
They're coming to the East Coast. Okay. You know what? No. Under.
Oh, wow.
David, I'm going to go under as well. I think coming to the East Coast, USC likes to run the ball. Okay. And I think they're going to try to get their, body clocks back right. They're going to just run the ball and try to get the heck out of here with the win. Give me the under. Indiana going up against Iowa. Indiana's total points over under 29.5. They just dropped 63 on Illinois.
Yeah, listen.
On the road at Iowa. Over under 29.5.
This seems like such an obvious over, which is why I suck at gambling and I lose nothing but every bet I make. I'll go under.
Maybe, and Jeff, maybe this is a me thing, but I'll step on the rake. I'll go with over.
Wow, guys. I think you guys are definitely stepping on the rake. I know what they did against Illinois, but the other games they played, they only went over that 2 times. That was Kennesaw State and Indiana State. So I do not believe they do it. They go under.
I think they go over. I think that this is Cignetti trying to say we are one of the 4 best teams in the Big Ten, and we will show no mercy. As a matter of fact, he may tell his team at Indiana, don't even wave to the kids. Don't wave.
Oh, jeez.
We don't
you
do that
can't
here.
say that.
We don't do that.
No,
have you seen
stop
Cignetti?
it. Yes, he's crazy. I understand that.
Well, you know what they would have next after that? A bye. So going into Oregon, you will be talking about that for 2 straight weeks. So I can understand your concept of them running up the score. Talk about them for 2 weeks.
Kids? That's what people be talking about.
No.
Can't do that.
Yeah. Over here. Don't wave. All right. In the Alabama-Georgia game, Jeremy Bernard Over under 0.5 to score a touchdown. Alabama wide receiver Jeremy Bernard, former Spartan.
I don't know. I can't read this game. I'll go first because it's my game.
Of course.
Yeah, Kenny, I can't read this game either.
Which I'm gonna say over because I have the over in this game. I have this being a relatively higher scoring game, even though it's a rivalry game. Usually I'd say those are tight games, but I'll go over because I have a lot of points.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm going to go over because Kenny told me just to go over. Not to mention, yeah, I'll go over.
I'm also going to go over. I agree with Kenny. High scoring. So, yeah, over.
I'm going to go over as well, David. I mean, everybody focuses on Ryan Williams, but Jeremy Bernard wins me a lot of prop bets on Saturday because he's the forgotten receiver for Alabama.
Do you bet most of these?
I do. No, on certain things, but yeah, this Jeremy Bernard, I normally take Jeremy Bernard over 50 yards and a touchdown in a parlay and always hit. Top 25 upsets this week, over under 4.5. 16 games featuring top 25 teams.
Oh, I love this one. This one's fantastic. Over under 4.5. 16 top 25 teams. I go over.
Chaos.
We're not quite sure how good anybody is yet.
Rico, I have a follow-up question to your prop bet. In these weeks that we've already seen, how many times is this hit? Has your over hit or under hit in this particular prop?
Over is hit.
That's kind of what I thought too. That's the vibe I get.
It's why I had to push the number up because it was getting too easy.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'll still stick with the over until it doesn't hit.
See, I was already thinking
overs, Kenny.
That's right. Back in the day.
So I was already thinking 4 in my head. There is one that I'm a 50-50 on. So I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with the over.
I'm going to say no chaos just because I want to win this week. Let's go to the NFL. Who gets a sack first in the Lions-Browns game? Hutch or Myles Garrett?
I love this. Do you know both the Browns and the Lions are tied for sacks? They both have 11 as a team.
7, Kamla.
I will say I'm going to go Hutch. He was hot in the fourth quarter, obviously, against the Baltimore Ravens. He'll start hot. I go Hutch.
Maybe I'm a homer here. I'll do the homer thing. I'll pick Hutch. I think he wants to get off to a hotter start than he got off to. He didn't play. He was kind of invisible at the beginning of that last game, but now I think he wants to turn it up.
Congratulations on the sacks, fellas. You all each have a lot of them this season. Well, maybe not Hutch, not a lot. I'm going to go Myles. He gets more sacks this weekend.
Geez. Yeah, okay. I'm going to go with Myles Garrett as well. Hutch is the king of the fourth quarter sack, but I said who gets the first one.
Yeah, I know you did.
So I'm going to go Myles Garrett. Jahmyr Gibbs rushing yards over under 63.5.
Me first?
Yes.
Have you seen this Browns rush defense?
That's why it's 63.5.
They held the Bengals to 46. They held the Ravens to 45. They held the Packers to 81. I say under.
But they don't have John Morton.
That is true. John Morton did make the statement, they haven't seen an offense or a run game like us. Talking to Jim Schwartz.
Rico, could you repeat the prop? I was yelling at David about
63.5. You're going under?
I go under, yes.
63.5 for
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah,
it's just one guy.
I'll say over. He can break a big one. That'll make a difference.
He won't have a chance to break a big one. This Browns defense rushing a defense per se is really good. So I'm going to go under.
I got a big one. Sorry, I just think of that drop in my head when you said big one. I apologize. Go ahead, Rico.
I'm going to go under. So, Kenny, you went over. David, you went
Yes, I went over.
And David, you went over?
Under.
Under. Okay. JMO receptions over under 45.5 yards.
That's a good number. It's a very good number.
You could actually bet these numbers.
You make this on your own? Or
no, these are numbers.
Oh, these are actual legitimate ones. I'm going to go, considering the Lions should have a tough time running the football, I would say over for JMO and 45.5.
Yeah, and his role in this offense is getting expanded by the week. I mean, I feel like I hear his name called a lot more, especially this year than last year. I'll say over.
Guys, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe I got this one right last week because I told you it doesn't have to be just deep balls. They use him on the 10 to 12-yard routes, so they're going to do it again. Over.
I'm going to go under. I think this is going to be St. No, I think it's going to be St. Brown doing exactly what David said.
I can understand that in this game.
Yeah, it won't be. It will not be J-Mo. All right, let's hurry up. Let's go with St. Brown receptions. Over, under 5.5.
I'm going to go under. I think J-Mo's the big guy in this one. I disagree with you guys. So, under.
You said 5 or 5.5?
5.5.
I'll say he gets 5, so under, but by half.
I know what I just said about J-Mo, but it doesn't take a lot of receptions to get that when you do the 10 to 12. So I'm going to go over for St. Brown.
I'm going to go over as well because, like I said, I think he is going to be that guy, kind of how Laporta was last week. It's going to be St. Brown this week. He's a big-time receiver. Tesla touchdowns. Over, under 0.5.
Under. It's going to happen eventually, obviously, but not against this Browns defense. Under.
Too many mouths to feed, too many targets. I'll say under.
Well, Jeff, in fact, it already happened. He has his first touchdown already.
That's a good point. He did, yeah.
So I'm going to go under.
You know what? I'm going to go over. Just like he went against that Packers defense, he will go against the Browns defense and go over. Speaking of Micah Parsons sacks against the Cowboys. Over, under 0.5.
Over.
You could have said 1.5. I might have gone over, but yeah, over.
All right, you know what? We'll make it 1.5.
Oh, too late. You already said
come
0.5.
on.
Now, you know what? The line moved. Go ahead. The Sharks came in.
I'm going to go under
bet.
1.5.
Okay. I'll go over 1.5.
I'll go under.
You could have said 2.5, huh?
I'm going to go over.
The action's trying to move it again.
No, I'm trying to get him to go 2.5 so I can take the under.
Odds only get better.
You know what? Last one, real quick.
Yeah.
Goff passing touchdowns. Over, under 1.5.
Over 2.
Over, yeah.
Under.
I am going under as well. That is your prop bet casino.
Nothing on Jim Schwartz getting carried off on his defensive back's shoulders.
You know what? He would. If the Browns won.
Remember that?
Yeah. But then maybe that means Tigers swept.
A good deal.
That's your prop bet casino. 97-1.
All righty. 97 won the ticket. TJ Lang, he gone. Listen to him on Sunday. Rico, David, Kenny, Mike back on Monday. So, Rico, Tigers, Red Sox at beautiful Fenway Park today, right here on the ticket, 6:45 pregame. You know what's going around. I wanted to get your take. I wanted to get people's take. So, the magic number for the Red Sox is 1. Magic number for the Tigers is 2. So the Tigers could legitimately clinch the postseason tonight. All they need is a win against the Red Sox, and then if the Houston Astros lose to the Angels, then you're going to the postseason. But there's this question floating around Tigers Nation, and I'm curious what you would do. Considering the Tigers are still tied with the Guardians, Guardians have the tiebreaker, there's a great chance the Tigers could still win the AL Central. Tarek Skubal is set up to pitch on Sunday. If you don't need him, you're not going to use him. You use him in the postseason. If you need him, he's there to use. I ask you, if you could clinch the AL Central and win a home field wild card series at Comerica Park, you get 3 games, and you got to use Tarek against the Red Sox on Sunday, your best pitcher. But that means you don't have him in the postseason. Would you do it?
No.
That's the question going on. So hold on. You use him. You win, you get 3 or 2, but 3 home games at Comerica. If you don't use them, then you get to use them even if you're on the road in game 1. What would you do?
Rigger, I think that's very simple.
I agree with you. But why is it a question? A lot of people are like, you got to pitch Skubal, you got to win the AL Central, and you got to get a home playoff series.
It's how much you value playing at home at Comerica Park. It's how much you value them hanging a banner saying you won the AL Central. If you put value in that, then you go all in. But by going all in, congratulations, you won the battle, but you may lose the war. You won the AL Central. You went out there. He won the game. Okay, congratulations. Now you're playing 3 games here in Detroit, and chances are he's not going to be able to pitch. Maybe.
He won't be able to.
If you moved him up, he could go in
which
game
they would never
3.
do.
But at that point, why? But yes, I would move him up because it's game 3. Okay, what are you saving him for? Next season?
You know, because that's how they manage him, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to be managed that way either. But no,
Look,
Rico,
here's the thing.
Why is this a question?
Once you lost out on the bye, this was all. You got to set him up so that he pitches game 1. Because if he goes out there and you can get the old Skubal back, not the Skubal from the last month.
Sure.
You're up 1-0, and now.
And you only have to win 1 more before you go to the ALDS.
It's like last year, you were in Houston. You played the 3 games. The game's there, and you got it done. We moved on. I don't really care for games here at Comerica Park. It'd be nice. Don't get me wrong. It'd be nice to go down, especially if it's a day like today. It'd be fantastic. But you got to win that first game. You cannot go into that game and start off with Casey Mize.
Well, no, you would remember in the first hour, it seems like a long time ago, I threw around the term brain dead. We asked the question, are you choosing, and you had to choose a Lions loss or a Tigers getting swept. And a lot of people are like, dude, I'm not allowing the Lions to lose. I will take the Tigers getting swept. And I was very angry. I couldn't believe people thought this way. I called a lot of people brain dead. You would have to be brain dead to choose Tarek Skubal in the final regular season game, even if it meant you won the AL Central. Because guess what? If you won that game regardless, odds are Boston's already clinched. They're not going to play their studs. You could probably win it with others than Tarek Skubal. But the second thing is, if you don't have Tarek Skubal to pitch in the postseason, you're done. It's over. Right. The only path you see getting to the ALDS is if you get to pitch Skubal in one of the 3 wild card games.
The only reason you do
why
that,
is this a conversation? I ask you.
No, because people like you, the baseball people, you value winning the AL Central, the Comedy Central. Congratulations. You got it. You took it back from Cleveland, and I guess it means a little to nothing, but at least you could tell Cleveland, how did it feel to be in first place for 2 games? But we took it back and we won the whole thing. It means that, okay, you went almost wire to wire, and you won the whole, and you get to raise the banner.
Yeah. I mean, which means nothing.
But it also tells me that you don't believe that you're going to win the World Series, so you might as well get something out of this.
Interesting, which brings us to our second point. And if you want to hit on it, 248-539-9797. Why is this even a conversation? People are like, would you use Skubal in a must-win game to win the Central, or would you save him for the postseason? You save him from the postseason. The only way you use Skubal is if you need to win on Sunday to get into the postseason. And then, of course, it's all hands on deck, and you use Tarek, and hopefully he pitches even over 100 pitches, and you're not going to have him for the postseason. But as long as you get in, life is good. But you just mentioned the people that don't think they can win the World Series.
Right.
Second question, and we'll take your calls, 248-539-9797. I notice a trend in the first hour and a half of the program. Tell me if you agree with this.
Okay.
I think Tiger fans are convinced that this team cannot do anything in the postseason. I think they're convinced they're going to be a first-round knockout. I think the collapse that we've seen over the last 2 months, really, but over the last 27 games, they're 7-20. I think people are convinced they're going to be one and done. Has this slump made you believe that? Because I feel I'm the only dude that thinks when they get in, which could be tonight, when they take a breath, when they realize they didn't choke it away, I think all the pressure is off. I think Mize has been pitching well. I think Flaherty's been pitching well. I think you got a chance. Most Tiger fans, tell me if I'm wrong, they don't believe you got a chance. Tiger fans are convinced one and done in the postseason, or dare I even say not making the postseason at all, which would take a crazy act of God, I feel.
I think most Tiger fans just kind of feel like this is it. This is the best it's going to be, and maybe you could win the wild card series, but you're not going any further than that. Maybe you could put it together to win 2 games, but I don't think no one sees World Series. And I know this is baseball.
No, I get it.
You know, the Cardinals and all of that. I get it.
But does it change the fact that, just focus on the American League, right? The Toronto Blue Jays have been very, shaky lately. The New York Yankees, you took 2 of 3 before your 8-game losing skid started. So those are 2 teams you might end up facing off. You're going to face Boston. You already swept them once, and I understand Boston, decent team. You worry about Alex Bregman. But who in the American League are you truly concerned about? And I know you're going to say the Guardians. Well, you just found a way to take one from the Guardians, and I'm sorry if I don't believe that Cleveland, with a negative run differential, despite taking 5 of 6 from you, can go on and shock the world in the second season. So I think they have as good of a chance as anybody in the American League to get to the World Series, but I think this losing skid has wrecked everybody's opinion. I think this losing skid, people are convinced they're going to be out quickly. So I wanted to throw that out there as well.
It's because how they're losing.
I get it.
They're not losing close games. They're just getting beat by Cleveland, and they're getting beat. It seems like it's the same players each game beating them. Like, okay, you're out learning your lesson, and you can't match them. That's why nobody feels like you think, you want to play Cleveland. I don't think you want to see Cleveland again.
Would you rather play the Yankees? I'm scared of the Yankees.
I don't think you want to see either team.
Well, you got to see one of them. Or would you rather play Toronto?
If anything, I'd rather play the Yankees because they have a better history against the Yankees, especially in the playoffs.
Yeah, they beat them.
And you just scored like 30 runs the last time you played them.
Yeah.
Cleveland? No, not me. I'd rather see the Yankees. And I know Mike's like, you don't want to see the Yankees because you're going to see a different team in the playoffs.
And you see 2 dominant lefties.
They've knocked off the Yankees before in the playoffs.
See, but the reason, and you're saying that, is the reason why, no, they can't win the World Series. Because you don't want to see the Yankees, they'll lose. You don't want to see the Guardians, I think they'll lose. You name in Toronto, you don't want to see any of these teams.
Well, you're going to see some of them. You got to go past a lot of them to get there.
Which is why you're not going to win the World Series because you'll lose to all of them.
Let me ask you this. Before the 8-game skid, or before the 20-7 skid, 20 losses, 7 wins skid, did you believe they could at least get to the World Series? I know we're going to yell and scream about Scott Harris, as we should. Oh, you never believed?
Never believed.
I believed. I still believe. Now, I think the odds are less, obviously. But I'm curious, has your hope been totally crushed by this skid? Is there anybody out there that still believes they could do, I guess, the unthinkable and get to the Fall Classic? I think I do. Like, the pitching staff could be good enough. If you have Skubal twice in a 7-game series, once in a 5 or 3-game series, I think your odds are pretty good. Not to mention, like, Kyle Finnegan, Will Vest, Tyler Holton, Tommy Kahnle looks better. I'm not saying these guys are perfect, But I truly believe I'm a dumbass, I guess. Once they get in, I think all bets are off.
See, but the problem is, and it goes to the first question you asked, I don't think they have Skubal in the first wild card series because I think they're going to go for the division if they still can on Sunday, and they'll pitch him, which means you will not have him until game 3, but I don't think you can make it to game 3 without Skubal pitching at all. So,
all right, listen, 2 questions out there. The one Tiger question everybody's talking about. If you have a chance to win the AL Central on Sunday, Tarik Skubal is supposed to pitch, but you already locked up a playoff spot. Would you pitch Skubal to win the AL Central, get a home playoff wildcard series, or would you wait on or hold on to him for game 1? That's number 1. And number 2, has the struggles of the last 2 months totally wrecked your belief that this team can still do something in the postseason? It hasn't completely for me. Everybody else is like, F you, you're a dumbass. So where are you at? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. What?
That's how I feel about them. I don't see them. Yeah, you're more optimistic than me.
How about this?
I want to hear what people have to say.
How about this ticket text from Mike in Fenton? Says, Rico, Rieger has zero credibility on this. He called the trade deadline inexcusable, now wants to say anything can happen. Well, first of all, it's still inexcusable. Charlie Morton's not on the team. Chris Paddock is no longer a starter. Rafael Montero, I'm sorry, I don't believe. Numerous guys aren't even on the team anymore. It's still inexcusable, and Scott Harris will have to answer to that. But in the meantime,
if your only rationale is it's baseball,
it's not though.
You're in trouble.
It's not.
It's not. Oh, well, we got this guy and this guy and this guy. It's it's baseball.
My rationale is. The main rationale is the pressure's off. But the second rationale is I still think, again, you have to go and you got to hope a little bit. But the heart of the order, whether it's Green, Carp, and Torque.
Is he going to play?
I don't think it's a bad heart of the order.
Is Carpenter going to play?
He'll get in there eventually.
Right.
Get in there eventually.
Right. One of your best players is a part-time player.
Not to mention Kerry's been struggling a ton.
But
lately.
hey, it's baseball.
So where are you at? We'll get to the calls. 97 won the ticket.
All right. Well, for Mike, 3 in a row. Yeah.
Did I at least not finish last?
All right. 97 won the ticket. We have Lions Review coming your way at 5:45, by the way. Dapper and Will and Woj. Hey, we'll be in here.
He still works here?
I think so, yeah. Yes. But talking about the Tigers, there's 2 questions. We'll get to the calls. No kidding. I would agree. But he has to work with me, so it makes it a little more difficult.
But 10 minutes.
That's a good point. It's a grueling 10 minutes, though. But we're asking the question. Everybody seems to be bantying this question around. If the Tigers can still clinch the AL Central on Sunday and Skubal is available to pitch, would you pitch him or would you save him for the postseason? Game 1, that's out there. And then the second part is interesting to me, I think, but has the skid, has the garbage baseball made you change your mind? Like, do you give this team any chance once they get to the second season? Magic number is 2. It could happen tonight. Let's go to Matt in Farmington Hills. You're on the ticket. What's up, Matt?
How's it going, Rieger?
Hey, man.
So I'll be your guy. I agree with you. The trade deadline was completely inexcusable, but I still have hope for the Tigers in this postseason. I mean, assuming we get there, because it is baseball, and as much as everyone else wants to hate on that statement, like the reality is, I mean, a couple years ago, the Nats went on a run when they were absolutely the worst team to get in and one that won it all. I don't have confidence, but when we have the best pitcher in baseball, and realistically, you got a chance to win 2 games a series when he's on the bump. We got a shot.
Listen, I agree. It would have been nice if they threw Troy Melton into the starting rotation, considering he's not stretched out. But you saw what he did yesterday against the Cleveland Guardians. It would have been nice if it would have been nice if they would have done more at the deadline. A lot of things would have been nice, right? They didn't do any of that stuff.
But here we are.
No, and especially what you could have gotten Suarez for, a bag of balls. I mean, what I would have loved to have seen is us trade away one of our top either catching or shortstop prospects, because we could have gotten, could have picked from everyone who got moved to the deadline and seeing now all these other contenders have the big back end arms in their bullpens as opposed to ours. It's just it's hard to have confidence, but I can still have hope.
No, Matt, and I'm with you, man. And it sounds nonsensical. It sounds stupid. I totally admit it, but I've seen it before. We've all seen it before. I truly believe in the postseason exhale. I do. Some ticket text, then we'll go back to the phones.
In my lifetime, 2012 Giants beat the Patriots. They had a 9-7 regular season record. Wings won 62 games, did not win the cup. There are plenty of examples. True. There are references here. Tigers get in, chaos can happen.
Okay, here's the thing. You know why you know about those examples? Because they're so rare. They don't happen all the time. It's the reason why you talk about a plane crash and not car accidents, because plane crashes are rarer than car accidents.
I mean, look at last year.
You can pick remember this team and this team. Or what about all the other teams that are just better, and the better team normally wins? Sorry.
Pouring cold water all over it.
No, it's because,
he's right.
But you can find all the different examples and what about this and what about that and the Eli Manning and the Giants, and Okay, but what about when all the Patriots just go out there and they win the thing, or the Chiefs go out there and they just win the thing, or the Eagles go out there and the good teams win. Dodgers, good, win.
So success would be right now. You've changed. Remember when it was World Series or bust before the trade deadline? Remember the first half of the season? Oh, we won 60 games before anybody else. So now it's you have to win what? One series? Is that an overwhelming successful season considering how you've lowered your expectations?
See, in my opinion, you got to go past where you were last year.
So you got to get to the CS.
Yeah, because that is success. That is progress. That's a step forward.
I've been telling people for months we don't have World Series pitching. We don't even have a clearly defined number 2 starter. Our strength of last year, the bullpen, pitching chaos, is now our weakness. That is Travis in a garage. Someone else says, I'd have to say we could make the World Series. Once in the World Series, if we got hot in that World Series, I wouldn't be shocked if we won it all.
What do you think about that, Rico?
Okay, whatever, man.
You're disgusted by this.
No, it's because nobody's giving me a tangible reason. It's just, well, anything can happen. If that's your rationale, okay. Congratulations. You got a 2% chance. But it's 2%. You're telling me we have a chance.
Jack Flaherty, over his last 3 starts, has a 3 ERA. Casey Mize, over his last 5 to 6 starts, has a high 3 ERA. You throw these guys in the postseason, I understand they could probably only get you 5, and they're usually at 100 pitches. Not the worst thing in the world, though.
Okay, why are we? Some people are acting as if we just didn't witness the last 2 weeks. This is not how you want to go into the playoffs. Okay,
I agree with you.
But once they get there, forget about all this has happened because they're just going to win the whole thing and they're going to get to the World Series because stuff happens and that's baseball.
Well, let's backtrack real quick. They have to win 2 games. Or need the Astros to lose 2 games?
No.
Do you think they don't get in?
No,
Do you think they don't get in?
No, they took a deep breath last night, and now everything is unicorns and lollipops.
I kind of
and roses.
believe that, though. You needed to win 1 freaking game. I actually kind of believe that. I know it sounds asinine. I understand. But it does seem like, dude, look how much they had to screw up just to get to this point. They should have clinched the damn division last week.
People kept telling me, well, there's no way they can keep losing. Well, there's no way they can keep losing. Well, there's
they
no
did.
way.
They won yesterday.
There's no way. Well, there's no way.
Okay, so call your shot.
There's no way.
You don't think they get in then? You think they get swept by the Red Sox?
I think they can win 1 game, and that'll be enough that they'll have to sweat it out on Sunday, and they'll backdoor their way in. Why? Because Houston pretty much screwed up worse than you did. So you didn't deserve it. But you're in.
Houston is at the Angels. The Angels have nothing to play for. It doesn't mean anything. Houston essentially needs to take 2 or 3 if you get swept.
Hold on. But maybe they took a deep breath last night.
Oh, they might have. They smoked the A's 9-0 or 11-5 or whatever the hell it was.
But you see how ridiculous it sounds when you say it for another team?
I do see how ridiculous it sounds, but it's the sport. If it's the NFL, if it's the NBA especially, we won't say hockey because anything can happen in the NHL. But if it's one of those sports, then yes, what I'm saying has no credibility and it sounds asinine. But in baseball, this crap happens all the time. And I'll always go back to it's more difficult to be chased than to chase. And I'm telling you, you watch the Guardians. They currently are tied with the Tigers, but they have the tiebreaker. They still need to win. They're playing a broken, don't give a damn, don't have to face Jacob deGrom, Texas Rangers team. I'm not sure they're going to win those games. It's a different feel, man. And they were up 2 games with 4 to play. They going to call that a collapse in Cleveland? I'm asking.
You played a Braves team that was dead, and you got swept at home.
Yes. While the losing was continuing. They had nothing to play
for. They were done. Season had been over back in June.
We'll see what happens.
Okay.
All right.
Baseball.
Rico.
Let me give you one more text here.
Oh, yeah, fine.
Hold him off for the playoff game. That's what counts. That is from Keith in Ann Arbor.
Of course. I would agree. All right. That's fine. 248-539-9797. If you want to hit the ticket text, the same number. Lions review at 545 97.1 the ticket.
Okay, so you hear us talking. We have fun on the radio, even though Rieger frustrates me. And Rieger, He's a Specs grad.
Why do I frustrate?
You could be a Specs grad as well, whether you want to go into radio, TV, graphic design artist. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. Nothing better than when I hear from a former student who tells me she just got